Welcome to the Mormon Violence, the Danites in 1838 video. Okay, let's go over some preliminary statements here. This one is by Joseph Smith, a prophet. Speech at Far West, Missouri, late October 1838. And it's in this source that you can find in the josephsmithpapers.org website. We're going to be using this source a lot. Different historians have given it different names. This is basically the current name that scholars would probably use that's found in the Joseph Smith Papers. It's called The Minutes and Testimonies, November 12th through the 29th, 1838, State of Missouri versus Gates et al. For treason, as reported by George M. Hinkle. Well, the George M. Hinkle part is for this statement by Joseph Smith. That's the source. We're going to use it a lot in this video. If you're really interested in this subject, I recommend going and reading the entire thing. It's very long, but we're just going to pick out some of the highlights. So Joseph Smith says here, the whole state of Missouri was a mob set, and that if they came to fight him, he would play hell with their apple carts. He told his people that they heretofore had the character of fighting like devils, but they should now fight like angels, for angels could whip devils. All right, same speech here. This part of it is reported by James C. Owens, same source, Owens pictured above. He says, I think it was in this speech that it was he, Joseph, who said that what they lacked in numbers, the Lord would make up by sending angels, and send 2 angels where they lacked 1 man. And he, Joseph, swore considerably. Swear words, I guess. So he's kind of making this promise to the people here in this speech at Far West that if we don't have enough men, the Lord is going to send angels to help us. Well, that really didn't happen. And if you know the history of this and how what the outcome is, you'll see that that's true. They ended up having to give Far West back. They had to leave Far West, and eventually they had to leave the entire state of Missouri. So, angels really weren't helping too much, I guess. Okay, let's get to some more preliminary statements here. This one is from Thomas B. Marsh in an affidavit, October 24th, 1838. Same source basically as before, but with a different name. Like I said, different scholars gave it different names. So you might as well learn what these are. Before the Joseph Smith Papers, some scholars called this the document containing the correspondence, orders, etc., in relation to the disturbances with the Mormons, etc., etc., and it goes on and on. Basically, what this document is an account and a record of a hearing that took place in Richmond, Missouri, against Joseph Smith and some other individuals, basically trying to show that they had committed treason and some other offenses. We'll get to all that later. But this statement is from Thomas B. Marsh. He was an apostle, president of the 12 around this time, but later left the church, but then was rebaptized in 1857, 19 years later. I'm not going to go into all that history about why he left and why he came back. But at this time in 1838, he says, I have heard the prophet Joseph Smith say that he would yet tread down his enemies and walk over their dead bodies, and that he would make it one gore of blood from the Rocky Mountains to the Atlantic Ocean. Big swath of land there. Joseph Smith, very ambitious. Didn't want just Missouri. If you look at some of the stuff in the Council of 50 Minutes and that kind of thing, he basically wanted to take the whole United States. We'll get to some statements about that. And then after that, maybe even the world. He pronounced himself king of the world in the Council of 50, which I may make a video about. It's an interesting topic. So, yeah, Thomas B. Marsh here, pictured above. All right, Thomas B. Marsh continues in the same affidavit here. You can see the title page for this document before it got put in to the Joseph Smith Papers. It used to be a little bit hard to find and read, but now it's not. It's right online, josephsmithpapers.org. So Marsh he continues. He says, the plan of Joseph Smith the prophet is to take the state, that is of Missouri, and he professes to his people to intend taking the United States and ultimately the whole world, is what I was saying before. And Thomas B. Marsh is in a position to know this. He's president of the 12. This is the belief of the church and my own opinion of the prophet's plans and intentions, and he's telling this to a judge in Richmond, Missouri. Okay, another preliminary statement from Thomas B. Marsh in a different source. This is a letter to Brother and Sister Abbott, October 25th, 1838, BYU Special Collections. And he tells a little bit about why he left the church. A lot of it had to do with what Joseph Smith did here in far west Missouri and in other cities in Missouri and surrounding counties. All right, so Marsh says, I have left the Mormons and Joseph Smith Jr. for conscience sake, and that alone, for I have come to the full conclusion that he, Joseph, is a very wicked man, see picture above, notwithstanding all my efforts to persuade myself to the contrary, trying to do mental gymnastics, trying to deal with cognitive dissonance right here, trying to persuade himself that Joseph Smith really is a good man and a good prophet, etc., etc. But he comes to the conclusion here in 1838 that he's a very wicked man. Okay, Apostle and President of the 12, Thomas B. Marsh continues in this letter. He says, the disposition manifested in Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon to pillage, rob, plunder, assassinate, and murder was never equaled, in my estimation, unless by some desperado bandit, for the burning the post office in Gallatin, for pillaging goods, etc. in Davis. Okay, Apostle Orson Hyde also gave a statement here, appended to this letter. He says, I can say with Marsh that I have left the church called the Latter-day Saints for conscience sake, fully believing that God is not with them and is not the mover of their schemes and projects. I do really hope that my friends will hasten and get out of Caldwell County as soon as possible. All right, some information from the historian Richard Van Wagner in his book, Sidney Rigdon, A Portrait of Religious Excess, 1994, page 243, and a footnote. He talks about Marsh and also Orson Hyde. Orson Hyde was an apostle at this time who also left. He and Marsh kind of left together for the same reasons, for all of this controversial stuff that was happening in Missouri, this militancy, these Danites, which we'll get to all that. But Van Wagner says, although Marsh and Orson Hyde later rejoined the church, neither ever denied the truthfulness of the statements made in their affidavits on the October 25th, 1838 letter. And Hyde is pictured above. Okay, some testimony from George Walters in this Richmond hearing. He says, if the people would let Joseph Smith alone, he would, after a while, die a natural death. But if they did not leave him alone, he would make it one gore of blood from the Rocky Mountains to the state of Maine. So similar to what Thomas B. Marsh had said. Okay, George Walter continues. Joseph Smith further said that he had or would have, the witness does not remember which, as regular a papal inquisition as ever was established, and as good a set of inquisition as ever was. Well, if you know anything about the Inquisition, it's pretty bad. In medieval times, during the Inquisition, dissenters or non-believers or heretics were tortured and murdered. I've seen some of those torture devices that they use, and it's horrifying. Okay, an interesting statement from Joseph Smith in his journal. This is when he was in Nauvoo, josephsmithpapers.org. Deny Joseph the right of habeas corpus, and I will fight with guns, with sword and cannon behind, and thunder, until I am used up. In other words, until he is killed. All right, Joseph Smith again, same journal. Before I, Joseph, will be dragged again away among my enemies for trial, I will spill the last drop of blood in my veins and see all my enemies to hell. Okay, some more information from a speech by Joseph Smith, June 30, 1843, about a year before he would die. This is reported by William Clayton, josephsmithpapers.org. He, Joseph, also said that he had restrained the saints from using violence in self-defense, but from henceforth he restrained them no more. So you could use violence in ways, other than self-defense. Okay, a preliminary statement by the prophet Brigham Young, Journal of Discourses, July 5th, 1857. He claims to know about the Danites. He says, if men come here, the Utah Territory, and do not behave themselves, they will not only find the Danites, whom they talk so much about, biting the horses' heels, but the scoundrels will find something biting their heels. So here he claims to know about these Danites, and if you come to Utah causing trouble, these Danites are going to bite your heels. Okay, and then about 5 years later, the prophet Brigham Young makes another statement contradicting his former statement. This one's on June 29th, 1862. Statement in Salt Lake City can be found in the Leonard J. Arrington Papers, Brigham Young Collection, or Manuscript Addresses of Brigham Young. So Brigham Young says, it is said that we have a set of Danites here. If we are not all Danites, we are all Josephites. I have never yet known what was meant by Danites or destroying angels when applied to this people. I've never yet known what was meant by Danites. 5 years earlier, he's saying these Danites are going to bite your heels. Okay, some interesting information from the Apostle George A. Smith, Utah Stake Minutes, August 30, 1857. So a couple statements here from the Utah period. I don't do too much from the Utah period. But this statement by Smith is in the LDS archives. I guess Will Bagley found it for his book, Blood of the Prophets, which is a great book. George A. Smith spoke of resurrecting the Danites, the Mormon secret police. He said that the Danites had only existed for some 6 weeks in Missouri, but there has been none of them for the last 19 years. I think that's fairly accurate what he's saying, but it also disagrees with what Brigham Young was saying. And Smith pictured above. All right, the Apostle George A. Smith continues, same source here. And this is a quote, I guess, from George A. Smith. You know that Dan was to be an adder, or a venomous serpent. Dan was to be a venomous serpent in the path, and I propose that we have some now to help to carry out the purposes of God. Maybe we have some Danites that can be activated, is what he's saying. Let Dan be on the alert and meet them on the way. And pictured above, we have a venomous snake. Okay, a statement from John D. Lee, Confessions of John D. Lee, 1877. This is from the Utah period as well. John D. Lee was made to be the scapegoat for Mountain Meadows Massacre. You can watch my video on that. But Lee says, at the same conference, another organization was perfected, or there first formed. It was called the Danites. The members of this order were placed under the most sacred obligations that language could invent. So we have all these people, and we're going to get to a lot more, that admit, yes, the Danites did exist. This is going to contradict some faith-promoting Mormon scholars / apologists. It's going to contradict what some Mormon leaders have said that have denied that the Danites even existed, which is completely preposterous. And you're going to see the overwhelming amount of evidence that they did exist. And pictured above is Lee. All right, John D. Lee again, same source here. You can see the picture of this source above. That's the one I have in Kindle form. So Lee continues. He says, the Danites, were sworn to stand by and sustain each other, sustain, protect, defend, and obey the leaders of the church under any and all circumstances unto death, and to disobey the orders of the leaders of the church, or divulge the name of a Danite to an outsider, or to make public any of the secrets of the order of Danites, was to be punished with death. So, secret group, secret plans. We're going to get to who started it. Don't believe the Mormon apologists about who started it. All right, John D. Lee continues. And I can say of a truth, many have paid the penalty of death for failing to keep their covenants. They had signs and tokens for use and protection. So the Danites had these signs and tokens, also found in the LDS Temple Endowment signs and tokens. See picture above. Claims to say that several or many of these people were actually put to death. Not sure how accurate that is. I'm sure there was some, not sure how many. It also kind of goes along with the idea of blood atonement, which I did a video about. All right, John D. Lee continues. The token of recognition was such that it could be readily understood, and it served as a token of distress by which they could know each other from their enemies. These little signs and tokens, little handshakes or little things they do around their heads. They could know each other, although they were entire strangers to each other. Pictured above, we have the sign. I don't know what you call this. Sign or token in Masonry, where you hold both hands up over your head as a sign of distress, and then other Masons are supposed to come to your aid. There's some sources that say that Joseph Smith did this in Carthage jail when the mob was going to kill him, and then they did actually kill him. He gave the sign of distress, hoping to get assistance from some of the Masons, of which Joseph Smith became one of. All right, John D. Lee continues. In the Confessions of John D. Lee, 1877. When the sign was given, it must be responded to and obeyed, even at the risk or certainty of death. The Danite that would refuse to respect the token and comply with all of its requirements was stamped with dishonor, infamy, shame, disgrace, and his fate for cowardice and treachery was death. So, be interesting to do more research and try to find out who these people were that were put to death, according to John D. Lee, if there was any. Pictured above, death before dishonor, kind of an idea. Okay, John D. Lee continues. He says, I knew of many men being killed in Nauvoo by the Danites. It was then the rule that all the enemies of Joseph Smith should be killed. And I know of many a man who was quietly put out of the way by the orders of Joseph and his apostles while the church was there. So pretty controversial stuff. Joseph Smith having people killed that were his enemies, maybe some dissenters, maybe apostates. All right, so that's the end of John D. Lee's account. I should note that he was a Danite, and he also was a scribe for the Council of the 50. So he was in a position to know what he was talking about in that statement. Here we have another source, Kenneth H. Wynn. He is a historian, knows a lot about Missouri. He was also a university professor. He put out this book called Exiles in a Land of Liberty, Mormons in America, 1830 to 1846, University of North Carolina Press. Book came out in 1989. So when, he says, if the Danites began merely as a defensive bodyguard for the presidency, they evolved quickly into an aggressive, malicious, secret police force and eventually into a 19th century version of stormtroopers. So that's a pretty strong statement. And pictured above is the cover of this book. All right, a statement from Bushman, Richard L. Bushman. He's a Mormon. He's also a historian. His book, Joseph Smith, Rough Stone Rolling, 2005. He says, Danites figured as an example of religious power run amok. But he does do quite a bit of bad apologetics in this book, Rough Stone Rolling, about the Danites. And we're going to get to some of that. We're going to quote Bushman at length, and then we're going to give the counter arguments to his very bad apologetics about this subject. All right, a statement from Fawn Brodie, the historian. Famous book, No Man Knows My History, 1945. She's pictured above in some artwork. So Brodie says, the Danites would not only defend the saints under aggression from the old settlers, but also they acted as a bodyguard for the presidency and as a secret police for ferreting out dissenters. So we'll get to this, but in 1838, the First Presidency was Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, and Sidney Rigdon, and we're going to get to statements from all of them. Okay, still on preliminary statements. This one is from Marvin S. Hill, pictured above, BYU professor, put out a book called Quest for Refuge, The Mormon Flight from American Pluralism, 1989. Fairly honest and accurate book. Not sure if he got in trouble for this or if he wrote this while he was a BYU professor. Because you can get excommunicated for stuff like this, as has happened at BYU. But Marvin says the desire for refuge from pluralism and the uncertainty of choice in a free society encouraged a quest to eliminate opposition both within and without the LDS Church through intimidation and, when necessary, violence. This is what the Danites would do. All right, statement from the historian D. Michael Quinn, Origins of Power. He's a pretty honest historian. He passed away recently, rest in peace. Still believed in a lot of the truth claims, like Joseph Smith being a prophet and literal golden plates and things like that. But yet he would write these amazing and honest and accurate, mostly accurate books on history. So Quinn says, some of Kirtland, Ohio's dissenters also resettled at the new Mormon headquarters at Far West, Missouri, where they associated with local dissenters. So dissenters coming in contact with dissenters. Of course, this is trouble for Joseph Smith. Okay, Quinn continues. Joseph Smith and his loyal followers were determined to prevent these formerly faithful leaders from causing mass disaffection a second time. And so he formed the Danites. One of their jobs was to deal with dissenters, chase them out of Far West, chase them out of the state, whatever they needed to do. And we're going to get to a lot of statements about these dissenters. Okay, so who were some of these dissenters? It tells us in the History of the Church, Volume 3. You can see the page numbers. From mid-March to mid-April 1838, church authorities excommunicated the editor, W.W. Phelps, pictured above. They excommunicated Book of Mormon witnesses, David Whitmer, Oliver Cowdery, John Whitmer, and Apostle Lyman E. Johnson. So lots of disaffection going on around this time. Okay, testimony of John Corrill, Senate Document 189. This was put out by the Tanners. It's the same document that I talked about earlier that has different names that can now be found at the josephsmithpapers.org website, what I talked about at the beginning of this video. Basically, John Corrill's testimony here at this Richmond hearing in Missouri. John Corrill was a founder of Far West, Missouri, keeper of the Lord's storehouse, counselor to Bishop Partridge, state representative for Caldwell County, Missouri, and he left the church and became a dissenter. When he's testifying in this Richmond hearing, he is a dissenter. So Corrill says, I think the original object of the Danite band was to operate on the dissenters to get rid of them. But afterwards it grew into a system to carry out the designs of the presidency and, if necessary, to use physical force to upbuild the kingdom of God. It was to be done by them, the Danites. All right, statement here from Samson Avard. Some say he was the main leader of the Danites. I say he's one of the leaders, one of the main leaders, but he was also reporting to the presidency. That's my opinion. We'll get to all the documentation for that. But Avard was a high priest. He was a general in the Danites, later released from that, and became a dissenter. When he's testifying at this hearing, he's now a dissenter. So Samson Avard confirmed Coral's recollection that we read on the last slide by testifying that the organization's original intent was to drive from the county of Caldwell, Missouri, all those who dissented from the Mormon Church, drive them out. And I believe this is a picture of Samson Avard that I got online. Not sure if it really is or not, and it's kind of blurry. Okay, a statement from John Whitmer in the Minutes and Testimonies, 12/29, November 1838, copy and latter, State of Missouri versus Gates et al. For treason, josephsmithpapers.org. I've already gone over that source. Highly recommend reading that entire source. John Whitmer was one of the 8 witnesses to the Book of Mormon plates. He helped establish Far West. He became a dissenter. I believe he was a dissenter at this time at this Richmond hearing. So John Whitmer says, Mr. Joseph Smith said that he did not intend in future to have any process served on him, and the officer who attempted it should die. Any legal process, any legal papers, any lawsuits, anything like that, Joseph didn't want those served on him. And the officer who attempted to do it should die. That any person who spoke or acted against the presidency or the church should leave the county or die. Anybody that spoke against Joseph. Okay, John Whitmer continues in this hearing document. He said that he, Joseph, would suffer no such to remain there, no such dissenters. They'd have to leave Far West. That they should lose their head. And then George W. Harris, who was there present, observed the head of their influence, I suppose, not their actual head. Joseph Smith replied, yes, that he would so modify it. So apparently he first says they're going to lose their head, and then Smith kind of agrees to this modification. Okay, John Whitmer continues, same source here. Mr. Sidney Rigdon then got up and spoke in connection with what Mr. Smith had been saying. Sidney Rigdon in the First Presidency has a lot of power. And in speaking of the head of their influence, Sidney Rigdon, said that he, Joseph Smith, meant that this was the ball on their shoulders called the head. So Smith, willing to modify the statement, saying, oh, it's just the head of their influence. Sidney Rigdon saying, oh, no, this really is the ball on their shoulders called the head, and it would be cut off, right? If they didn't get out of town, these dissenters. And that they should be followed to the ends of the earth, these dissenters. All right, the testimony of Burr Riggs in this same hearing. He was an elder in the church, served a mission for the church, then became a dissenter here in this hearing. He says, in the latter part of June last, immediately after the Whitmers and Oliver Cowdery left Far West, because they were dissenters, I, Burr Riggs, fell in company with Joseph Smith Jr. and George W. Robinson. Pictured above is Oliver Cowdery. Okay, Burr Riggs continues. We're going to quote him at some length. He says, Joseph Smith Jr. said that there were certain men using their influence against the proceedings of the presidency, and if they were suffered to go on, they would do great injury, I guess, to the presidency or the church. Okay, Burr Riggs continues. Joseph Smith told Robinson, the first man he heard speaking against the presidency and against their proceedings, he must tie him up and give him 39 lashes. This is if you speak against the First Presidency. and if that would not do, give him 39 more lashes until he was sorry for what he said. And Robinson said that he would do it. Apparently, Jesus took 39 lashes in the Bible. And Joseph Smith saying anybody talking against the presidency gets the same. Okay, Burr Riggs continues here in this hearing. Here's a screen print of the source that I've been talking about, this Richmond hearing. This is kind of what the paper looks like on here on the left, and the entire title here on the right from the Joseph Smith papers. So anyway, Burr Riggs says that he, Sidney Rigdon, gave instructions to the spy company. So these Danites supposedly were also spies, both for internal dissenters and for external anti-Mormon Missourians. So he gave Rigdon gave instructions to the spy company that they should go out to Richmond, Missouri, and the surrounding country to learn the movements of the mobs, and that if they found any mob burning houses in Caldwell, be sure, he said, that you do the same thing to them. So some of these mobs, they called them, if they burned any of Mormons' houses, Joseph Smith says we need to burn their houses. Not very charitable, not very peaceful, not very ethical. It's immoral, right? Just because somebody burns your house doesn't mean you have to burn their house, especially when you're running a Christian organization. All right, Burr Riggs continues, same source here, the same hearing. When Mr. Rigdon was instructing the spy company, or apparently in conversation with them above referred to, I heard it said that if they could not get rid of the mob in any other way, they could poison them to death. This is something common in early Mormonism that I've talked about before. People getting poisoned. It happened a lot more than you think back then. I even did a video on whether or not Emma Smith tried to poison Joseph Smith. Okay, another statement from John Corrill. This comes from his History of the Church, which he put out in 1839. It's called A Brief History of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints. This is from chapter 20. It's also on the josephsmithpapers.org website, as you can see pictured above here, the title page and the title. I wonder if the church is going to regret putting all this stuff up on the Joseph Smith papers. It's definitely the best thing they've ever done relating to history, in my opinion. All right, so John Corrill says they had found out that several members of the church, these were Nathan Marsh, John Sapp, and William Swartzel, and some others, had dissented in feeling. They had dissented and were operating against them by carrying evil reports to their enemies. Probably just the truth. Okay, John Corrill continues here in his history. And now they were determined to clear them out, that is, the dissenters, or spill their blood in the streets. You're talking about some of the main people involved in the restoration, you know, witnesses to the golden plates, and you got John Whitmer, you got Oliver Cowdery, you got W.W. Phelps, you got some major contributors here. That now they're trying to clear them out or spill their blood. Moreover, they meant to make clean work now and expel the mob from Davis and then from Caldwell County. Okay, John Corrill continues, same source. I know that they were jealous of me, John Corrill, as a dissenter, and that it was of no use for me to say anything more. In fact, I felt it was necessary for me to look out for my own safety. He felt it was necessary to look out for his own safety. Okay, another statement from Thomas B. Marsh, October 24th, 1838, affidavit. They passed a decree that no Mormon dissenter should leave Caldwell County alive, and that such as attempted to do it should be shot down and sent to tell their tale in eternity. Okay, statement from W. Phelps at the Richmond hearing. You can see the source here. Phelps says that Mr. Sidney Rigdon, who's in the First Presidency, then commenced making covenants with uplifted hands. The first was that if any man or dissenter attempted to move out of the country or pack his things for that purpose, that any man then in the house, seeing this, without saying anything to any other person, should kill him. Okay, W. Phelps continues. They should haul the dissenter aside, haul him aside into the brush, and that all the burial that he should have should be in a turkey buzzard's guts, so that nothing should be left of him but his bones. And W. Phelps continues, this measure was carried in form of a covenant, or carried in the form of a covenant, with uplifted hands. After the vote had passed, he, Rigdon, said, now see if anyone dare vote against it, and called for the negative vote, and there was none. All right, W. Phelps continues, tells of a story of a man actually being killed, a dissenter. The third covenant was to conceal all these things. Mr. Rigdon then observed that the kingdom of heaven has no secrets, but it seems that they do. That yesterday a man, a dissenter, had slipped his wind, in other words, was no longer breathing, and was dragged into the hazel brush, and Rigdon said that he, the man that lisps this, or he, the man that talks about this, shall die. Okay, W. Phelps continues. He talks about Amasa Lyman, pictured above, who is a defendant, was in that meeting, and was appointed by Mr. Rigdon captain of a company, whose duty it was to watch the movements of the enemy, or the mob in Buncombe. And if they burnt one house in Caldwell, that is, the mob burnt one of their houses in Caldwell, his company was to burn 4 of theirs. That doesn't sound very moral, does it? W. Phelps continues, talking about Sidney Rigdon, who's in the First Presidency. Rigdon observed that if the inhabitants in the surrounding country commenced burning houses in Caldwell, which is where the Mormons lived, if they could not get clear of them in any other way, they would poison them off. So that's probably pretty immoral too, right? Sidney Rigdon in the First Presidency says we're just going to poison all these people off. Okay, a statement from D. Michael Quinn, Origins of Power book again. Pretty good write-up in Origins of Power about the Danites, but it's fairly brief. So Quinn says that in June of 1838, Samson Avard, who considered himself an ultra-loyal Mormon, proposed organizing the Danites among other ultra-loyal Mormons. Okay, statement from Reed Peck at the Richmond hearing. He was a member of the church who later became a dissenter and then testified at this hearing. Reed Peck heard at a meeting presided over by Samson Avard that the group's major purpose was that its members might be more perfectly organized. This is the Danites. They might be more perfectly organized to defend ourselves against mobs. Okay, let's talk about the Gospel Topics essay that the church put out. This one is called Peace and Violence Among the 19th Century Latter-day Saints. Came out May 12th, 2014. These are the attempt by the church to be more honest about its history. So they say, at the Latter-day Saints settlement of Far West Missouri, some leaders and members organized a paramilitary group known as the Danites, whose objective was to defend the community against dissident and excommunicated Latter-day Saints, as well as other Missourians. So, yeah, basically true. All right, back to a statement by D. Michael Quinn in Origins of Power book. He says that some historians have claimed that Joseph Smith and the rest of the First Presidency were unaware of the Danite organization, but documentary evidence shows otherwise, and I'm going to show a lot of that evidence. Joseph Smith was well aware of this group, as well as the First Presidency, and they were basically in charge of it. These historians that have done this bad apologetics, that claim that Joseph Smith and the First Presidency were unaware of this group, are listed here, but we're going to go over each one on the next slides. Okay, so before we start going over the apologetics, there's a very interesting account here, a source here from Lyman White, Medina River to Cooper and Chidester, July 1855, Lyman White Letter Book, RLDS Archives, Reorganized Church Archives. So I guess this is a letter. It says in there that Lyman White ordained Joseph Smith into the Danites, because other apologists will say, Joseph Smith never joined. Here's some evidence that Joseph Smith was actually ordained into the Danites by Lyman White. Okay, let's get to these apologetics. I'm going to go through quite a few of these. This one is Francis M. Gibbons, member of the church, wannabe historian. Basically, all his books are faith-promoting and are bad history when it comes to anything controversial, in my view. This book is Joseph Smith, Martyr, Prophet of God, put out by Deseret Book in 1977. Gibbons, pictured above. He says, another false charge made against the prophet at this time was that he had organized a secret band called the Danites, who were oath-bound to do the bidding of the prophet, whether right or wrong. This is a false charge. Joseph Smith never organized this Danites. Well, yes, he did. I'm going to show a lot of evidence for this. And Gibbons continues here, same book. In fact, an aspiring man named Samson Avard organized the Danites and falsely represented that he had done so on the authority of the church leaders. All right, so Samson Avard becomes the scapegoat. He's the one that organized it. Joseph Smith had nothing to do with it, right? He falsely represented that he had done so under the authority of the church. No, he did so under the authority of the church, and specifically the First Presidency. Okay, let's go to some apologetics by Leonard J. Arrington in his book, Brigham Young, American Moses, 1985. Again, anything controversial talked about in this book will be fairly apologetical, although Arrington is probably better than people like Gibbons and some others. Yeah, Leonard, member of the church, was the church historian for a while till he got demoted. So Arrington says a group of Mormons who had experienced the mob action in Jackson County, Missouri in 1833 refused to bear it any longer. This is kind of vague group of Mormons that organized these Danites. Arrington, pictured above. All right, Arrington continues. Led by Samson Avard, they secretly organized a paramilitary band of Danites to take vengeance on their enemies. So again, they were led by Samson Avard. Doesn't mention the First Presidency or Joseph Smith here. All right, Arrington continues. Both Brigham Young and his brother Lorenzo played a role in exposing the Danites. So it turns out Brigham Young's a good guy, right? He exposed the Danites. Pictured above, you see the red square. That's Lorenzo, I guess, one of Brigham's brothers. And the three guys to his right here, I guess, are other brothers of Brigham Young, Phineas, Joseph, and John. Okay, Arrington continues. This time he's quoting from a source. From James A. Little, Biography of Lorenzo Dow Young in the Utah Historical Quarterly, number 14, 1946. Lorenzo later described how he had been invited to a meeting of the secret organization, these Danites. From the meeting, I went directly to Brother Brigham and related the whole history of the affair. He said he had long suspicioned that something wrong was going on, but had seen no direct development. He added, I will go at once to Brother Joseph Smith, who had suspicioned that some secret wickedness was being carried on by Dr. Samson Avard. So, again, it was all Samson Avard's doing, and had nothing to do with Joseph Smith organizing it. Dr. Avard was at once cited before the authorities of the church and cut off for his wickedness. Again, Avard the scapegoat, right? And then he was cut off and excommunicated later. The First Presidency had nothing to do with it, just all Avard. He turned a bitter enemy of the saints. This is all just apologetics, and we're going to show with a lot of data and evidence that it is wrong. Okay, Arrington continues. Though their activities were short-lived, yeah, that's pretty much true, and their more extreme retaliatory measures unauthorized, not really true, the Danites had a profound impact on the image of the Mormons in Missouri. All right, some more apologetics from William E. Barrett, The Restored Church, popular book put out by Deseret Book in 1969. Went through 16 editions, so really well read in the church. William E. Barrett, of course, is a Mormon guy. He was vice president of BYU for a while. He's an attorney, and he was a BYU professor. So he should know what he's talking about, but as we're going to see, he doesn't. So he says, Dr. Avard charged the saints with having organized a band of avengers called the Daughters of Zion, and afterwards called the Danite Band. Okay, the Society of the Daughter of Zion name was actually taken from the Bible, Micah 4:13. This is the NIV version. Rise and thresh, daughter Zion, for I will give you horns of iron. I will give you hooves of bronze, and you will break to pieces many nations. So sanctioning some violence here. You will devote or consecrate their ill-gotten gains to the Lord, their wealth to the Lord of all the earth. So I guess their enemies had gotten ill-gotten gains, and this scripture says that you will devote or consecrate these gains to the Lord. And this is kind of what they did in Missouri in 1838. And Barrett continues, Joseph Smith was charged with being the prime instigator of this Danite band. Such a band as the Danites did exist. Well, he got that right. Some apologists even don't admit that. The Danites did exist, as historians affirm, but Joseph Smith had nothing to do with it, and exposed the participants when he became aware of it is equally well confirmed. Joseph Smith had nothing to do with it. Yes, he did. We'll show it through a ton of evidence. This is going to be a long video. All right, Barrett continues. The organization had been for the purpose of plundering and murdering the enemies of the saints. It was foreign to the spirit of the church, so of course it couldn't have been organized and put into place by the First Presidency and Joseph Smith, right? They would never plunder or murder their enemies. Well, yeah, they did. Okay, let's go to another apologist, David J. Whittaker. Danite's article in the Encyclopedia of Mormonism, 1992, came out. David, of course, is a Mormon guy, a church historian, supposedly, and he was also a BYU professor, so he should know what he's talking about, right? Well, not really. David pictured above. So he says, others of the time in late reminiscences recalled that clandestine meetings were held in late reminiscences. Well, I have a lot of early ones, so don't worry about that, David. Which were subsequently reported to Joseph Smith, these meetings of the Danites, who then denounced Avard, removed him from his official command, and disbanded the maverick body. So this was all Avard's doing, right? Once Joseph Smith found out, he got rid of Avard and got rid of this evil band, removed him from office, and disbanded the Maverick body. So they were working on their own, right? They were mavericks. This was not officially authorized by the church. This is Whittaker's position. Okay, David J. Whittaker continues. Though it was short-lived and unauthorized, this covert organization, thanks to Avard's distorted and widely publicized testimony, it wasn't only Avard, we got a lot of other ones, usurped the former usage of Danites, and the once honorable appellation became a synonym for officially sanctioned secret lawlessness. The key point to see here, this was unauthorized by the church, unauthorized by the First Presidency or Joseph Smith. That's Whittaker's position. I'm going to show it to be false. I'll show that to be false. Just Avard's testimony. Well, we've already gone through a lot of other people's testimonies, and we're going to go through more. Okay, let's go to some apologetics by Sherry Johnson, part-time instructor at BYU, Mormon lady, wrote for different church magazines and curriculum, like this one in The Friend, a magazine for children. This article is called Persecutions in Missouri, July 1993. And you can see one of the pages from this article pictured above. Johnson says, one Mormon, Samson Avard, formed a group called the Danites. Just one Mormon. And it was Avard. It was to seek revenge on the Missourians. He told his followers that the First Presidency had given permission for the group to rob, lie, and murder its enemies. This is what Avard said. He said, oh yeah, the First Presidency told me about this and gave him permission to do all this. Sherry Johnson continues, of course, no such permission had been given to Avard to start these Danites. No permission from Joseph, none from the leaders of the church, First Presidency. In fact, Joseph Smith was working with state and local leaders to establish peace. But when the Danites attacked the non-members, it only gave them more reason to distrust the saints. So, a rogue group, a maverick group, organized by Avard, without the First Presidency knowing what they're doing, right? Which is very unlikely. No permission granted. Let's go to church historian Andrew Jensen, pictured above, in his The Historical Record, Volume 5, Number 3, March 1886. He's going to do some similar apologetics here. An apostate by the name of Samson Avard tried to organize a secret band called Danites in Far West for wicked purposes. So again, Avard is the scapegoat. But this was without the knowledge of the leaders of the church, and the companies organized by the legal authorities for the defense of the city was in no wise connected with Avard's movement. Okay, Andrew Jensen, in another source, The Historical Record, Volume 9, 1890, Church Chronology. He says, about this time, Samson Avard, an apostate, they always like to point out he's an apostate, organized a company of Danites. The church used every proper means to destroy his influence. No. The church was behind the Danites. Okay, some similar apologetics by the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith in his important book, Essentials in Church History, which also went through a lot of editions. 1922, he's pictured above. He says, Dr. Samson Avard, who had shortly before joined the church, did organize a band which he called the Danites. These Danites did subscribe to some oath of vengeance on their enemies. However, as soon as Joseph Smith discovered what was going on, he put a stop to it, and Avard was excommunicated. Joseph Smith had no idea what he was doing, right? Didn't know what was going on. As soon as he found out, put a stop to it, and excommunicated Avard. Okay, church historian and 70, General Authority B.H. Roberts, put out a book called The Missouri Persecutions in 1900. In this book, Roberts blames the entire Danite enterprise on Samson Avard. So that's just kind of my short summary of what I read in this book. Okay, some apologetics by the Apostle George Q. Cannon in the book The Life of Joseph Smith the Prophet, 1888, Cannon pictured above. The most diabolical combinations were formed, one of the worst being under the direction of Dr. Samson Avard, one of the apostate spirits who formed a band which he called the Danites, to aid him in purposes of plunder and murder, which he intended to attribute to the church, and thus furnish an excuse for the attacks upon his former brethren. And Cannon continues here, but Avard's plot was discovered by the prophet. He didn't know what was going on. He discovered it. And Avard was publicly excommunicated so that the world might know that the church had no part in his infamy. Church had no part with Avard. Church had no part with these Danites. His plan was, by this prompt action, defeated almost before it had birth. Okay, a statement by the Apostle Orson Pratt. I think he's basically going to deny that these Danites even existed. Editorial in the Millennial Star, May 23, 1857. There never has been in fellowship among the Mormons either a secret or a public band called the Danites, or by any other name. Never has been this group in fellowship among the Mormons. But this is a false and slanderous accusation originated about 20 years ago by Missouri murderers to justify themselves in butchering men, women, and children. Well, guess what? The Mormons did all that stuff too. Okay, Pratt continues in the same editorial. And the same wicked, malicious lie has been kept up by our persecutors from that day to this, without the least shadow of evidence or foundation. Well, I will give you a lot of evidence, Pratt. Okay, let's go to some apologetics by the Apostle Rudger Clausen. He did an article called The Mountain Meadows Massacre in the Millennial Star, January 23rd, 1913. He's pictured above. We also emphatically deny that there is now or ever has been any organization, open or secret, in the Mormon Church known as the Destroying Angels or the Danites, as is often asserted by the enemies of the Latter-day Saints. So there never has been a group known as the Danites. See, I told you that some of these guys would deny that it even existed. All right, the Apostle Rudger Clausen continues. The idea of the Danites is a figment of the imagination of our opponents, and like many other lurid statements, is a claim advanced without proof. I will give you proof, Rudger. Okay, let's go to an apologetical statement by Ivan J. Barrett in a book that he put out called BYU Leadership Week. More remarkable stories of how we got the revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants. Ivan J. Barrett was a CES teacher, Church Educational System, BYU professor, stake and mission president, pictured above. He says, writers to this day, who should know better, bring in this Danite band, which never existed. Danites never existed. Yep, you heard it here first. Okay, a statement from the Apostle John Taylor, reply to a speech by Vice President Schuyler Colfax in The Mormon Question, Deseret News 1870. You can see the title page, or that might be the cover to The Mormon Question here pictured above. Taylor's pictured above. It is not true that these things existed. And he's talking about the Danites. This is not true that they existed. For I was there and knew to the contrary. And so did the people of Missouri. And so did the governor of Missouri. That these Danites, they never existed. There's two possibilities here. John Taylor, I have heard from other sources, was not a member of the Danites. But there's also the equally plausible possibility that he is lying. We know that John Taylor has lied about polygamy and other things. That would be my guess. Okay, the Apostle John Taylor gave another similar statement in the History of the Church, Volume 3, page 168, in a footnote. I have heard a good deal about the Danites, but I never heard of them among the Latter-day Saints. If there was such an organization, I never was made acquainted with it. Okay, let's go to some apologetics by the Apostle John A. Widsoe. You could also say that these are all cover-up statements. They're apologetics, but they're also a cover-up. Widsoe, I think is how you say it, put out a book called Evidences and Reconciliations. This is Volume 3, entitled Gospel Interpretations, 1947. Widsoe, pictured above. Among the first of such untruths about the church was the story of a secret oath-bound society called the Danites. This was an untruth, or by some other name used by the church for evil purposes. Okay, Widsoe continues. The fact of the matter is that the church has never fostered a secret society, Danite or any other. Its work is sacred, therefore cannot be secret. Never fostered a secret society. Well, many of the church members were Masons. We have the Council of the 50, which was secret. We know that there was Danites, even though Widsoe doesn't say so. Danites were secret. So it's possible that it's sacred and also secret. Okay, the Apostle Widsoe continues. As soon as this villainy was brought to the attention of the presidency, a Vard was excommunicated from the church. We've heard this before. A band of Danites organized by the church is but a phantom of church enemies. No, it's not. Okay, Widsoe continues. In every instance, reputable writers have not dared to say that the Danites really existed. Reputable writers have not dared to say that they really existed. If the nonsensical charge that the Mormons were a murderous lot had been true, it would have been known by more than the few untruthful hearts who have fostered the Danite myth, usually in the hope of personal gain thereby. That was kind of a story Joseph Smith told that we'll get to, that these guys were looking for personal gain. He says Danites didn't really exist. The whole Danite idea and conspiracy was a myth. And I'm having a problem with my capital I's. I'm not sure what happened. I think if you look at this, the capital I's are missing here on the slide. I think it's because my computer turned off and on, and I had to recover this file. But you can hear me pronounce the words properly, even if they're not spelled here properly, the capital I's. Okay, Widsoe continues. Today, informed and intelligent people know that the Danites, if they ever existed, were not connected with the church. Yes, they were. Some haters of the church who undoubtedly know better try even now to perpetuate the Danite myth. Again, he calls it a myth. Okay, let's get to a statement by Alvin R. Dyer, pictured above. He was an assistant to the 12 and also a 70. Put out a book called The Refiner's Fire in 1976. Dyer says that much has been said about the Danites or the destroying angels as having been instituted in the church in Missouri. The attempt to bring about such an organization within the church to mete out physical judgment upon those who would rob and beat the saints was made by Dr. Sampson Avard, who, without authority, sought to organize a vengeful band. So again, pin it on Avard. We say that he had no authority from Joseph Smith, and he sought to organize this vengeful band on his own. Sampson Avard. Okay, Alvin R. Dyer continues in this book. You can see pictured above. It also said the subtitle, Historical Highlights of Missouri. All right, so during the trial, to save his own skin, Dr. Sampson Avard, who had made attempts to set up without approval, the Danites within the church testified against the prisoners, which was Joseph Smith and some other Mormon leaders. All right, some apologetics in a church manual, Doctrine and Covenants and Church History, Seminary Teacher Manual 2013 and also 2017, 2 editions here. During this time, a convert named Samson Avard administered secret oaths to those who would join him in forming a band of marauders called the Danites. Avard instructed them to rob and plunder the Missourians, saying that this would help build up the kingdom of God. Was it just Avard saying to rob and plunder? No. Okay, same teacher manual here. You'll notice that this contradicts what is said in the Gospel Topics essay, which we'll give more statements from, which was put out in 2014. This is 2017, so it's after, and they're still doing these crappy apologetics that they haven't fully gotten rid of out of their manuals. So Avard convinced his followers that his directions were coming from the First Presidency. The truth was later discovered, and Avard was excommunicated. So they're basically saying here that these directions were not coming from the First Presidency. Avard's actions caused significant damage to the image of the church and helped lead to the prophet's imprisonment in Liberty Jail. Okay, a quick statement here in history that the church has recently put out called Saints. Very readable and easy to read history. Saints, the Standard of Truth, Volume 1. I think there's 3 volumes now. Came out in 2018. And notice this is after the Gospel Topics essay. And it contradicts what we're going to read in the Gospel Topics essay that basically says Joseph Smith did approve of the group. But in the Saints, which is probably more widely read, they are still using the old apologetics. In 2018, it says, these men went by several names, but they were best known as the Danites. Joseph did not organize the group, yet he likely sanctioned some of their actions. He did organize it, and they even admit now in their Gospel Topics essay, which we'll get to. Okay, statement by Glenn Benyon from the Church Historian's Office. Article in the Improvement Era, May 1938. Other important events of 1838 were the secret organization of the Danites by a wicked Mormon named Samson Avard. He's the one that organized it. All right, Glenn Benyon continues. The Danites, which, although exposed and broken up by Joseph Smith before it could function, became the basis then and ever since for anti-Mormon stories of a secret murder and plunder society in the church. So Joseph Smith didn't organize it. He exposed it and broke it up before it could function. So that's almost saying that it didn't exist. Okay, the Mormon historian B.H. Roberts again, in his Comprehensive History of the Church, 1930, has a pretty long segment or statement here about the Danites. Men within the church of the highest probity of character deny the existence of this secret oath-bound band of assassins within the church, the Danites. Men within the church of the highest probity of character denied its existence. And Roberts continues, and which in no way received the sanction or approval of responsible church authorities. Church authorities did not approve of this group, and it died almost as soon as it was born. The same statement as we read before, basically. Pretty much saying that these Danites didn't even exist. Okay, Roberts continues. Really bad apologetics. Tends to be more honest than a lot of church historians, but he's totally off here. Even people having fellowship in the church have sometimes been misled into believing in the existence of such a secret band, and in speech and in written word have treated the Danite band or the Danite band as if it were a reality. But according to Roberts here, Danite band is not a reality. Okay, B.H. Roberts continues. The Danites do not exist. and never have existed in the church with the sanction and authority of that church, nor with the knowledge and approval of the responsible officers of the church. Not true, Roberts. Okay, let's go to another source by B.H. Roberts, Defense of the Faith and the Saints, Volume 1, 1907. The dude put out a lot of material. Miss Dougal made some errors in her history. I'm not sure what that history is. Such as treating seriously the story of the Danite organization. This is an error. Shouldn't treat it seriously. Which never had any existence by reason of any sanction given it by church authorities. Okay, let's get to a more modern apologist, Terrell L. Givens. He's a Mormon writer and I believe the director of the Maxwell Institute, the #1 apologetical group of the Mormon Church. Put out a book called Parley P. Pratt, the Apostle Paul of Mormonism in 2011 with a guy named Matthew J. Grow. So Givens and Grow say that most likely Joseph Smith initially approved of the Danites. Wow, that completely contradicts all those other general authority statements, right? Smith initially approved of the Danites' intention to cleanse the church, only to cleanse the church, I guess, of dissenters, but he withdrew his support and disavowed Avard when they grew more violent. Even this is not true. We're going to show that Joseph Smith was participating in a lot of the plunder and the burning and the murders and the violence. He didn't disavow it until they had to leave Far West and he was locked up in Liberty Jail. Then he started to disavow. All right, Terrell L. Givens again, and another book called The Viper on the Hearth. Came out in 1997. Second edition 2013, which is this one. Samson Avard, an officer in the organization, grew exasperated. He grew exasperated at the depredations of the anti-Mormons and began to reply with equal aggression, whereupon Joseph Smith withdrew his support and disavowed Avard. Not true, as I just mentioned before. Okay, let's go to another statement by the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith, Church History and Modern Revelation, 4 volumes, 1947. The members of this band, the Danites, did subscribe to some manner of an oath of vengeance on their enemies. Yeah, and there was also an oath of vengeance in the Mormon temple ceremony for a while, in the early days. This action was unbeknown to the prophet. Basically, these Danites were unbeknown to the prophet, and when he discovered what was being done, he put a stop to it, and Samson Avard was excommunicated. Joseph didn't participate in it, but he was, of course, he was the good guy and put a stop to it. Okay, the Apostle Joseph Fielding Smith again, same source, pictured above. Avard falsely declared that he had the sanction of the leaders of the church in this movement. Falsely declared. And thus led some innocent brethren astray. He named this band Danites. Okay, some apologetics by Ronald W. Walker, Richard E. Turley, Glenn M. Leonard. They put out a book called Massacre at Mountain Meadows, 2008. I believe they were all BYU professors. And Turley was church historian, if he is not still. They say some of the saints, including John D. Lee, responded to Missouri vigilantes by forming bands called Danites that made preemptive strikes against vigilante targets, answering violence with violence. Some of the saints, including John D. Lee, but certainly not the First Presidency, right? Okay, same source here, Walker, Turley, Leonard. Joseph Smith, who at first sanctioned the Mormon response with these Danites, they're admitting he first sanctioned the Mormon response. That disagrees with a lot of general authorities, apostles, 70s, etc., other apologists. But Joseph Smith later recoiled at Danite excesses. That part's not true. will show that he was participating in these Danite excesses and didn't disavow these things, like I said, till he was like in Liberty Jail. So their previous book, Massacre at Mountain Meadows, you can see on the left, came out in 2008. The follow-up to this book, Vengeance is Mine, is almost out. What are we here? We're in April 2023. Subtitle, The Mountain Meadows Massacre and Its Aftermath. I'm sure they're not going to cover the cover-up very much, like I did in my other video. But that book is going to be released, and I will purchase it. All right, another statement from Glenn M. Leonard, BYU professor, in a magazine called Tambuli. I think that's the international magazine of the church, similar to the Ensign. March 1979. This statement is a lot more direct, a lot more apologetical. Joseph Smith was charged with being the prime instigator of the Danites, but had nothing to do with it, and exposed the participants when he became aware of it. So that disagrees with he said in the book with the two other writers. Okay, Glenn M. Leonard continues here. 1979. I guess he changed his mind for the book. Governor Boggs was told that the Saints were burning towns. Yes, they were. And Joseph knew about it and even sanctioned it. We'll get to all that evidence. Driving established settlers from their homes. Yep. And undermining civil authority through the activities of a group known as the Danites. Yep, all true. These were a band of avengers. Governor Boggs pictured above. Okay, BYU professor Bruce A. Van Orden and his apologetical statement in a book called We'll Sing and We'll Shout, The Life and Times of W.W. Phelps, 2018. I believe that's a hymn written by Phelps. Van Orden pictured above. Joseph Smith helped to inspire the militancy that embodied the Danites' aims and activities. Well, that goes against what several apostles have said. Joseph Smith helped to inspire the militancy that embodied the Danites' aims and activities, but he did not organize the paramilitary group or give direct orders to its leaders. That part totally false, which we'll show. All right, I actually found some apologetical information and statements in the Joseph Smith Papers project in a footnote. This shows up in the Documents, Volume 6, footnote number 72. Most members, if they even bother to read any of the Joseph Smith Papers, are probably not going to read the footnotes. I've seen other statements that are much better in the Joseph Smith Papers, much more accurate. But here, they seem to be doing some apologetics. So this volume, Volume 6, was put together by several different people. Mark Ashurst McGee, who is an editor of the Joseph Smith Papers and also a BYU professor. He's pictured up here on the left. Also, editor of the Joseph Smith Papers, David W. Grua. Also, editor of the papers, Elizabeth A. Kuhn. I'm not sure how to say these. Editor of the papers and BYU professor Brendan W. Rensink. Editor of these papers and BYU professor Alexander L. Bow, pictured up here on the right. So let's get to what they say here. Avard, however, did not explain to the presidency what his teachings had been in the society. Misleading. I'm going to call these statements misleading. They make you think that Joseph Smith didn't know what was going on, with the teachings, didn't approve, didn't organize it. Okay, we continue here with the same apologetics in the Joseph Smith Papers. John Correll reported that Avard's more extreme proposals were known only to a few Danite leaders, and that the First Presidency denied knowledge of the proposals. This is misleading because they're only using one source. And apologists love to do this. They use 1, 2, or 3 sources and don't look at the entire document, at all the sources. You got to look at everything, and there's going to be contradictions. This is only one source. They make it sound like Joseph Smith didn't know about these extreme proposals, burning houses, plundering, killing people, but Joseph Smith knew about all that. It was known only to a few Danite leaders, and the First Presidency denied knowledge of the proposal. So this is misleading. David W. Guru, pictured above. Okay, statement again from the Joseph Smith papers. At some point after the August expedition to Davis County, Joseph Smith removed Avard from leadership. Not sure about this one. Elizabeth A. Kuhn, not sure how you say that, pictured above. Joseph Smith papers have hired a lot of young historians. So, and the church has a lot of money. So if you're looking to get into history, try to get in to some of these groups, Joseph Smith papers, etc. But you're going to have to be faithful and probably have a temple recommend. All right, some speculation here in the same footnote, Joseph Smith papers. Perhaps embittered by his demotion, Avard was the key witness for the state in the November 1838 hearing. Yeah, speculation here by these guys. Perhaps embittered by his demotion. Well, he turned state evidence and I guess got leniency, right, or got off. But he wasn't the only one that did this. They say, oh, he was the key witness. We've already gone over a lot of other ones, and we're going to go over a lot of other ones, other people and other statements that I would also call key witnesses. So he's not the only one. Brendan W. Rensink, pictured above. So you can see these are the young historians working on the Joseph Smith papers. Best project the church has ever done, but they just cannot help but putting in some apologetics here and there. Okay, let's go to another BYU professor, Garrett Dirkmatt. Interpreter Foundation YouTube video. They are a Mormon apologetical group. Episode on YouTube, episode 12, Who Were the Danites? Go to the 4-minute timestamp to hear this. But Garrett says, what's unknown is the degree to which Joseph Smith is involved in either its Danites creation or its methods. This is unknown, he says. No, it's not. Okay, let's go to another source. 3 BYU professors here. Donald Q. Cannon, Richard O. Cohen, Arnold K. Garr. They put out a book called The Encyclopedia of Latter-day Saint History. Danite's article. This book came out in 2000. They're all pictured above here. Joseph Smith did not have any affiliation or connection with the Danite organization. Yeah, he did. Although he was aware of the Danites' existence, he was not told of Samson Avard's insurgent teachings, because they were probably just as much Joseph's teachings. All right, here's the cover for the book, Encyclopedia of Latter-day Saint History. Garr, Cannon, and Cohen, all BYU professors. Who should know better? Okay, another source here from a book called Women's Voices, An Untold History of the Latter-day Saints, 1830 to 1900, Deseret Book, 1982. This was put out, or I guess written by CES teacher Kenneth W. Godfrey. You can see him up here on the left. His wife, Audrey M. Godfrey, in the middle. And church historian and BYU professor Jill Mulvey-Durr. Who should know better, right? Church historian and BYU professor Jill on the right here. They say, though Samuel Avard, so they they get the name wrong, Samuel Avard, no, it's Samson Avard. Though Samson Avard, leader of the Danites, claimed that he had the support of the top leaders of the church, evidence indicates that they were not aware of the group's activities. Yeah, top leaders of the church, Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Hiram Smith. They were not aware of the group's activities at all, according to these people. And according to BYU professor Jill Mulvey-Durr, who should know better, they're the ones who started the group. All right, here's the cover for that book, Women's Voices, An Untold History of the Latter-day Saints. Okay, let's go to another chapter in a book. The book is Regional Studies in Latter-day Saint Church History, Missouri period. Chapter called Missouri Era, Residue of Wisdom, written by 70, General Authority, John K. Carmack, pictured above. Department of Church History and Doctrine at BYU put this book out in 1994. The editors of the book were the chair of the department, Arnold K. Garr, and BYU professor Clark V. Johnson. I think this is probably the latest account that we have from a general authority doing apologetics in regards to the Danites. After this, and what is this, 1994, and even like in the 1970s and 1980s, really, the general authorities hardly ever mention the Danites. It's very rare. I don't think they've studied the history in depth. This is a topic that takes a lot of study, and you need to do quite a bit of reading to understand it. So, yeah, John K. Carmack, all those after him, pretty much silent. I can't find anything in General Conference and that sort of thing, even BYU speeches by general authorities. All right, so here's what they have to say. We do not believe that Avard's testimony in the pre-trial hearings in Richmond, Missouri against Joseph Smith can be relied on to establish the truth of Joseph's sanction of and leadership over Avard's secret activities. They're basically saying Joseph didn't sanction the group, he wasn't a leader of the group, and we can't rely on Samson Avard's testimony. Well, we don't have to, because there was dozens of other people that also testified, which we've gone over some and we'll go over others. Okay, same source here by the 70, John K. Carmack. Pictured above, one of the editors, Clark V. Johnson. Okay, so they say Joseph and others more reliable than Avard denied his claim. Well, we have a lot of others too that affirmed the claim, right? Attempts to involve Joseph as the major leader of a reckless and secret society have been relied on by his enemies and are still being talked about in ways that have never been corroborated by reliable evidence. Well, you're disagreeing with the current Gospel Topics essay, John K. Carmack, who says that Joseph Smith approved of the group. And here is the cover of the book, Regional Studies in Latter-day Saint Church History, the Missouri period, map of northwestern Missouri, put out by the Department of Church History and Doctrine, which I don't think exists anymore at BYU. All right, the excellent historian Dan Vogel makes a good comment here about Avard. He says the debate over how much Joseph Smith knew about the Danites or approved of Avard's activities is irrelevant. Joseph Smith, not Avard, was responsible for the raids. Okay, so we're done with the cover-up, the apologetics. That's about all I could find. Not a lot of sources even talk about the Danites, church sources. But here is another source, Stephen C. LeSueur. The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri came out in 1987, put out by the University of Missouri Press. LeSueur, pictured above. I want to highlight this source. This is the best source to start with if you want to understand this subject. I would read this book. He goes into a lot of depth. He is very honest, did a lot of research. And I believe he's an active Latter-day Saint, which is kind of rare to do this kind of excellent history on a very controversial topic. So we're going to go over quite a few statements from LeSueur. And here's the first one. Especially alarming were the dissenters' reports that the Danites had sworn allegiance to Joseph Smith and the church above the laws of the state. Okay, same source, Stephen C. LeSueur. As the disturbances progressed, the Missourians came to believe, based upon the activities of the Mormons and upon the corroborative reports from Mormon dissenters, that the Danites would lie, steal, murder, or commit any crime necessary to advance the cause of the church. All right, so now we're getting to the truth. All right, another statement from historian Richard L. Bushman in Rough Stone Rolling, 2005. In later court hearings, Joseph was held responsible for Danite excesses. Some historians depict the Danites as Joseph's private army dispatched at his command to expunge the enemies of the church. Of course, Bushman doesn't believe that. LeSueur probably does. And we're going to get to some more of Bushman's very bad apologetics towards the end of the video, and we are going to debunk them. Okay, Bushman continues. In contrast, many Mormons, both then and now, blame Avard for the Danites. Avard, an ambitious adventurer, it was said, formed a band of ruffians who harassed dissenters at his command rather than Joseph's. All right, and here's some of Bushman's bad apologetics. We're going to get to more. Unfortunately, the secrecy of the organization and the obscurity of the records hinder efforts to distribute blame between the two. Well, we have a pretty good idea, Bushman, if you'd be more honest. Was a vengeful Joseph the inspiration for the Danites, or was the band the work of the unscrupulous Avard? All right, some more apologetics by Bushman. Sorry, I said we were over with the apologetics, but I guess we weren't. We'll get to more of LeSueur and some other more honest historians. So Bushman says, when war between the Mormons and Missourians broke out in the fall of 1838, Joseph remained in the background. Not really. More buffeted by the events than directing their course. No, not really. Okay, Bushman continues. Joseph favored resistance to the mobs, but others took the lead. Sometimes Joseph did. The militants appear to have called the shots. Sometimes Joseph did. When action was required, they headed the troops. Sometimes Joseph did too. Pictured above, picture in Nauvoo, which shows some of Joseph Smith's militancy, with his army and him dressed up like a commander. But this is long after the Missouri period. Okay, so we're now to the Gospel Topics essay. And this is basically going to throw all those BYU historians and apologists under the bus that we've gone over. I've already mentioned this, but here's the official quote from the Gospel Topics essay, Peace and Violence Among 19th Century Latter-day Saints, came out May 12th, 2014. We have gone over that the church has put out materials and curriculum after this 2014 essay that contradicts this statement. But anyway, here's what it says in this Gospel Topics essay. Historians generally concur that Joseph Smith approved of the Danites. There we go. This is the church's attempt to be more honest. But that he, Joseph, probably was not briefed on all their plans. Well, it'd be hard to be briefed on absolutely 100% everything, right? And likely did not sanction the full range of their activities. All right, well, we'll just go to the sources to show what the truth of that is after this. Okay, a statement from William Swartzel, who was a Danite. This is his journal, July 14, 1838 entry. His journal is in the book called Mormonism Exposed 1840, so pretty early on. Swartzel says, organized formally as the Daughters of Zion in June 1838 at Far West, Missouri, they took their nickname from the prophecy of Daniel about the stone cut out of the mountain without hands. Okay, a little bit of information from Fawn Brody, No Man Knows My History. The prophet Daniel had once spoken of a stone that rolled down a mountain, smashing everything in its path, a symbol of God's kingdom, which would one day demolish all the earthly governments. All right, Fawn Brody continues. Avard, Corll, and John Whitmer all testified that the Mormon Church had been likened to this stone. Notice how those BYU professors don't like to mention the other people that testified at the hearing, besides Avard, like Corll, John Whitmer, and there's others. Avard swore that Lyman White had prophesied that the stone would destroy first the dissenters, then Missouri, then the United States, whose core was rotten. And who would be sent in to take over to fill the void or the vacuum? The Mormon Church, right? They were to take over Missouri. They were to take over the United States. They were like the stone of Daniel rolling down the mountain. Okay, John Corll testifying here in the Richmond hearing. talking about the stone cut out of the mountain without hands. This Mormon church has been represented as being the little stone spoken of by Daniel, which should roll on and crush all opposition to it, and ultimately should be established as a temporal as well as a spiritual kingdom, a theocracy, right? Taking care of the government, taking care of the spiritual needs. This little stone was supposedly the Mormon church. Okay, John Corrill continues the Richmond hearing here in November 1838. These things were to be carried on through the instrumentality of the Danite band as far as force was necessary. They were to take over Missouri, take over the United States. And Joseph didn't know about this? This is what the Danite band was supposed to do, right? According to John Corrill. If necessary, they being organized into bands of 10s, 50s, etc., ready for war. Okay, John Corrill continues here in the Richmond, Missouri hearing, November 1838. You can read the whole thing at the josephsmithpapers.org. The teachings of the Danite Society led them to prohibit the talkings of any persons against the presidency. You cannot talk against the First Presidency. Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Hiram Smith, Joseph's brother. So much so that it was dangerous for any man to set up opposition to anything that might be set on foot. You cannot oppose the presidency. All right, John Corrill continues. I became afraid to speak my own mind. He was afraid of the First Presidency and the Danites. I objected to the course of Dr. Avard in reference to this Danite band. I rather thought that Joseph Smith Jr. upheld him. Joseph Smith upheld Avard and would not allow any objections to him. The apologists don't like quoting this one, do they? Okay, let's go to the testimony of George M. Hinkle at this Richmond hearing. Who was Hinkle, as pictured above? He was on the High Council at Far West, Missouri, led the settlement at DeWitt, Missouri. He was a colonel in the Missouri militia and a commander of the militia in Caldwell County, Missouri. Negotiated peace with Colonel Lucas. One of Joseph Smith's right-hand men, as far as the militia goes, and I guess the Danites as well. Okay, so his first testimony here, he says, the general teachings of the presidency were that the kingdom they were setting up was a temporal as well as a spiritual kingdom, that it was the little stone spoken of by Daniel. So a theocracy. The Mormon church would run the entire country, and then after that, probably the world, right? Okay, George M. Hinkle continues here. Until lately, the teachings of the church appeared to be peaceable, and that the kingdom was to be set up peacefully. But lately a different idea had been advanced, that the time had come when this kingdom was to be set up by forcible means if necessary. And then you need the Danites, right? What does forcible mean? Strong, violent, powerful, effective, compulsory, etc. Okay, George M. Hinkle continues. It was taught that the times had come when the riches of the Gentiles were to be consecrated to the true Israel. Probably got this from Isaiah 61:6, right? Men shall call you the ministers of our God. Ye shall eat the riches of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall ye boast yourself. So, eating the riches of the Gentiles. There was also a scripture in the Book of Commandments, which became the Doctrine and Covenants, about this, which we'll get to. An actual scripture basically saying that we are going to take the riches of the Gentiles by force if necessary. This thing of taking property was considered a fulfillment of the above prophecy. All right, so we really should read what it says in Daniel 2:44, right, in the Old Testament. This is the NIV version, New International Version, which is, like I said before, more accurate than the King James Version and easier to understand. So here it is, the prophecy in Daniel. In the time of those kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom that will never be destroyed, nor will it be left to another people. It will crush all those kingdoms and bring them to an end. But it but it will itself endure forever. This was to be the Mormon theocracy, according to Joseph Smith. Okay, finishing up Daniel 2:44. This is the meaning of the vision of the rock cut out of a mountain, but not by human hands, a rock that broke the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold to pieces. And I guess I'm not going to explain what all those are. Okay, George M. Hinkle continues here with his testimony. Since the return from Davis County, I guess, Joseph Smith Jr. told me in reference to his plans that if the citizens of Richmond, Missouri and the surrounding country rose and went out there to fight them, that he intended to have men to slip in behind them and lay waste the country and burn their houses. This is the militancy and the warlike ideas in Joseph Smith's mind at this time. Okay, Hinkle continues here with his testimony. In the council in far west Missouri, a few days before the militia came out, I recollect in making arrangements for the war. The presidency was to have the supreme rule, and that their war office or headquarters was to be at Diamond. And he means Adam on Diamond. See the picture above, the place of the Garden of Eden, right, with Adam and Eve. So yeah, the presidency was to have the supreme rule. So it's very unlikely that there was this rogue and maverick military group on the side that Joseph Smith didn't know about. That was the Danites. Yeah, he knew nothing about that, right? Okay, a source that I learned about from D. Michael Quinn here. John Smith Diary, August 4th and September 1st of 1838. Entries, George A. Smith Family Papers at the Marriott Library at BYU. 2 weeks after the formation of a second group at Adam on Diamond, Stake President and Special Counselor in the First Presidency, John Smith, called the organization the Danites in his diary, which described Danite meetings as routine events. And John Smith pictured above. Okay, Quinn continues here. Soon the group developed an infamous reputation for its intimidation of Mormon dissenters and its warfare against anti-Mormon militia units. All right, Quinn continues, and now he's going to talk about Joseph Smith's diary, July 27, 1838 entry. You can read that on the Joseph Smith Papers .org website, as pictured above here. So those two purposes that we talked about on the last slide were the explanation in Joseph Smith's diary for why we have a company of Danites in these times. All right, so that wipes out all the apologists' statements that there were no Danites, right? Joseph Smith said that he knew about the Danites. In his diary, we have a company of Danites in these times. Joseph Smith Diary, July 27, 1838, important source. This entry, of course, did not make it into the official history of the church. Why? Because they wanted to have room to make apologetical arguments, right? Okay, another statement from the Gospel Topics essay, Peace and Violence Among 19th Century Latter-day Saints. Danites intimidated church dissenters and other Missourians. For instance, they warned some dissenters to leave Caldwell County. Yep. Okay, let's go to a historian for the Community of Christ, a breakoff group from the main branch of the Latter-day Saints. His name is Mark A. Scherer. He did a 3-volume history, and this one's called The Journey of a People, the Era of Restoration, 1820 to 1844. Came out in 2013. Community of Christ historians, much more honest than regular Mormon historians, at least considering their past efforts. So Mark says, when it matured, the Danite organization intimidated members who criticized the prophet, forced adherence to church beliefs and practices, demanded conformity on political issues, and provided armed guards for church leaders, especially the prophet. So as we read some of this history, some of these statements, Sounds like Joseph Smith was a dictator, right? He's more like Mao or Stalin than anything else. Okay, some more information on the cover-up in the history of the church volumes. This is pointed out by Gerald and Sandra Tanner in the Salt Lake City Messenger, their newsletter, February 1991. Tanner's pictured above. Joseph Smith's History of the Church relies on the scriptory book for the entries of July 26 and 28. But the entry for July 27, that is, the portion concerning the Danites, has been omitted. So they're relying on this scriptory book, which I understand is Joseph Smith's diary, for July 26th and 28th. So they're aware of the statement that we just read in Joseph Smith's diary, but they leave it out. The entry for July 27, the portion concerning the Danites, has been omitted. So this is blatant. They knew what they were doing. Cover-up. Okay, so let's look at the full entry here in Joseph Smith's diary, July 27, 1838. All of his diaries are on josephsmithpapers.org site. So Joseph says here in his diary, "We have a company of Danites in these times to put to rights physically what is not right." Put to rights physically, so through violence. "And to cleanse the church of very great evils, which hath hitherto existed amongst us, inasmuch as they cannot be put to rights by teachings and persuasions." So if you can't teach them, you can't persuade them, then you resort to violence, right? And it sounds like he's talking about dissenters here. Okay, historians Dean Jesse and David J. Whittaker, both Mormons, have talked about this crossing out of this section that we've gone over in Joseph Smith's diary, or they call it the scriptory book. They talk about this in a BYU Studies article, winter of 1988, the last months of Mormonism in Missouri. So Jesse and Whittaker say the presence of the word Danites in early sources, I believe they're talking about Joseph Smith's diary, dealing with the so-called Mormon War in Missouri, and the fact that some in the LDS community, apparently reacting to the clamor about the Danites, crossed out or attempted to delete references to the Danites. And we're going to blow up that section of Joseph Smith's journal on the next slide. Okay, so here is the section. They scribbled out all the words and then draw diagonal lines across it. If you look really carefully, though, you can see the words underneath from what we read in Joseph Smith's diary. And, of course, the people at the Joseph Smith Papers Project were able to figure out what it says. We don't know who crossed this out. As far as I know, I wasn't able to figure that out. Somebody, probably one of the church historians. Okay, Dean Jesse, pictured above, and David J. Whittaker continue here. The scriptory book of Joseph Smith, kept by George W. Robinson, MS, LDS, Church Archives, July 27, 1838. Diary entry, right? They like to do this kind of stuff, too. It's a scriptory book. It wasn't Joseph Smith's diary, right? They like to give different names for things. Just call it Joseph Smith's diary. Some of the material in this citation has been crossed out in pencil in the original by a latter hand. Okay, let's go to some apologetics by the prophet Joseph Smith himself in the History of the Church, Volume 3, starting out here, pages 181, 182. This is really damning information from Joseph Smith, because you can see pretty easily that he is lying in these apologetical history. So Joseph says, when knowledge of Avard's rascality came to the presidency of the church, he was cut off from the church, and every means proper used to destroy his influence, at which he was highly incensed, and went about whispering his evil insinuations. So he's basically saying he didn't know of Avard's rascality. He didn't know what he was doing with these Danites, right? Joseph Smith knew. Okay, more apologetics from Joseph Smith. He's going to use Avard as the scapegoat. He set the pattern for a lot of other apologists and BYU historians. But here's some more lies from Joseph Smith. Let no one hereafter by mistake or design confound this organization of the church for good and righteous purposes with the organization of the Danites. Church didn't have anything to do with it, the Danites, right? With the organization of the Danites of the apostate Avard. It was Avard's organization, right? Not Joseph's. And the Danites died almost before it had existed. Very short-lived, right? It died almost before it had existed. Okay, here's a doozy from Joseph Smith. Directly contradicts what he put in his diary. These are in the minutes of a Nauvoo City Council meeting, January 3rd, 1844. Shows up in the History of the Church, Volume 6, page 165. The Danite system never had any existence. Also set the pattern, right, for other apologists and Mormon historians. But this directly contradicts what was in his diary. Maybe that's why they felt like they had to cross it out, right? The Danite system never had any existence. Nowadays, you might get the message, the file does not exist. Okay, some more apologetics by the prophet Joseph Smith. In a letter to the church in Caldwell County, Missouri, December 16, 1838, also on the josephsmithpapers.org site, Joseph says, we have learned also, since we have been in prison, Liberty Jail, that many false and pernicious things, which were calculated to lead the saints far astray and to do great injury, have been taught by Dr. Samson Avard as coming from the presidency. But Joseph would never do that, right? Joseph would never teach things that were false and pernicious, designed to lead people astray and to do great injury. Joseph would have never done that, right? Okay, so here is a direct and blatant lie by Joseph Smith in this letter. We have reason to fear that many other designing and corrupt characters like unto himself, he's talking about Avard, many designing and corrupt people like Avard have been teaching many things which the presidency never knew of being taught in the church. So just blame Avard and his other cronies, right? Joseph Smith never knew of any of this stuff being taught in the church or taught to the Danites by anybody until after they were made prisoners, which if they had known of, they would have spurned them and their authors from them as they would the gates of hell. Joseph Smith doing apologetics, you know, and he's not bad at it. All right, Joseph Smith continues in this letter to the church in Caldwell County, Missouri, December 16, 1838, josephsmithpapers.org. You can read the whole thing. Thus we find that there has been frauds and secret abominations and evil works of darkness going on, the Danites, leading the minds of the weak and unwary into confusion and distraction, and palming it all the time upon the presidency, while in the meantime the presidency were ignorant as well as innocent of these things. Joseph and the First Presidency had nothing to do with these Danites or Avard, right? Well, we're going to show you a lot of data that shows this is a lie. Okay, let's go to another source, Joseph Smith History, 1838 to 1856, Volume C1. November 2nd, 1838, July 31st, 1842, josephsmithpapers.org. History of the Church. I think this might be the original documents for the regular history of the church that we've been talking about. I'm not sure. But the prophet Joseph Smith says here, and again, I would further suggest the impropriety of the organization of bands or companies by covenant or oath, by penalties or secrecies. What's he talking about? Joseph Smith did this kind of stuff all the time with oaths and penalties and secrecies. He was a Mason. He came up with the temple endowment, which had a bunch of oaths and penalties and secrecies based on Masonry. He did the Council of 50, which was a secret organization. He approved of and organized the Danites. He won't admit that. But Joseph continues, but let the time past of our experience and sufferings by the wickedness of Dr. Samson Avard suffice. Blame it on Avard. And let our covenant be that of the everlasting covenant, as is contained in the Holy Writ, and the things that God hath revealed unto us. He spins his, scripture-like prose, right? Okay, so Joseph Smith says, don't join any organizations that have secret passwords or secret penalties. Well, he didn't follow his own advice. This is from Dan Vogel, Charisma Under Pressure book. Joseph Smith would soon violate his own advice with his 1842 initiation into Freemasonry and subsequent introduction of the secret temple endowment ceremony, as well as his founding of the Underground Council of 50 in 1844. All these had secret passwords and penalties. Pictured above, we have something from Mist and Sunday, the Masonic pass grip of a fellow craft. So this is what they say in Masonry, which was copied over to the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony. What is that? The pass grip of a fellow craft. Has it a name? It has. Will you give it to me? I did not so receive it, neither will I so impart it. That's what you do when you go up to the veil to get into the Celestial Kingdom and the Mormon Temple Endowment Ceremony. So we know that Joseph Smith wasn't being really honest here in this previous statement. Okay, let's go to the first counselor in the First Presidency, Sidney Rigdon. Times and Seasons 4, July 15, 1843. He's going to admit that the Danites existed, which contradicts one of the statements of Joseph Smith. Sometime previous to this, in consequence of the threatenings which were made by mobs, or those who were being formed into mobs, and the abuses committed by them on the persons and property of the citizens of the Mormons, an association was formed called the Danite Band. This was called the Danite Band. Okay, Sidney Rigdon continues. This, as far as I was acquainted with it, not being myself one of the number, neither was Joseph Smith Sr., was for mutual protection against the bands that were forming. So he's insinuating here he didn't know about it, had nothing to do with it. Joseph Smith didn't really know about it and had nothing to do with it because they weren't members. Well, we have other sources that say that Joseph was a member. The bands that were forming and threatened to be formed for the professed object of committing violence on the property and persons of the citizens of Davis and Caldwell counties. Violence committed against the Mormons, right? What he doesn't say is they did a lot of this kind of stuff against the Missourians, the non-members, violence on the property and persons of the citizens of Missouri. The church did all this same kind of stuff too. Okay, Rigdon continues here, admitting that the Danites existed. They had certain signs and words by which they could know one another, either by day or night. They were bound to keep those signs and words secret, so that no other person or persons than themselves could know them. Yeah, kind of like the temple endowment ceremony. Okay, Rigdon continues. When any of these persons were assailed by any lawless band, he, the Danite, would make it known to others who would flee to his relief at the risk of life. And Rigdon continues, in this way they sought to defend each other's lives and property, but they were strictly enjoined not to touch any person, only those who were engaged in acts of violence against the persons or property of one of their own number, or one of those whose life and property they had bound themselves to defend. Well, that's not exactly true, which we'll get to. And Rigdon continues, this organization was in existence when the mobs commenced their most violent attempts upon the citizens of the before-mentioned counties. This Danite organization was in existence. And from this association arose all the horror afterwards expressed by the mob as some secret clan known as the Danites. Okay, let's get to some testimony by Samson Avard in the Richmond hearings, also known as the Senate Document 189. I've also gone over the name of it in the Joseph Smith papers.org website. But Avard says, and notice how a lot of the apologists, they only mentioned Avard, not the other witnesses. Avard says, Danites took an oath upon joining. What was the oath? In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, I do solemnly obligate myself ever to conceal and never to reveal the secret purposes of this society called the Daughters of Zion. Should I ever do the same, I hold my life as the forfeiture. Sounds like a temple endowment ceremony, right? Before they changed it. Okay, William Schwartzel also gives an account of what the oath was in the book Mormonism Exposed, 1840. He recalled a similar version. Now I do solemnly swear by the eternal Jehovah that I will decree to hear and conceal and never reveal the secret at the peril of committing perjury and enduring the pains of death, and my body be given to be shot and laid in the dust. Also sounds like a temple endowment ceremony before they changed it. You can watch my temple endowment ceremony video as well. Okay, let's go to some statements by Ebenezer Robinson in a document called The Return, February 1890. So kind of a later source. Who was Robinson? He went on a mission for the church. He assisted with the publication of the Elders' Journal. He was on the High Council at Far West. He was a publisher and editor of the Times and Seasons. So a pretty good Mormon guy. He says both Joseph Smith Jr. and Sidney Rigdon sanctioned and favored the only organization of Danites of which the writer has any knowledge. Smith and Rigdon sanctioned and favored the Danites. Robinson pictured above. All right, let's go to an account in the Elders' Journal, August 1838, celebration of the 4th of July. This can also be found at the josephsmithpapers.org. The committee of arrangements, which had been previously chosen to make arrangements for the celebration of the 4th of July and laying the cornerstones of the temple, reported the following, which was strictly adhered to. Okay, first, that President Joseph Smith Jr. be president of the day, Hiram Smith vice president, and Sidney Rigdon an orator. This is the First Presidency. Okay, this 4th of July celebration in the Elders' Journal recorded. Second, that Reynolds Cahoon, a Danite captain, be marshal of the day. Interesting. And Colonel George M. Hinkle and Major Jefferson Hunt be assistant marshals. Jefferson Hunt was also a Danite major. And I'm not sure who I pictured above here. I think it's Reynolds Cahoon and Jefferson Hunt. All right, this account in the Elders' Journal continues. Third, that George W. Robinson act as colonel for the day. He was a Danite colonel. Philo Dibble as lieutenant colonel. Philo was a Danite lieutenant colonel. He's pictured above. Seymour Brunson as major. Seymour was a Danite major. And Reed Peck was a Danite adjutant. Reed Peck was sustained or whatever as adjutant. So it's interesting, you know, Joseph Smith, the president of the day, and Rigdon and Hiram Smith, and then all these other Danites acting in this celebration. Okay, this account continues. Fourth, that Jared Carter and Samson Avard and Cornelius P. Lott act as generals before whom the military band shall pass in review. Jared Carter was a Danite captain general. Avard was a Danite brigadier general, and Cornelius P. Lott a Danite major general. And it's interesting they said that they should all be generals. I think pictured above is Cornelius P. Lott. Not a very good picture. Okay, this account in the Elders' Journal, August 1838, continues. After the procession was formed, which was exceedingly large, the whole marched to the notes of a small band of music under the direction of Dimmock Huntington. around the cellar which had been dug for the house. Who was Dimmick Huntington? A captain of the Danite guard, pictured above. All right, Elder's Journal continues. The military band was marched from the stand, and the president, Joseph Smith, Vice President Hiram Smith, and Sidney Rigdon, the orator of the day, attended with the visitors, marched to the south side of the public square, and the troops under the command of their officers, chosen for the occasion, a lot of Danites, passed in review before them, after which the whole procession was dismissed. Okay, Joseph Smith recorded this event in his journal, July 4th, 1838 entry. Joseph Smith says an address was delivered by President Sidney Rigdon. He was the orator of the day, right? President Joseph Smith Jr. was president of the day, President Hiram Smith vice president, and President Sidney Rigdon the orator. Reynolds Cahoon was the chief marshal. Cahoon was a Danite captain. George M. Hinkle and Jefferson Hunt were assistant marshals. Hunt was also a Danite major. And myself, Joseph, commanded the regiment. So Joseph Smith says that Reynolds Cahoon, George M. Hinkle, Jefferson Hunt, and himself were the commanders. They commanded the regiment. Goes against what some of the apologists said, right? Okay, Mormon historian and BYU professor William G. Hartley put out a book called My Best for the Kingdom, 1993. Evidence indicates that President Rigdon knew about the Danites and gave them his blessing. Okay, some more information from John Corrill. He put out a history of the church in 1839. It's called A Brief History of the Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints. Different name, right? Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints. Church has gone through several name changes. Also can be found at the josephsmithpapers.org site. The dissenter John Corrill, who attended the organizational meetings of the Danites, acknowledged that the First Presidency did not seem to have much to do with the Danites at first. They would, however, go into their Danite meetings occasionally and sanction their doings. All right, John Corrill continues. How much that Avard was assisted by the presidency, I know not. But I thought that they stood as wire workers behind the curtain. First Presidency were puppet masters, right? They were wire workers behind the curtain. Okay, John Corrill continues. It was clearly evident to me that the leaders of the Danites, or of this faction, intended to set up a monarchical government. Is that how you say that? They wanted to set up a monarchical government in which the presidency should tyrannize and rule over all things. Kind of like a king or a queen. I just call it a theocracy, which is exactly what Brigham Young did for a while in the Utah Territory. Okay, some information from the Mormon writer Leland H. Gentry. In BYU Studies, summer of 1974, he put out an article called The Danite Band of 1838. This is found in Quinn's book, Origins of Power. Although there was only one known visit of Joseph or Hiram Smith to the Danite meetings, wrote the Mormon educator Leland H. Gentry, in an early analysis of the vigilante group, evidence indicates that Rigdon was present on more than one occasion, perhaps several occasions. All right, some more information from Quinn. Gentry understated the testimony of John Clemenson. Clemenson, a Mormon and later a dissenter. Clemenson says the three, Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Hiram Smith, composing the First Presidency, was at one of those Danite meetings. Okay, some more testimony from the hearings from John Clemenson, pictured above, I guess. Sometime in June, I attended 2 or 3 Danite meetings, and it was taught there as part of the duty of that band that they should support the presidency in all their designs, right or wrong. Okay, Clemenson continues, that whatever the presidency said was to be obeyed, and whoever opposed the presidency in what they said or desired done should be expelled from the county or have their lives taken. Pretty gruesome. Okay, Clemenson continues. The three composing the presidency was at one of those meetings. The teacher and active agent of the society was Dr. Avard, and his teachings were approved of by the presidency. Notice what he says here. Dr. Avard's teachings were approved of by the presidency. This is something that the apologists are never going to quote, right? Okay, Clemenson continues. Dr. Avard further taught, as a part of their obligation, that if anyone betrayed the secret designs of the Danites, they would be killed and laid aside, and nothing said about it. All right, Clemenson continues. He says, I heard Joseph Smith or Mr. Rigdon say, but then he crosses out the name Joseph Smith. So, not sure who crossed that out, if it was Clemenson or somebody else, but it's, I heard Mr. Rigdon say that those who had heretofore been backward in taking up arms and defending themselves ought to or should be put upon their horses with bayonets or pitchforks, and Joseph Smith said, forced into the front of the battle. Wow. All right, Clemenson continues, and that the property of those who would not go into the war should be consecrated to the use of those who did. Mr. Joseph Smith said that their beef, corn, and potatoes they would take, those who would not go into the war. All right, Clemenson continues. I went in the expedition to Davis, in which Gallatin was burned. Gallatin was burnt, as I felt myself compelled to go from the regulations which had been made. Who burnt Gallatin? Well, it was the Mormons. That's up in the north part of Missouri here, kind of above Kansas City. Okay, John Clemenson continues. It was generally understood that every movement made in Davis was under the direction and supervision of the First Presidency. Joseph Smith Jr. and Hiram Smith of the presidency were in Davis. So those military operations going on in Davis County were under the direction and supervision of the First Presidency, Joseph Smith and Hiram Smith. All right, John Clemenson now going to talk about the plunder done by the Mormons. When we first went to Davis, I understood the object to be to drive out the mobs, if any should be collected there. But when we got there, we found none. I then learned the object was, from those who were actively engaged in the matter, was to drive out all the citizens of Davis and get possession of their property. So it really wasn't to go and fight mobs that had done something to the Mormons. They were all gone, I guess. Then it became a matter of taking all of their property, plunder. All right, Clemenson continues. It was understood that they burnt Mormon houses as well as the houses of the citizens. The burning of the Mormon houses was to bring the Mormons into Diamond, as I understood it. Wow. If this is under Joseph Smith's command here, that's crazy. They're burning their own houses, burning the Mormon houses as well as the houses of the citizens. All right, John Clemenson continues. A great deal of other property was brought into the Mormon camps, but I know not where it came from, but understood it to be consecrated property. It was frequently observed among the troops that the time had come when the riches of the Gentiles should be consecrated to the saints. There's actually a scripture in the Book of Commandments on that, which we'll get to, which was changed in the Doctrine and Covenants. President B. Hinckley says the law of sacrifice and the law of consecration have not been done away with and are still in effect. But I doubt Hinckley would support going into other towns, burning the houses, and taking all of their property. All right, some information in the history of the church pointed out by Quinn here, Origins of Power book. Although Joseph Smith condemned Clemenson for agreeing to testify in court in 1838 about the Danites, Clemenson remained a faithful Mormon at Nauvoo. So that's a good source, right? He remained faithful. He wasn't a dissenter. Okay, let's go to some information provided by Dan Vogel. His new book just came out. I've been reading it to add to this video. His book is called Charisma Under Pressure, Joseph Smith, American Prophet, 1831, 1839. 1831 to 1839. And this video is on 1838, so it covers my time period, so I'm going through it. So this is what Dan Vogel says. George Robinson, a Danite colonel, made an entry in Joseph Smith's journal about an August 1838 expedition from Caldwell County to Davis County to investigate reported mob violence against the Mormons, and that the expedition was led by all of the First Presidency. This military expedition, right, was led by all of the First Presidency, as well as Danite officers General Elias Higbee, General Sampson Avard, and Colonel Robinson, whose duty it is to command one regiment. All right, so here is more of the context of this Joseph Smith diary entry. It says, on this expedition, Presidents Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Hiram Smith went, which, of course, is all of the First Presidency. All right, some more commentary from Dan Vogel in his new book, Charisma Under Pressure. This passage demonstrates, the one that we just read, it demonstrates that Joseph Smith was not only familiar with the Danites, but he worked in coordination with them, making his subsequent attempt to distance himself from them unconvincing. And we're going to go through all that, his apologetics. Okay, back to John Corrill. At the second, or at least the last, Danite meeting that I attended, the presidency, to wit, Joseph Smith Jr., Hiram Smith, and Sidney Rigdon, and also George W. Robinson were there. All those were there at the second meeting that he went to. Okay, John Corrill continues. There was at this meeting a ceremony of introducing the officers of the Danite Society to the presidency, who pronounced blessings on each of them as introduced, exhorting to faithfulness in their calling, and they should have blessings. So Joseph Smith, the presidency, pronouncing blessings on their heads, I assume. So yeah, well aware of the Danites. Okay, John Corrill continues. After this, President Smith got up and made general remarks about, in substance, as follows: relating the oppressions that the society had suffered, be prepared for further events, I guess Joseph said, but he wished to do nothing unlawful, and if the people would let him alone, they would preach the gospel and live in peace. Okay, the testimony of Abner Scoville. This is in the Richmond hearing. You can see the source here. This is also in josephsmithpapers.org. I'm not sure who Abner was. Probably a Mormon guy who was a dissenter, right? So Abner says, Joseph Smith told the audience if the people would let him alone, he would conquer them by the sword of the Spirit. But if they would not let him alone, he would beat the plowshares into swords and their pruning hooks into spears and conquer them. In other words, go to war with them. Okay, Abner Scoville continues here in his testimony at the Richmond hearing. Soon after this, Joseph Smith said, "What do we care for the laws of the land, so long as there is no person to put them in force?" Okay, Scoville continues. Soon after the time that W. Phelps and Frederick G. Williams was baptized, about the last of June or July last, I heard Sidney Rigdon say in Far West that if Phelps or Williams apostatized again or set up against the government or kingdom of God, the Lord would kill them in a half an hour, or would put it into the hearts of the saints to kill them. That is, if they set up against Joseph Smith, against his kingdom of God, basically against the presidency. Okay, let's go to a little bit of testimony from W. Phelps in the Richmond hearing. Joseph Smith replied that the time had come when he should resist all law, and a plan of operations was agreed on. So Joseph Smith wanted to resist all law, and Phelps pictured above. Okay, more testimony from John Corrill. Towards the close, he, Joseph Smith, observed to the people that they should obey the presidency. That's what the church cares about, right? You obey the presidency. And if the presidency led them astray, they might destroy them. Okay, the testimony of Reed Peck. He also confirms this. I was present at one meeting when the officers of the society were presented and introduced to the First Presidency. Each officer received a blessing from them. That is the First Presidency. Each officer received a blessing from them. And Reed Peck continues here. Avard stated that he had procured the presidency to come there to show the society that what he was doing was according to their direction or will. Okay, Reed Peck continues here, Richmond hearing. And while there, the presidency approved of Avard's course in the society. Presidency approved of it. Dr. Avard, however, did not explain to the presidency what his teaching had been in the society. Well, this last part, Dan Vogel made a comment in his book, Charisma Under Pressure. He says that Peck could not have known this, but only surmised it. That is, that Dr. Avard, however, did not explain to the presidency what his teaching had been in the society. Okay, Reed Peck continues here in his testimony. I heard Joseph Smith Jr. in a public address say that he had a reverence for the Constitution of the United States and of this state, I guess the Constitution of Missouri, but as for the laws of this state of Missouri, he did not intend to regard them. He did not intend to regard them, nor care anything about them, as they were made by lawyers and blacklegs. So you can see Joseph Smith was very willing to go against the laws of the state. Okay, and Samson Avard's testimony is a little bit different. He says, I was continually in the society of the presidency, receiving instructions from them as to the teachings of my Danite band, and I continually informed them of my teachings, and they were well apprised of my course and teachings in the Danite society, and this is also my opinion. Okay, John Correll also corroborates Avard's statement. He says, it was my understanding that Dr. Avard's teachings in the Danite society proceeded from the presidency. Okay, let's go to some information from William Swartzel, who was actually a Danite in his book, Mormonism Exposed, 1840, so pretty early on. The meeting he's talking about here was held in Adirondack, Missouri on July 14, 1838. After the meeting adjourned, Brother Thayer said to me, Brother Swartzel, you should have been at the meeting. You should have heard all about the Danite business. For Brother Joseph Smith preached, and Brother Hiram and Brother Rigdon also preached. Okay, Swartzel continues talking about this meeting. The promised revelation said to have been received from heaven by Joseph Smith Jr. then was, or should have been, possessed by me, in order that I might be a man of God and a son of thunder. I guess that was one of the sayings that the Danites would say. Harold Schindler put out a book about Orrin Porter Rockwell. He was Joseph Smith's bodyguard and also a Danite, I believe. The subtitle is called Man of God, Son of Thunder, and he does a pretty extensive write-up about the Danites in here. Okay, William Swartzel, the Danite, continues. Joseph Smith Jr. preached to us, the Danites, I guess, for some time on the subject. Which words I do not recollect, but he told us what we must do on certain occasions, etc. All right, Swartzel continues, same source here. After the administration of the oath, he, the high priest, charged us to prove faithful in whatever I commit to your trust, come life or come death. Though you should be brought before the mouth of the enemy's cannon, you must not attempt to run away or falter in your duty or betray the trust reposed. Trying to create soldiers out of these Danites. Okay, William Swartzel continues with his description of this Danite meeting. All right, no matter what might be the consequences, or you will be shot down by your own officers. If one should run away, he might betray the Danites, and if any of you should run away and betray this trust which is committed to you, though he should run 5,000 miles distant, the destroying angels will pursue him," in other words, the Danites, "and they will take his life, have him shot privately, so that it may not be found out or known to men." That's pretty dark stuff. All right, Dan Vogel talks about William Schwartzel in his book, Charisma Under Pressure. He says, William Schwartzel mentioned Joseph Smith's presence at 2, possibly 3 Danite meetings in Adamondiaman. So again, Schwartzel mentions Joseph Smith's presence at 2 and possibly 3 Danite meetings. Okay, Justice Morse affidavit, March 23rd, 1887, LDS Archives. Copy is in the H. Michael Marquardt papers at the University of Utah, Marriott Library Manuscripts Division. So Justice Morse, a Mormon guy, I guess, who was at these Danite meetings, says, Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, and Hiram Smith were present frequently. They were present frequently at our Danite meetings and were cognizant of what was going on. Okay, a statement here from the Mormon Anson Call. Statement to B.H. Roberts of the First Council of 70 and John M. Whittaker, the council's secretary, December 30, 1885. Utah State Historical Society. This is also in Quinn's book. On June 17, 1838, First Counselor Sidney Rigdon preached his salt sermon as a warning that Mormon dissenters would be cast out and trodden under the foot of men. All right, Sidney Rigdon's salt sermon. He may be referring to D&C 103, revelation given to Joseph Smith in 1834. Which goes like this, but inasmuch as they keep not my commandments, and hearken not to observe all my words, the kingdoms of the world shall prevail against them. For they were set to be a light unto the world, and to be the saviors of men. And inasmuch as they are not the saviors of men, they are as salt that has lost its savor, and is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and trodden under the foot of men. Okay, so what did Sidney Rigdon say in this salt sermon? Well, Reed Peck will give us an idea in his Reed Peck manuscript. Quincy Adams City, Illinois, September 18, 1839, so pretty early on. You can actually find this whole manuscript or this whole document in Wikisource. Under just Reed Peck manuscript. Very fascinating manuscript. Does not paint the First Presidency and the Church in a very favorable light. And if you have the time, I would recommend reading the whole thing. So, according to Reed Peck, this is what Sidney Rigdon said. If the county cannot be freed of these men, these are the dissenters, if they cannot be freed of these men in any other way, I will assist to trample them down. Wow. We will trample the dissenters down. Or we will erect a gallows on the square of Far West and hang them. Wow. We are going to hang the dissenters, hang them up, as they did the gamblers at Vicksburg. And it would be an act at which the angels would smile with approbation. Kind of leading into, Brigham Young's blood atonement ideas and doctrine. All right, Reed Peck manuscript continues here, this time quoting Joseph Smith. Of course, the Tanners put this out a long time ago. You can see pictured above. The Reed Peck manuscript, an important document written in 1839 concerning the Mormon War in Missouri and the Danite Band. So, once again, the Tanners ahead of the pack on a lot of things and getting documents released. All right, so this is supposedly what Joseph Smith said. I don't want the brethren to act unlawfully, but will tell them one thing. Judas was a traitor, and instead of hanging himself, was hung by Peter. What's Joseph insinuating here? Hanging these dissenters? Okay, statement and testimony from Morris Phelps, a Mormon, and I believe he went on a mission. Same Richmond hearing here, and he's pictured above. He's talking about Rigdon and his salt sermon. So he says, Rigdon, in speaking of dissenters who were unwilling to fight the mobs, said that they ought to be pitched upon their horses with pitchforks and bayonets and forced into the front of the battle. You don't want that to happen, right? So you don't want to be a dissenter. And their property should be confiscated to the use of the army. So pretty high stakes here. Pretty hard to go against the presidency. Pretty hard to go against what Rigdon wants here. They'll put you in the front of the battle and you'll be killed, and or all your property confiscated by the church. Okay, the testimony of W.W. Phelps at the Richmond hearing. He's pictured above. As early as April last, at a meeting in Far West of 9 or 12 persons, Mr. Rigdon arose and made an address to them, salt sermon, in which he spoke of having borne persecutions and lawsuits and other privations, and did not intend to be a victim any longer. All right, W.W. Phelps, one of the more famous people in the church. Another picture of him above. They meant to resist the law, I guess the Danites and their militia. They meant to resist the law, and if a sheriff came after them with writs, I guess lawsuits or whatever, with writs, they would kill him, kill the sheriff. And if anybody opposed them, they would take off their heads. Violent here, right? Militancy. And W.W. Phelps continues. He says George W. Harris, who was present at the salt sermon, observed, "You mean their head of influence, I suppose." So kind of trying to soften it, right? Their head of influence. Rigdon answered that he meant that this was the lump of flesh and bones called the skull or the scalp. So he gets very direct. No, it's not the head of influence. This is the head and your skull that sits on top of your shoulders, right? We are going to cut it off. Okay, W.W. Phelps continues. He says that Joseph Smith Jr. followed Mr. Rigdon, followed his salt sermon, approving of his sentiments. Joseph Smith approved the salt sermon. And Joseph Smith said that was what they intended to do, with what Rigdon was saying. Both of them, in their remarks, observed that they meant to have the words of the presidency to be as good and undisputed as the words of God. This is where you get into a lot of danger and trouble, right? When the words of a man are undisputed as the words of God, so that you basically just have to do whatever they say, and that no one should speak against what they said. Again, another picture above of W.W. Phelps. All right, let's go to an account from William Harris, who was a Mormon and became a dissenter. Put out a pamphlet called Mormonism Portrayed, 1841, or might be a book, I'm not sure. He says, Sidney Rigdon preached his famous salt sermon. He informed the Mormons that the church was the salt, that the dissenters were the salt that had lost its savor, and that they were literally to be trodden under the feet of the church. Was trodden under our feet, these dissenters, until their bowels should be gushed out. That was a penalty in the early Mormon temple ceremony, right? Bowels should be gushed out. And then it had remnants, I think, up until 1990. Okay, so one thing you learn when you're a Mormon is you do not criticize the leaders of the church. This goes all the way back to 1839 and even before this, right? We're going back here to the Reed Peck manuscript. In the forepart of July, the brother of Gideon, or otherwise known as Jared Carter, his real name, who was a captain general of the Danites, having complained to Joseph Smith of some observations made by Sidney Rigdon in the Salt Sermon, was tried for finding fault with one of the presidency. You cannot complain against the First Presidency. You will be tried for finding fault with one of the presidency and deprived of your station. And Elias Higbee was appointed in his stead. This kind of stuff still goes on today, you know. You know, if you're a BYU professor, let's say, and you start saying something against the current First Presidency, you're not going to have your job long. All right, you can get in big trouble for criticizing the First Presidency. We've read quite a few statements. You can even be put to death. Reed Peck comments on this in his manuscript. Jared Carter, his punishment, according to the principles of the Danites, should have been death. In the evening after the trial, D.B. Huntington stated that Joseph declared during the examination that he should have cut Carter's throat on the spot if he had been alone when he made the complaint. Huntington also said that on his trial, Carter came within a finger point of losing his head. So who knows if Joseph Smith ever did this, cut somebody's head off. But sounds like he got close, maybe, if you're to believe this. D.B. Huntington stated that Joseph declared during the examination that he should have cut Carter's throat on the spot. And you can see kind of here where Brigham Young is getting his ideas and doctrines for blood atonement. Okay, statement from Reed Peck and John Clementson at the Richmond hearing. He, Joseph Smith, said that he approved of Mr. Rigdon's salt sermon and called it a good sermon. So it wasn't just Rigdon that was militant here. Joseph Smith approved of the salt sermon and called it good. They also talk about this salt that has lost its savor in Matthew 5:13. You can see above. You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt has become tasteless, how can it be made salty again? It is no longer good for anything except to be thrown out and trampled under the foot by men. And this is what the Danites were supposed to do to traitors and dissenters. Trample them under the feet, trample them under the foot by men. Okay, a little bit of information from B.H. Roberts about this salt sermon in his Comprehensive History of the Church, Volume 1, 1930. The salt sermon speech was carefully prepared, written before delivery, in fact, and read by other presiding elders in the church before its delivery. So maybe Joseph Smith and maybe Hiram Smith and maybe others. It was carefully prepared, written before delivery, and we know from other statements that Joseph Smith approved of it. So, okay, B.H. Roberts continues. Joseph Smith in his journal speaks of the salt sermon approvingly, and in the Elder's Journal, a newspaper, of which he was the editor, and in the editorial columns under his name, the speech is approvingly recommended to the saints. So Joseph Smith probably approved of the salt sermon. Okay, a statement in the Times and Seasons newspaper, April 1840, about this salt sermon. A few days after the oration, so Sidney Rigdon's salt sermon, the thunder rolled in awful majesty over the city of Far West. The arrows of lightning fell from the clouds and slivered the Liberty Pole from top to bottom. See picture above for an example. Thus manifesting to many that there was an end to liberty and law in that state. Becoming more militant, right? End of liberty and law. Okay, Ebenezer Robinson talked about this event of the lightning hitting the pole in The Return, October 1889, a late account. So Robinson wrote that the lightning's destruction of the Liberty Pole, which had been erected in the town square for the celebration, struck dismay into the hearts of some, but he continued, we were told at the time that Joseph Smith Jr. walked over the splinters and prophesied that as he walked over the splinters, so we will trample our enemies under our feet. Didn't happen. Maybe for a short period of time. Didn't really happen, though. They, like I said, kicked out of Far West, told to get out of Far West, told to get out of Missouri, and eventually had to go way west out to the Utah Territory. So a little bit of trampling over the enemies, which we'll show and we'll get to, but ultimately, I'd say the prophecy failed. And here is somebody trying to trample a serpent, right, a poisonous snake. Okay, the Mormon writer Oliver Huntington in his diary talks about this event as well in 1875. His diary's in the special collections at BYU. You can see the pole pictured above getting hit by lightning. You can see the splinters that it causes. All right, so according to Oliver, Joseph Smith looked at the scene and his face shone white as snow. They love to do that, like transfigurations, right? His face turned white as snow as he said, and this is Joseph Smith speaking, "Thus saith the Lord, as this pole has been shivered into atoms, so shall this nation be shivered. And as I walk over these slivers, so will I walk over the ashes of my enemies." Well, what did I say? They got kicked out of Far West. All right, let's talk about a letter here. I first heard about this in Quinn's book, Origins of Power. It's also in the Joseph Smith Papers Project. Appendix 1, Letter to Oliver Cowdery and Others. Turns out it's 80 other Danites. Circa June 17th, 1838. So you can go there, Joseph Smith Papers, and read it. Quinn says, the next day, second counselor Hiram Smith and his uncle John Smith, John was assistant counselor in the First Presidency, these two joined with Danite leader Samson Avard as the first signer, and then 80 other Danites also signed in a threatening letter to Oliver Cowdery, David Whitmer, John Whitmer, Lyman E. Johnson, and W.W. Phelps, all who had become dissenters. So there's this threatening letter to them from the Danites. Okay, the Danites warned these dissenters to depart, or a more fatal calamity shall befall you. Death, maybe? Okay, Ebenezer Robinson, one of the signers, later wrote that all the signers were members of the recently organized Danite military organization. This in Ebenezer Robinson's The Return, which came out in October 1889, also February 1890, it looks like here. And Ebenezer Robinson was told in June of 1838 that the document itself was gotten up in the office of the First Presidency. Okay, Avard specified that Rigdon wrote the text of this Danite warning. Rigdon is known for writing other things, some other scriptures. I even did a video that maybe Sidney Rigdon and Solomon Spaulding wrote the Book of Mormon, as you can see as pictured above. Okay, the manual, Church History in the Fullness of Times, page 191, describes this as an unauthorized document signed by 84 church members, and it pointedly ordered the apostates to leave the county or face serious consequences. Unauthorized document, eh? Well, Ebenezer Robinson said it was authorized by the First Presidency, so. Okay, let's go to a letter by Orson Hyde. He was an apostle at this time. October 21st, 1844, in the Nauvoo Neighbor, December 4th, 1844. Regarding this Danite expulsion of prominent Mormon dissenters, Counselor Sidney Rigdon told Apostle Orson Hyde at Far West that it was the imperative duty of the church to obey the word of Joseph Smith or the presidency without question or inquiry. This is according to Sidney Rigdon, I guess. You got to obey Joseph Smith and the presidency without question or inquiry, and that if there were any that would not, they should have their throats cut from ear to ear, kind of like in the temple ceremony. Okay, the testimony of Benjamin Slade, November 1838, regarding Sidney Rigdon's statement in October 1838. Benjamin Slade, a lifelong Mormon, soon testified that Rigdon carried out that threat shortly thereafter. Carried it out. Yesterday a man had slipped his wind. Couldn't breathe anymore, right? And was thrown into the bush. Rigdon told a closed-door meeting of Mormon men, apparently Danites, and added, the man that lisps it, or mentions this, shall die. Slipped his wind, couldn't breathe anymore. Okay, another sermon from Sidney Rigdon in the First Presidency. April 6, 1844, manuscript compiled by Thomas Bullock on April 24th, 1844, LDS Archives. Sidney Rigdon also publicly preached that there are men standing in your midst that you can't do anything with them, but cut their throat and bury them. And here's what you do in the temple ceremony, at least prior to 1990. All right, a passage in Joseph Smith's diary, June 1838. I'm sure you can read this in the Joseph Smith Papers Project. Speaking of prominent dissidents who received the death threat in June, Joseph Smith's scriptory book, which is his diary, it noted these men took warning, and soon they were seen bounding over the prairie like the scapegoat to carry off their own sins. So Joseph Smith, First Presidency, warns them, sends out this letter. These men took warning and took off. Okay, let's go to another account from John Whitmer. He put out a history called the Book of John Whitmer from 1838 to 1847. This is also on the josephsmithpapers.org project. So a lot of these documents available and put out there by the church. In the Joseph Smith Papers, it's called the John Whitmer History, 1831, circa 1847. So John Whitmer says Joseph Smith Jr. and Sidney Rigdon and Hiram Smith, their First Presidency, all three of them, moved their families to this place, far west Missouri, in the spring of 1838. As soon as they came here, they began to enforce their new organized plan, the Danites, which caused dissensions and difficulties, threatenings, and even murders. That's pretty crazy. There was even murders, according to John Whitmer. Okay, John Whitmer continues. He's pictured above. He says, Joseph Smith called a council of the leaders together, in which council he stated that any person who said a word against the heads of the church, First Presidency, they should be driven over these prairies as a chased deer by a pack of hounds. And Joseph Smith said something similar in his diary, right? This having an allusion to the Gideonites, as they were then termed, to justify themselves in their wicked designs. All right, John Whitmer continues here in the Book of John Whitmer. Remember, he's one of the dissenters mentioned in the threatening letter signed by the 84 Mormons and Mormon leaders. The Book of John Whitmer, also published as a book called An Early Latter-day Saint History by McKernan and Lonius were the editors. It came out in 1980. So it's another source you can look at, but it's free on the Joseph Smith papers now. So John Whitmer says, while we were gone, Joseph and Rigdon and their band of Gadiantons kept up a guard and watched our houses. Joseph Smith and Rigdon watching their houses. They abused our families and threatened them. They threatened them if they were not gone by morning, they would be drove out. And they threatened our lives if they, the Danites, ever saw us in far west. So scary stuff to be a dissenter, right? And then they're kicking them out of town, kicking them out of far west. All right, Richard Baines also mentions this Book of John Whitmer and John Whitmer's accounts here in his book, One Nation Under Gods, 2002. Really good book. I'd recommend that one to anybody. Trying to learn more about the church, any ex-Mormons. So John Whitmer continues, and I guess this is what Baines is saying. The Danites systematically went to each of the dissenters' homes, turned their families out into the wilderness, and seized all of their property, including personal possessions, clothing, and furniture. So really sucked to be an apostate back in this time, 1838. Okay, Fawn Brody was aware of this, and she put it in her book as well, No Man Knows My History, 1945. The Danites had surrounded their homes, these are the dissenters, ordered their wives to pack their blankets and leave the county immediately, and threatened death to anyone who returned to Far West. So they became refugees, right? They had been robbed, according to John Whitmer, of all their goods, save bedding and clothes. Okay, the Mormon writer Leland H. Gentry mentions this in his BYU dissertation, 1965, called History of the Latter-day Saints in Northern Missouri from 1836 to 1839. I think it was published as a book, too, as pictured above. Gentry says the method chosen by the Latter-day Saints to rid themselves of their dissenting brethren was unfortunate, since it furnished the dissenters with further proof that the saints were inimical to law and order. Okay, let's go to some more testimony by Avard, and also George M. Hinkle gave similar testimony at the Richmond hearing. Danite organizer Samson Avard testified in court that Joseph Smith compared the Mormon church to the little stone spoken of by the prophet Daniel, and the dissenters first and the state next was part of the image that should be destroyed by this little stone. Dissenters should be destroyed by this kingdom of God rolling like a stone. State of Missouri would be destroyed. Didn't really happen, right? The Mormons were the ones that were kicked out. Okay, let's go to some more testimony by Reed Peck. In that council, Avard said that an arrangement was made to dispose of the dissenters, that all the head officers of the Danite band should have a list of the dissenters, both here and in Kirtland. Harold B. Lee gave a statement in General Conference, October 1947. He was an apostle at the time. He says, I want to bear testimony that no apostate who ever left this church ever prospered as an influence in his community thereafter. So this kind of rhetoric has kind of continued down all the way, to Harold B. Lee in 1947 and beyond that. Nobody's ever prospered as an influence in his community. Well, what about Jacinda R. Dern? She's an apostate ex-Mormon and New Zealand's prime minister, and a lot of people think she's been a very effective leader. Okay, Reed Peck continues here in his testimony. And said Avard, I will tell you how I will do with them. When I meet one damning the presidency, I can damn them as well as he. And if he wanted to drink, he would get a bowl of brandy and get them half drunk. And then what? All right, Reed Peck continues with his testimony. This is what Avard was talking about. And taking him by the arms after he'd been drinking, and would take him to the woods or brush, and said he into their guts in a minute, and put them under the sod. What? Stab them with a knife into their guts in a minute and put them under the sod. Kill them. He gave this as an example of the way that they should be disposed of. Okay, a little statement here from Quinn. The First Presidency had virtually dared the Missourians to try to stop the Mormons from exercising their civil liberties. Okay, let's go to a different sermon by Sidney Rigdon. Oration delivered by Mr. S. Rigdon on the 4th of July, 1838, Far West, Missouri, Elders Journal's Office, 1838. Title page pictured above here. It shall be between us and them a war of extermination, between us and the Missouri citizens. Counselor Rigdon warned, for we will follow them till the last drop of their blood is spilled, or else they will have to exterminate us. All right, Ebenezer Robinson, the clerk of the High Council in Far West, recounted decades later that when Rigdon concluded, Joseph Smith led off with the shout of Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna. Joseph Smith basically agreeing with Rigdon. Hosanna is an expression of adoration, praise, or joy. They still do it, I think. Here's President Russell M. Nelson, the current president of the church, And I think they, in General Conference, they do this thing called the Hosanna Shout. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna to God and the Lamb. Okay, Robinson also recalled that the speech was a carefully prepared document previously written and well understood by the First Presidency, suggesting that Joseph Smith was involved in the speech's production. And this speech is also in the Joseph Smith Papers, Appendix 3, Discourse circa July 4th, 1838. And you can see the title page, Oration by Mr. S. Rigdon. All right, statement in the Elder's Journal, I guess a newspaper, August 1838. Joseph Smith published this Independence Day talk as a pamphlet, advertised it in the church periodical, Elder's Journal, I guess, and explained that Rigdon's sermon expressed the fixed determinations of the saints in relation to the persecutors, for to be mobbed any more without taking vengeance we will not. Church is going to take vengeance. Okay, some more information from Quinn. Non-Mormons were determined to prevent Mormons from voting in Davis County, which resulted in violence at the county seat of Gallatin. And Will Bagley talks about this as well. Bad blood came to a head at Davis County election on August 6, 1838, when 300 Missourians confronted LDS voters at the small town of Gallatin. Okay, Bagley continues, this from his book, Blood of the Prophets. A Mormon gave the Danite sign of distress, and 8 comrades grabbed oak heart clubs. They grabbed oak heart clubs, so I imagine those are pretty hard, and used them to beat the non-Mormons. In the battle, which was spirited but short in duration, John D. Lee wrote that 9 men had their skulls broken. Ouch. The triumphant Mormons voted and then dispersed, according to Bagley. All right, the lifelong Mormon John L. Butler made a statement about this situation of the voting in the Journal History of the Church. I would like to get a hold of this. It's from 1830 to 1972, 246 reels, microforms or microfilm in the Marriott Library, and this for August 6, 1838. Love to get my hands on this. I think it was released on a whole bunch of DVDs, but only libraries got it. So here the University of Utah Library got it. But I want it. They should put that online somehow. Anyway, John L. Butler says, the first thing that came to my mind was the covenants entered into by the Danites. He rallied the dozen other Mormons by shouting, "Oh yes, you Danites, here is a job for us." All right, Quinn comments about this again. Although there were no fatalities, this election day battle, quote unquote, between self-professed Danites and anti-Mormons started a virtual civil war that engulfed 4 Missouri counties. All right, a statement from Sidney Rigdon, according to William Swartzel in his book, Mormonism Exposed. Now we, as the people of God, do declare and decree by the great Jehovah, the eternal and omnipotent God, that sits upon his vast and everlasting throne beyond that ethereal blue. We will bathe our swords in the vital blood of the Missourians, or die in the attempt. All this war rhetoric. Okay, let's go to a statement from Lumen A. Shirtliff, manuscript autobiography, August 1838, LDS Archives. In describing the security arrangements of these times, loyal Mormon Lumen A. Shirtliff revealed that Joseph Smith was also a Danite. Shirtliff pictured above. Remember, Lyman White said that he ordained Joseph Smith into the Danites. Okay, same source here. In between 2 discussions of Danite signs and passwords and the Danite countersign, Shirtliff's manuscript autobiography noted how the church president gave the necessary countersign as he approached Shirtliff, who was the night sentry. So, according to Shirtlift here, Joseph Smith knew the signs and the passwords. He knew the countersign. So, therefore, he would be a Danite. Okay, a little bit further in his narrative, Shirtlift added that while he was on guard duty with newly appointed Apostle John Taylor, I did not feel at liberty to use any signs or password because Brother Taylor was not a Danite. Okay, statement from Quinn. In retaliation for raids against isolated Mormon farms, Mormon forces, primarily, if not exclusively Danites, pillaged 2 non-Mormon towns. Like, stole everything. All right, let's go back to Hartley in his book, My Best for the Kingdom. There is no question, writes the BYU professor William G. Hartley, see picture above, the Latter-day Saint Rangers burned buildings at Millport and Gallatin, including the U.S. Post Office and the county treasurer's office. Probably immoral, right? And then we have the Mormon historian B.H. Roberts denying this, so basically lying. This can be found in the History of the Church, Volume 3. Gallatin was not burned, nor were the records of the county court, if they were destroyed at all, destroyed by the saints. We have a lot of evidence for this, that Gallatin was burned by Mormons, so we'll get to that. Okay, and then Quinn talks about Hartley. He says, Hartley's effort on page 42 fails in defining Danite atrocities as wartime military actions. They weren't. When in fact Danite acts of arson, vandalism, and robbery were what they appeared to be, clearly crimes. His quotes. All right, a statement here by historian John J. Hammond. He says, there is plenty of testimony that there was widespread arson and looting in Davis and Livingston counties beginning on October 17th, 1838. Gallatin was in Davis County. And he says there was widespread arson and looting, but it was mostly Mormons who were guilty of it, and in doing so, they clearly were acting under the authorization of Joseph Jr. and Sidney Rigdon. So this comes from Hammond's book, The Mormon Expulsion from Missouri, Danite Repression and Militarism, 2014. It's an excellent book. First thing I would recommend to read would be Stephen C. LeSueur's book, then this one. This one goes into a lot of depth. It's a long book, a long account. He counters a lot of the apologetics by people like Bushman, which we'll get to somewhat in this video. But yeah, highly recommend this. Okay, Quinn talks a little bit more in The Origins of Power. These Mormon crimes may have been understandable responses to even more savage attacks, but the retaliation was illegal by any definition. Should God's church really be doing illegal acts? Okay, Quinn continues. Worse, the Danites targeted a class of individuals who were non-Mormons rather than the specific perpetrators of the attacks for which Mormons sought revenge. And this has happened more than once. I believe it happened with the Mountain Meadows Massacre as well. Okay, I believe this is from Quinn as well, talking about the Thomas B. Marsh and Orson Hyde affidavits of October 24th, 1838. Horrified by what was happening, the Quorum of the Twelve's president, Thomas B. Marsh, prepared a formal affidavit against these Mormon depredations, for which he was excommunicated and classed as an apostate. You can find out about this in the History of the Church, where Joseph Smith comments on their apostate status. Also in History of the Church, Volume 4, Hyde's remorseful reconciliation and restoration in the church. Okay, Marsh's co-signer was Apostle Orson Hyde, who remorsefully returned to the church within a year and received again his position in the 12. Okay, Quinn continues. Danites who maintained lifelong loyalty to the LDS Church later wrote of what they did to the defenseless Gentiles, quote unquote, during this Mormon war, quote unquote, because it really wasn't a war, in Missouri. All right, Quinn continues. For example, 20-year-old Benjamin F. Johnson participated in a raid that Danite Captain Cornelius P. Lott led against an isolated settlement, and pictured above is Benjamin Johnson. All right, so let's get to Benjamin F. Johnson's account. It's in a book called My Life's Review, 1947. My sympathies were drawn toward the women and children, but I would in no degree let them deter me from my duty. All right, Benjamin continues. While others were pillaging for something to carry away, I was doing my best to protect as far as possible the lives and comfort of the non-Mormon families who were dependent on getting away upon horseback. Okay, Benjamin continues. While others were doing the burning and the plunder, my mission was of mercy so far as duty would permit. All right, going to the Gospel Topics essay, Peace and Violence Among 19th Century Latter-day Saints, came out in 2014. This is put out by the church. Mormon vigilantes, including many Danites, raided 2 towns believed to be centers of anti-Mormon activity, burning homes and stealing goods. So that's quite the admission for the church. They burned homes and stole goods. One of those was Gallatin. Okay, Benjamin continues. Of course, I made enemies at home among fellow Mormons and became more known by those who were our avowed enemies, because he kind of felt sorry for them and helped them. And Benjamin continues, before noon, we had set all the houses and barns on fire and left upon a circuitous route toward home. Okay, let's go to the Mormon Oliver B. Huntington Manuscript Autobiography, Book 1, Lee Library. Oliver B. Huntington, pictured above, offered no apology, and this lifelong Mormon wrote decades later that he and other Danites had the privilege of retaking as much as they took from us. So it's like quid pro quo, right? You do this and then I'll do this. Okay, Oliver B. Huntington continues. And sometimes the property of Gentiles who had been friendly to their Mormon neighbors was plundered by the Mormons who did not know them. Okay, let's see what Reed Peck says in his manuscript in 1839. On Thursday, October 18th, pursuant to an arrangement made the evening before by Joseph and Hiram Smith and Lyman White, Apostle David W. Patton, at the head of 40 men, made a descent on Gallatin, the county seat of Davis County, burned the only store in the place, and brought the goods to Diamond, that's Adamon Diamond, and consecrated them to the Bishop Joseph. This was pursuant to an arrangement made the evening before by Joseph and Hiram Smith and Lyman White. So that's interesting that they went into Gallatin, burned the store, and brought the goods to Diamond. Pictured above, I believe, Lyman White on the left and Apostle David W. Patton on the right. All right, Reed Peck continues. Having taught that the ancient order of things had returned, and the time had arrived for the riches of the Gentiles to be consecrated to the house of Israel, which, of course, were the Mormons, right? How Mormons think that the house of Israel is kind of weird. All right, so Reed Peck describes the plunder, the consecrated property. A company of 50 men called the First Company, commanded by Captain Dunhaw, made their triumphal entry into Diamond, laden with feather beds, quilts, clothes, clocks, and all varieties of light furniture taken from the deserted dwellings. Plunder. Okay, Reed Peck continues here in his manuscript. The Fur Company and those parties were constantly bringing in plunder and reducing the dwellings to ashes of these non-Mormons. And for 10 days the Mormons were employed in this way without opposition, pillaging houses, harvesting the corn, and collecting the horses, cattle, and hogs of the frightened citizens. Okay, the historian Stephen C. LeSueur confirms all of this in his book, The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri, 1987. First thing you should read. Mormon soldiers, finding themselves in possession of the town of Gallatin, looted the small shops, piling the clothes, bedding, and other merchandise in the street, and men loaded the plunder on their horses and wagons to haul back to Diamond. Before leaving, they set fire to the town. And this is from a Mormon writer. Okay, another statement from John Corrill in his Brief History of the Church, 1839. It appeared to me also that the love of pillage grew upon them very fast, for they plundered every kind of property that they could get a hold of, and burnt many cabins in Davis County, Gallatin. Some say 80, and some say 150. All right, and the editors of the Joseph Smith Papers Project admit some of this in a footnote 133 in John Corrill's history, which is on the site, the Joseph Smith Papers Project site. So what do these editors say? They say current scholarship estimates that between 25 and 50 Davis County buildings were burned by the Latter-day Saints. So that's their estimate. Okay, what does Bushman say? In Gallatin, the company under David Patton removed the goods from Stoling Store and the building was burned. A tailor shop received similar treatment. Elsewhere, about 50 buildings were burned. Okay, what does Lasua say about this? Altogether, the Mormons burned about 50 cabins and stores and drove 100 non-Mormon families from their homes. Okay, back to Reed Peck. Some of the Mormons engaged in this affair said it was a revelation from Joseph Smith that every house in the county should be burned, excepting those in Diamond. And that didn't happen, though. Okay, the writer Brandon G. Kinney, he put out a book called The Mormon War, Zion and the Missouri Extermination Order of 1838, which came out in 2011. So Kinney says the scene around the Davis County was one of devastation. This is where Gallatin was. With the exception of Adam-on-Diamond, all non-Mormon communities had been sacked and burnt to ashes. This done by the Mormons. Okay, Brandon G. Kinney continues. People were without houses. They were without their houses, without beds, furniture, or even clothing, all in the face of unusually cold temperatures. General Wilson said that he was shocked at the sheer brutality of the scene. And this is all done by Mormons. And I guess General Wilson made a comment. He says, these Mormons have acted more like demons from the infernal regions than human beings. All right, so let's go over some apologetics by the prophet Joseph Smith himself in the History of the Church, Volume 3. Joseph says, about this time, William Morgan, sheriff of Davis County, Samuel Bogart, Colonel William P. Peniston, Dr. Samuel Venable, Jonathan J. Dryden, James Stone, and Thomas J. Martin made communications or affidavits of the most inflammatory kind, charging upon the Mormons those depredations which had been committed by the mob, but maybe not by the Mormons? All right, Joseph Smith continues. He says the anti-Mormon Missourians were the ones who burned their own houses. We know this is not true from stuff that we've already read and more stuff that we will read. So the prophet Joseph Smith continues here with his apologetics. Endeavoring thereby to raise the anger of those in authority, rallying a sufficient force around their standard, and produce a total overthrow, massacre, or banishment of the Mormons from the state of Missouri. These and their associates were the ones who fired their own houses. These people burned their own houses and then fled the county, or they fled the country, crying fire and murder. But what he's insinuating here is that the Mormons didn't do it. The Mormons didn't burn Gallatin in Davis County, etc. All right, Joseph Smith continues here. The mob, seeing that they could not succeed by force, now resorted to stratagem, and after removing their property out of their houses, which were nothing but log cabins, they fired them They burned their own houses or burned their own cabins, and then reported to the authorities of the state that the Mormons were burning and destroying all before them. But it really wasn't the Mormons, right? They were burning their own houses. All right, so B.H. Roberts goes along with this line of thinking by Joseph Smith. He was the editor of this history, Volume 3, and this is what he says in the footnote. Footnote 1 on page 164 in Volume 3. It was a cunning piece of diabolism which prompted the mob of Davis County to set fire to their own log cabins, destroy some of their own property, and then charge the crime to the saints. But like I said, this is not what happened. Okay, Hiram Smith seems to back up Joseph Smith. He was in the First Presidency, and the brother of Joseph Smith, of course. This in the Times and Seasons, Volume 4, July 1st, 1843. And pictured above, we have Hiram and Joseph. Hiram says the mob started up a new plan. They went to work and moved their families. They moved their families out of the county and set fire to their houses. And not being able to incense the Mormons to commit crimes, which we know they did commit, they had recourse to this stratagem to set their houses on fire and send runners into all the counties adjacent to declare to the people that the Mormons had burnt up their houses and destroyed their fields. But according to Hiram, the Mormons really didn't do it, right? The Missourians burnt their own houses, which doesn't make a whole hell of a lot of sense. Okay, let's go to some more lies by Hiram Smith. Many people came to see. They saw the houses burning, and being filled with prejudice, they could not be made to believe but that the Mormons set them on fire, which deed was most diabolical and of the blackest kind. For indeed the Mormons did not set them on fire, nor meddle with their houses or their fields. But, according to really good historians in this area, like Stephen C. Lesua, the Mormons did do the burning, and we have a lot of testimony in the Richmond hearing. Mormons did do the burning. All right, so let's get to some statements by Stephen C. Lesua in the 1838 Mormon War in Missouri book. It came out in 1987 on the University of Missouri Press. Many Mormons subsequently denied that their people committed any crimes, contending instead that Davis settlers, in hopes of inciting the public against the saints, set fire to their own homes and then reported that the Mormons had done it. Okay, Stephen C. Lesua continues. Evidence from the reminiscences of loyal Mormons contradicts these claims and confirms the reports that the Mormons were driving settlers from their homes, plundering and burning. All right, Stephen continues, same source. Mormon soldiers carried out these activities with the knowledge and approval of their leaders. Joseph Smith, Sidney Rigdon, Hiram Smith gave approval to these burnings, etc. The hogs, cattle, grain, and abundant spoils were deposited at Diamond in full view of all. Consecrated goods, right? Went to the bishop's storehouse. All right, Stephen continues, same source. Many Mormon soldiers believed that they were not really stealing if they deposited their plunder in the common storehouse for the use of all the saints. They believed their pillaging was divinely sanctioned, which I think there's examples of that in the Bible. All right, a statement here from Samson Avard in History of the Church, Volume 3, page 180. Know ye not, brethren, that it will soon be your privilege to take your respective companies and go out on a scout on the borders of the settlements and take to yourselves spoils of the goods of the ungodly Gentiles. Take their spoils. Okay, Avard continues, for it is written, the riches of the Gentiles shall be consecrated to my people, the house of Israel, and thus you will waste away the Gentiles by robbing and plundering them of their property, and in this way we will build up the kingdom of God. Okay, so where would Samson Avard get such an idea that we should be plundering these Missourians? He got it from Joseph Smith. In fact, Joseph Smith put it into a scripture in the Book of Commandments. This was a revelation received at Kirtland, Ohio, February 9th, 1831. So this was like 7 years earlier. So I guess this had been in effect for at least 7 years, up until the Missouri time period, 1838. Book of Commandments 4739. You can find this on the Joseph Smith papers as well. They have the original edition of the Doctrine and Covenants, basically. It's in the section of Law and Covenants, Book B, Church History Library, or you can just go to the josephsmithpapers.org. All right, so let's read what it says here. This is the revelation from Joseph Smith. For it shall come to pass, that which I spake by the mouth of my prophets shall be fulfilled. For I will consecrate the riches of the Gentiles unto my people, which are of the house of Israel. What does that mean? Consecrate the riches of the Gentiles unto my people. Basically, plundering, taking their riches of the Gentiles, the non-Mormons, the anti-Mormons, the Missourians, taking their riches and giving them to the Mormons, because the Mormons are of the house of Israel, right? Which doesn't really make any sense to me, but the Mormons thought they were of the house of Israel. It's interesting to note that in modern editions of the Doctrine and Covenants, this scripture was completely changed. Go and see D&C 4239. That's the updated edition of Book of Commandments 4739. Okay, so let's talk some more about plundering and the spoils of war, which this really wasn't a war. A lot of historians put it in quotes, right? The Mormon War of 1838 in Missouri, in quotes, Mormon War. This is from Phineas Richards to Wealthy Richards, I guess in a letter, January 21st, 1839, so very early on. Phineas pictured above. According to Phineas Richards, the elders went at it and drove the mob by the hundreds, hunted them from every valley and from every secret place. They fled like wind. I guess that is the Missourians, the mob, as the Mormons like to call them. Leaving their cannon and many other valuable things behind, which were taken as spoil, right? Spoils of war, plunder. All right, this actually shows up in a Mormon book put out by Bookcraft in 1974. A book by Hiram L. Andrus and Helen May Andrus, the compilers of the book. They knew the prophet. I don't think I had heard of this book before. Hiram Andrus has written a lot of other books, too, that are somewhat interesting about the millennium, etc. But this is a statement from James B. Bracken, Sr. So James Bracken, also a devout Mormon, acknowledged that during 1838, which is the time period we're talking about, some of the brethren did things that they should not have done, such as appropriating to their own use things that did not belong to them. Why did they do it? Joseph Smith told them to do it. There's even a scripture about it. Okay, an affidavit from Justice Morse, March 23rd, 1887, LDS Archives, so a late account. It's in the H. Michael Marquardt papers at the Marriott Library. Justice Morse had listened to Joseph Smith authorize a Danite meeting, apparently after the Gallatin fight, to suck the milk of the Gentiles. What does that mean? Well, it means basically the same thing as that scripture meant. Consecrate the riches of the Gentiles to the Mormons. Suck their milk. Plunder, spoils. All right, so Justice Morse in this affidavit continues. Justice remained loyal to the prophet throughout his life. He added that Joseph Smith explained that we had been injured by the mob in Missouri, and to take from the Gentiles was no sin. It was merely retribution. We had been injured, and to take from the Gentiles was no sin. You can rob them, you can plunder them, you can take the spoils. All right, John Corrill talks about this plundering too at the Richmond hearing. On Sunday, October 14th, just before the raid into Davis County, Missouri, Joseph Smith Jr. in his discourse spoke of persons taking at some times what at other times it would be wrong to take, and gave as an example the case of David eating the showbread. So according to Joseph, the circumstances were such that they could simply take and steal from the Gentiles. Okay, a statement from Reed Peck in his manuscript, 1839. On October 15th, 1838, Joseph Smith addressed a Mormon militia in far west Missouri. Joseph said that the law we have tried long enough. Who is so big a fool as to cry the law, the law? So basically saying, we have tried this long enough. We're not going to follow the law anymore. Okay, Reed Peck continues. Joseph Smith continued, when the law is always administered against us and never in our favor, I do not intend to regard the law hereafter, as we are made a set of outlaws by having no protection from it. I do not want to regard the law anymore, even though I think that's in our Articles of Faith, right? All right, Reed Peck continues to write down what Joseph Smith had said in the speech. Joseph Smith continued, we will take our affairs into our own hands and manage for ourselves. We have applied to the Governor Boggs, see picture above, and he will do nothing for us. The militia of the county we have tried, and they will do nothing. All are mob. The governor is mob, the militia are mob, and the whole state is mob. That wasn't really true. The Mormons did actually have some friends that were in the militia and in the government. Okay, Joseph Smith continues. We have yielded to the mob in DeWitt, and now they are preparing to strike a blow in Davis County. But I am determined that we will not give another foot. So here comes the militancy. And I care not how many come against us, 10 or 10,000. God will send his angels to our deliverance. No, he didn't. And we can conquer 10,000 as easy as 10. No. When those kind of numbers came about, Joseph Smith gave up, right? Joseph Smith surrendered. All right, so then Reed Peck talks about Sidney Rigdon, who spoke at the same time. So Rigdon says that all might become one. He proposed to the meeting that blood should first run in the streets of Far West, that those traitors among them who had always opposed their doings should be slain. Is he talking about the dissenters there? Okay, Rigdon next proposed that those persons, the dissenters, should be forced to take their arms and march with the band on the morrow to Davis County, and if they refuse, they should be pitched on their horses with bayonets and placed in the front of the battle. All right, the proposition was answered with a hearty amen from the congregation. This is Sidney Rigdon still speaking. Should these traitors attempt to leave the county, their lives should be the forfeit. Their lives should be the forfeit, and their property confiscated for the use of the army. So also it was okay to rob and plunder and steal from the dissenters, right? Okay, they also talk about this in the Missouri Republican newspaper, November 9th, 1838. You can find this in Donna Hill's book, Joseph Smith, the First Mormon. Sidney Rigdon then demanded that all able-bodied men join the force. When a third of those present opposed the expedition, Rigdon said any man who refused to fight would be thrown on his horse with pitchforks and forced to the front, his property confiscated by the army. Okay, Thomas B. Marsh says something similar, October 24th, 1838 affidavit. Joseph Smith the prophet had preached, in which he said that all the Mormons who refused to take up arms, if necessary in difficulties with the citizens, should be shot or otherwise put to death. Those Mormons who refuse to take up arms should be shot or otherwise put to death. Okay, John J. Hammond talks about these speeches as well in his book. Because the October 14th and 15th speeches by Smith and Rigdon were very incriminating, yes they are, and the actions following them illegal and immoral, Joseph Jr. and those who assisted him in writing the official account of these events understandably said little about these sermons and actions in Joseph Smith's history. But Reed Peck's account is supported by much additional testimony, which we've read, some of it from Mormons loyal to Smith and Rigdon. So yeah, good point here. Some of the stuff that they were recommending in the speech is illegal, immoral. This happens all the time in the church, in official histories and other things. They leave this kind of damaging stuff out, and this is my job to point out all these things in my videos, all the things that have been covered up. All right, and here's the cover of John J. Hammond's book, The Mormon Expulsion from Missouri, Danite Repression and Militarism. This is like a 15-volume set now. Okay, dissident Mormons and former Danite officers Samson Avard and Reed Peck describe Joseph Smith's similar encouragement to plunder the Missourians. You can look at the Richmond hearings. All right, a statement here from Quinn. Despite their participation in such Danite raids against civilians, Joseph Smith later advanced both Lott and Johnson to his theocratic Council of 50. So Joseph Smith was not against these raids that we've talked about, these burnings, these plunderings, and probably do a video on the Council of 50. Okay, let's get to some testimony by George M. Hinkle. This is in the Richmond hearings, josephsmithpapers.org. You can see the source. He's going to tell us like it is. There was much mysterious conversation in camps as to plundering and house burning, so much so that I had my own notions about it, and I spoke to Mr. Joseph Smith, Jr. in the House and told him that this course of things of burning houses and plundering by the Mormon troops would ruin us, that it could not be kept hid and would bring the force of the state upon us, that houses would be searched and stolen property found. But it sounded like Joseph Smith wanted to keep the burning and the plundering going. George M. Hinkle continues, Joseph Smith replied to me in a pretty rough manner to keep still, that I should say nothing about it, that it would discourage the men, and he would not suffer me to say anything about it. You know what happens to dissenters, right? And Hinkle continues, I explained myself more fully than when in the House, and told Joseph that I thought things were running to a dangerous extreme, and he ought to exercise his influence to stop it, as this course of things would ruin his people. Probably pretty good advice. Okay, George M. Hinkle continues in his testimony. Joseph Smith answered that I was mistaken and that I was scared, and that this was the only way to gain our liberty, and our point, that the mob had begun it with us in Jackson County, Missouri. The mob started it, right? But it was with different people than they're dealing with now. And the mob had been kept up to this day and told me to be cheered up and not to oppose him, and pledged himself in some way that it would go on right. All right, Hinkle continues, both of the above conversations occurred in Adamon-Diomen, Missouri, at the time the Mormon troops were assembled there. Like I said before, this was supposedly the place of the Garden of Eden, and there's some altar in here that Adam used, I think, to do some kind of sacrifices. All right, more testimony from George M. Hinkle. I think that Lyman White was commander-in-chief of all the Mormon forces in Davis County. Neither of the Mr. Smiths, that's Hiram and Joseph, neither of them seemed to have any command as officers in the field, but seemed to give general directions. Okay, Hinkle continues, I saw a great deal of plunder and bee stands brought into the camps, and I saw many persons for several days taking the honey out of them, taking the honey out of the bee stands, which is, much more special. This kind of sweet products, much more special in the day. They could eat sugar, I think, at a sugar cane, or they could get these bee stands. I understood this property and plunder was placed into the hands of the bishop at Diamond. His name was Vincent Knight, to be divided out among them, the brethren, I guess, as their wants might require. Okay, there were a number of horses and cattle drove in. Also hogs were hauled in, dead with the hair on, but whose they were I know not. Probably non-Mormon Missourians, right? They were generally called consecrated property. Okay, Hinkle continues. I think it was the day that Gallatin was attacked. I saw Colonel Lyman White start off with troops, as was said, to Millport. All this seemed to be done under Joseph Smith Jr.'s inspection. Pictured above Lyman White. Okay, Hinkle continues. On the evening that the militia arrived near Far West, I got into town, having been to hunt them that day, to confer with them. When I arrived into town, and he's talking about Far West, with about 100 men, I found them on foot. I saw other Mormon forces formed in a single line in the brush, in a position to receive the militia who were marching up. All right, Hinkle continues. I learned from Mr. Pomeroy that they were militia, and I told them that they need not come up to fight. We wanted to settle the matter without fighting, and for fear of a collision between the two forces, I ordered the Mormons formed in the brush to retreat. Now, who's not going to like that? Joseph Smith? And at this time, Joseph Smith Jr. rode up and upbraided me for such an order and told me it should not be done. Upbraid means to criticize severely. Joseph Smith didn't want Hinkle retreating. And Joseph Smith then ordered the men to stand still and talked harshly to me, Hinkle, charging me with cowardice. I knew it would not do to oppose his wishes. Joseph was in charge, right? And Hinkle retired home. Okay, Hinkle continues the story here. Joseph Smith went and took command of the forces that I had formed. That's something apologists will not admit to, a lot of them, that Joseph Smith actually commanded troops. He came and took command of the forces which I had with me that day, and had dismounted and formed as above stated. And he marched them down to the other line of Mormons who were formed to receive the militia. Receive the Missouri militia, I guess. Okay, another little story from Hinkle. He says, I returned into Caldwell County and received an order from Judge Elias Higbee to order out the militia of Caldwell to defend the citizens against mobs. Okay, Hinkle continues in the same source. I issued that order to the different officers, but I found them very much disorganized, and I inquired the reason why. They answered that they cared nothing for their commissions, I guess is official state militia. They cared nothing about their commissions, that the organization of the Danite band had taken all power out of their hands. Okay, some information from a different book. It's called Fire and Sword, A History of the Latter-day Saints in Northern Missouri, 1836 to 1839. Came out in 2010. This was written by Leland H. Gentry and Todd M. Compton. You can see the cover above and Compton on the right here. So they say in this book, Hinkle actually had the highest military authority in Caldwell County. However, according to Hinkle, Joseph Smith had increasingly tended to ignore this and direct military operations himself, as we just talked about, through Danite captains such as David Patton and Lyman White, and also just himself, according to Hinkle. Okay, another statement by Samson Avard. Joseph Smith Jr. was at Diamond giving directions about things in general connected with the war. Okay, some information from a Methodist minister, Samuel Bogart, pictured above. This is a letter to General Atkinson, who was actually pretty friendly to the Mormons. Letter on October 23rd, 1838. This is part of the Richmond hearing documents, I guess. The Mormons have burnt Gallatin and Millport and have ravaged Davis County, driven out the citizens, burnt the post office, taken all kinds of property from the citizens. They have threatened to burn Buncombe and Elkhorn. So a lot different than the story Joseph Smith paints, right? Okay, according to the Mormon Edward Stevenson in his autobiography, he says Millport was burned and not a single house left, and to this day has not been built up again. Okay, another source here pointed out by Dan Vogel. On October 22nd, Josiah Morin, who lived nearby, and 3 others from Richmond found that all but 2 houses in Millport had been burned. All but 2 houses. All right, this statement by Bogart goes against what B.H. Roberts said in a footnote in the History of the Church, Volume 3. Footnote on page 177. Roberts says that what houses were burned in Millport had been set on fire by the mob. Not true. Okay, another interesting testimony from Charles Blakely at the Richmond hearings. He says that at the time when one of the houses at Millport was burning, I saw Joseph Smith Jr., Lyman White, and George W. Robinson and 2 others sitting on their horses looking at the burning. So we know Joseph Smith was at this one. Okay, some information from Alexander L. Bow, I'm not sure how you say that. I think he's a Mormon guy. He did a dissertation in 2000 called A Call to Arms, the 1838 Mormon Defense of Northern Missouri. So Bow says the entire operation of Mormons marching into Davis County and Adam-on-Diamond, this entire operation was overseen by Colonel George M. Hinkle, who we've been talking about, a commissioned officer in the state militia. All right, Bow continues. However, the forces came under the direct command of Danite leaders Captain David W. Patton and First Lieutenant Parley P. Pratt, both of whom were apostles. They had direct command. Okay, Alexander L. Bow continues. He's pictured above. Looks like he's speaking maybe at BYU or somewhere. He says Joseph and Hiram Smith of the First Presidency accompanied the group, while Rigdon remained in Far West. So, see, they were involved. All right, James C. Owens, testifying in the Richmond hearing. He, Joseph Smith, stated at that or some other time that as they had commenced consecrating in Davis County, that's plundering, pillaging, that he intended to have the surrounding counties consecrated to him, that the time had come when the riches of the Gentiles should be consecrated to the saints. Okay, some more testimony from James C. Owens. In the morning of the day that the militia arrived near Far West, I heard Joseph Smith Jr. in a speech to the Mormon troops say that he did not care anything about the coming of the troops, nor about the laws, that he had tried to please them. Okay, Owens continues. Joseph Smith did not intend to try to keep the law, to please them any longer, that they were a damned set, and God should damn them, so help him Jesus Christ. And he meant to go on then as he had begun, and take his own course, and kill and destroy. All right, Mormon dissenter Alan Rothburn talks about this plunder in Missouri at the Richmond hearings. Rothburn says, late that evening I saw Dan Carn's wagon at his grocery door in Far West. I saw Carn and Dimmick B. Huntington unloading it. Okay, Rothburn continues. The wagon was loaded with 1 bee gum, it's like bee honey, and household plunder consisting of beds or bed clothes, kinder tied up, I guess firewood, and there was also onions in the wagon. Okay, Alan Rothburn continues in his testimony. Dan Carn that evening remarked that there would be in that night a considerable number of sheep and cattle, and further said that it looked to him sometimes that it was not right to take plunder, was not right, but that it was according to Joseph Smith Jr.'s directions, and that was the reason why he did it. Okay, Alan Rothburn continues. The next morning I saw a considerable number of sheep on the square in Far West, near about 100 stolen sheep. All right, Thomas B. Marsh gave an affidavit. I think we've talked about this already, October 24th, 1838, but in that he also talks about the plundering. The same evening, a number of footmen came up from the direction of Millport, laden with property, which I was informed consisted of beds, clocks, and other household furniture. All right, Thomas B. Marsh continues. During the same time, a company called the Fur Company were sent out to bring in fat hogs and cattle, calling the hogs bears and the cattle buffalo. So kind of pretending that the property wasn't plundered, right? They're just bringing in bear meat and then some buffalo meat. All right, Thomas B. Marsh continues. Remember, he was president of the Council of the 12. I am informed by the Mormons that they had a meeting in Far West at which they appointed a company of 12 by the name of the Destruction Company for the purpose of burning and destroying. And that if the people of Buncombe came to do mischief upon the people of Caldwell and committed depredations upon the Mormons, they were to burn Buncombe, the whole town, I guess. All right, Marsh continues in his affidavit, October 24th, 1838. If the people of Clay and Ray counties made any movements against them, see the picture above, this destroying company were to burn Liberty and Richmond. This burning was to be done in secret, or to be done secretly. You're going to burn entire towns. Okay, the Missourians had a general named Wilson. General Wilson makes a statement here in this source from Leland H. Gentry, you can see here. So Wilson says, it would astonish you to see the immense piles of stolen property which has been brought in and deposited by the Mormons, consisting of almost everything to be found at a farmhouse and much remaining yet concealed. Okay, statement by Quinn. There is evidence that Joseph Smith and leaders like Brigham Young disapproved of Samson Avard's instructions to Danites that plundering all non-Mormons should be standard procedure, all non-Mormons, he says, and to kill any Danite who faltered in that obligation. Well, yeah, maybe we're not going to plunder all non-Mormons, but there's plenty of examples here that we've gone over where Joseph Smith sanctioned plundering and even wrote a scripture about it. All right, Samson Avard testimony. Avard also testified in court that I once had a command as an officer, but Joseph Smith removed me from it. That's okay. Joseph had a lot of other officers and a lot of other commanders, and as we've gone over, sometimes even took command of troops. All right, Quinn continues here. I think he's doing a little bit of apologetics here. Remember, he is a believer. True believer in Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon and the Golden Plates, etc. So Quinn says, since that happened before Mormon forces surrendered and before Avard turned state's evidence, there is good reason to believe that he promoted an extreme interpretation of Sidney Rigdon's sermons of June and July of 1838, which were radical enough in themselves. Avard had an extreme interpretation of these sermons. That's okay. Like I said, it wasn't just Avard doing a lot of this stuff. All right, Quinn continues here. But in the early summer of 1838, Avard was the stalking horse for the First Presidency. What is a stalking horse? It's a figure used to test a concept or mount a challenge on behalf of an anonymous third party. Who was the anonymous third party? It was Joseph Smith in the First Presidency, kind of wielding power behind the scenes, you know. All right, we actually have the Constitution for the Danites. It's on josephsmithpapers.org website. They call it Appendix 2, Constitution of the Society of the Daughter of Zion, circa late June 1838. Daughter of Zion is just another name for the Danites. So here's some more testimony from Samson Avard at the Richmond hearings. I received orders to destroy the papers concerning the Danite Society, which order was issued by the First Presidency. They wanted to destroy the evidence. And which paper being the Constitution for the government of the Danite Society, which was in my custody, but which I did not destroy. It is now in General John B. Clark's possession, so he didn't destroy it, it sounds like. And we have a copy of it. So somebody had a copy for the Joseph Smith Papers Project. Okay, Samson Avard continues here with his testimony. I gave the paper or the Constitution up to General Clark, see picture above. After I was taken prisoner, I found it in my house where I had previously deposited it and believed it had never been in any person's possession after I first received it. Okay, Avard continues here. This paper was taken into President Rigdon's house and read to the First Presidency, Hiram Smith being absent, and was unanimously adopted by them as their rule and guide in future. First Presidency unanimously adopted the Constitution, and we're going to read parts of it. Okay, Avard continues. After the Constitution was thus adopted, I was instructed by the Council to destroy it, instructed by the First Presidency, as if it should be discovered, it would be considered treasonable. All right, since the drawing up of the paper against the dissenters, it was that this Constitution of the Danite ban was drafted, but I have no minutes of the time, as we were directed not to keep written minutes, again hiding things, which Constitution above referred to as follows, and we'll get to some of it. All right, let's go to a letter from Elias Higbee, February 22nd, 1840, in the Joseph Smith Papers Project. He says this Danite Constitution was written by Sidney Rigdon, of course Rigdon in the First Presidency. He says, Elias Higbee says, he, a Mr. Corwin of St. Louis, formerly a Democratic editor, I guess of a newspaper, Corwin laid great stress on the trials at Richmond, Missouri, and the Constitution, the Danite Constitution. He laid great stress upon it. That he said Samson Avard and others who were in good standing in the Mormon Church at this time swore to. They swore to this Constitution. Then Corwin went on to relate what it contained, this Constitution, I guess, and that it was written by Sidney Rigdon. So this Corwin, as related through Elias Higbee, says that this Constitution was written by Sidney Rigdon. Okay, the editors at the Joseph Smith Papers Project do not like this idea that Sidney Rigdon was the author of the Constitution. They try to distance him from it. They try to distance Joseph Smith and all church leaders from this Constitution because it's kind of a damning document. The volume that this shows up in from the last slide, the Elias Higbee letter, is Joseph Smith Papers Documents, Volume 7. The editors are Matthew C. Godfrey, Spencer W. McBride, Alex D. Smith, and Christopher James Blythe. I think they're probably doing apologetics here to try to distance the First Presidency from this letter. So they say it is unclear who authored the Danite Constitution or how aware church leaders were of the document's existence. We don't know who wrote it. Church leaders may not have been aware of it. I'm not really buying it. There is no indication that Rigdon authored the Constitution. So they go against the source here that's in this this letter from Elias Higbee. They don't say why they go against it. They don't provide any other information that somebody else. They don't provide any other sources that somebody else wrote the Constitution. So I don't know. Okay, so here is a key point pointed out by Quinn. It's also in the Constitution. You can read on the Joseph Smith papers. So Quinn says the Danite Constitution specified that, and here's the quote from the Constitution: all officers shall be subject to the commands of the Captain General Avard, given through the Secretary of War. Subject to the commands of Captain Avard, but given to Avard through the Secretary of War. Who was the Secretary of War? Oh, it was Joseph Smith. Okay, Quinn continues here, and you can also read about this in the History of the Church, Volume 2, page 39. Joseph Smith had held the latter position by revelation in the church's War Department for 3 years, this latter position of being Secretary of War, telling Avard what to do. And Joseph had also been Commander-in-Chief of the armies of Israel for 4 years. Okay, let's read a little bit more from this Constitution of the Danites. It also stated that the executive power shall be vested in the president of the whole church, who's Joseph Smith, and his counselors. They had the executive power over the Danites. The legislative power shall reside in the president and his counselors together with the generals and colonels of the society. By them all laws shall be made regulating the society. Okay, some more interesting information from Samson Avard at the Richmond hearing. It was determined that Colonel White should be Commander-in-Chief at Diamond, Brunson captain of the Flying Horse of Davis, Colonel Hinkle should be Commander-in-Chief of the Far West Troops, Captain Patton of the Cavalry or Flying Horse, and that the Prophet Joseph Smith, Jr. should be Commander-in-Chief of the whole kingdom. Okay, some more testimony from Samson Avard, josephsmithpapers.org. Avard says, I consider Joseph Smith, Jr. as the prime mover and organizer of this Danite band. Prime mover and organizer, Joseph Smith. The officers of the band, according to their grades, were brought before him at a schoolhouse. Brought before Joseph Smith kind of for review, I guess. Together with Hiram Smith and Sidney Rigdon, the three composing the First Presidency of the whole church. The officers were brought before the First Presidency according to their grades at some schoolhouse. Okay, Avard continues. Joseph Smith, Jr. blessed them and prophesied over them. This the Danites. Blessed them and prophesied over them, declaring that they should be the means in the hands of God of bringing forth the millennial kingdom. That really didn't happen, right? It was stated by Joseph Smith, Jr. that it was necessary that this band should be bound together by a covenant, which Joseph Smith later said people shouldn't do. That those who revealed the secrets of the society should be put to death. That's according to Joseph Smith. All right, let's go back to the book of John Whitmer for some information about Frederick G. Williams and Sidney Rigdon and David Whitmer. Whitmer and Williams pictured above, I believe. And it came to pass on the 24th day of the September 1835, on which day we met in course at the house of Joseph Smith, Jr., the seer, where we, according to a previous commandment given, appointed David Whitmer, pictured up here on the left. David Whitmer was appointed captain of the Lord's host, and Presidents Frederick G. Williams and Sidney Rigdon were his assistants. Assistants to the captain of the Lord's host, like in a military capacity, I guess. David Whitmer was president of the High Council up until January of 1838, and president of Zion until February of 1838, and also an apostle until June of 1838. Williams was in the First Presidency up until November 7th, 1837, and so they have these kind of military roles of captain of the Lord's host and then their assistants. All right, Book of John Whitmer continues. What was Joseph Smith Jr.'s role? The seer. He was to stand at the head and be assisted by Hiram Smith and Oliver Cowdery. This much for the War Department by revelation. Joseph Smith to stand at the head of the War Department. Okay, a statement from BYU professor Marvin S. Hill in his book Quest for Refuge. Albert P. Rockwood, who is a Mormon guy, said that the Danites were established by divine revelation. Who was it that was giving these divine revelations? Which indicates that he thought the idea had come from the prophet Joseph. Yep, he's the one giving divine revelations. All right, Albert P. Rockwood Papers, October 29th, 1838, Coe Collection, Yale University. And Rockwood, I believe, is pictured above here. Far west is headquarters of the Mormon War, the armies of Israel that were established by revelation from God. Joseph Smith, are seen from my door every day. The companies are called Dan because the prophet Daniel has said that the saints shall take the kingdom and possess it forever. Okay, another statement from the Danite Albert P. Rockwood in his journal. He says, Joseph Smith Jr. and Lyman White were at the head of the army of Israel that went up to the relief of the brethren in Davis County. All right, let's go back to the Reed Peck manuscript where we are to obey the prophet. And who was that prophet? Joseph Smith. Reed Peck says, as the Lord had raised up a prophet in these last days, like unto Moses, this was Joseph Smith, it shall be the duty of the Danites to obey him. The Danites are to obey Joseph Smith in all things. And whatever he requires, you shall perform, being ready to give up life, give up your life, and your property for the advancement of the cause. What was the cause? The kingdom of God. Okay, Reed Peck continues. When anything is to be performed, no member of the church shall have the privilege of judging whether it would be right or wrong. No member of the church shall have the privilege of judging whether something be right or wrong. That's immoral, right? That could definitely be immoral. But shall engage in its accomplishment and trust God for the result. Okay, back to the BYU professor Marvin S. Hill in his book Quest for Refuge. It is difficult to believe that an organization dedicated to upholding the presidency, right or wrong, could have advocated actions of which members of the presidency themselves did not generally approve. Yeah, Joseph Smith and the presidency approved of all this stuff. This is even according to a Mormon BYU professor. Some other apologists, like we've gone over, disagree with him, but I agree with Hill. To do so would have caught the society in contradictions that would have led to its immediate exposure, of course. Joseph Smith in the First Presidency ran everything. And pictured above is the modern-day First Presidency. Russell M. Nelson, Dallin H. Oaks, and Henry Eyring. And 2023, they are the presidency. Okay, Marvin S. Hill continues. Many close to Joseph Smith, including his uncle John, see picture above, Apostle Orson Hyde, and Thomas B. Marsh, president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles, that's Marsh, all these people knew of Danite extravagances. Yep, I agree. Okay, a statement from the Apostle Orson Hyde in Hill's book. He's pictured above Hyde. I felt like taking no part in the Danite movements, him and Marsh. The conviction of my mind were that it was not a good and virtuous institution. No, it wasn't. And this caused a lot of disaffection, right? This caused a lot of dissenters like Orson Hyde and Thomas B. Marsh, and we've read from their affidavit. All right, Marvin S. Hill continues. It does not seem likely that in a town made up of Mormons, where Joseph Smith's word was law, the Danites could have done very much without Joseph Smith hearing about it from one of these men. Absolutely right. Okay, back to the Reed Peck manuscript. All the principles of the society, the Danite society, tended to give the presidency unlimited power over the property, persons, and I might say with propriety, lives of the members of the church. Back in 1838, it was a lot worse than it is now. Unlimited power over your property and your lives. Still has a lot of power over its members. As physical force was to be resorted to, if necessary, to accomplish their designs. So yeah, back in these days, you could be booted out of the city and even killed. Okay, same source here from Reed Peck. The blood of my best friend must flow by my own hands if I would be a faithful Danite, should the prophet command it. Joseph Smith says, kill your best friend, you have to do it. Said Alexander McRae in my hearing, this is what McRae said, if Joseph should tell me to kill President Van Buren, see picture above, in his presidential chain, I would immediately start and do my best to assassinate him. Yikes. Let the consequences be as they would. Kind of taking away free will, which is supposedly an important precept in the church. Okay, let's go back to Stephen C. Lesueur and his book. He's pictured above. Evidence from this period, even from loyal Mormon sources, demonstrates that Joseph Smith did indeed know about and approve of the Danite organization, and that the Danites were a highly influential group in the Mormon community. Okay, Lesueur continues. The First Presidency not only knew of the Danites' teachings and goals, but they also used the organization as an extra-legal vigilante force to protect the interests of the church. Okay, a statement from the Mormon Benjamin F. Johnson in a letter to George F. Gibbs, 1903, so a late account. In Missouri and Nauvoo, the prophet Joseph laid the foundation of our church in a military spirit, and as the Master taught, Jesus, as the Master taught his disciples, so he taught us, Joseph Smith taught us, to sell our coats and to buy swords. That comes from Luke 22:36. He that hath no sword, let him sell his cloak and buy one. All right, let's go to an article in BYU Studies, winter of 1988. This is about the Albert P. Rockwood Journal, and I think this is a statement from that journal. Oh yeah, October 28, 1838 entry from Albert P. Rockwood. Now, Father, come to Zion and fight for the religion of Jesus. The prophet Joseph goes out to the battle as in days of old. He has the sword that Nephi took from Laban. Is not this marvelous? The prophet has unsheathed his sword, and in the name of Jesus declares that it shall not be sheathed again until he can go unto any county or state in safety and in peace. So, yeah, this military spirit, right? Joseph goes out to the battle as in days of old with the sword of Laban. All right, let's go to a statement by Solomon Wixom, I guess in his journal. This is quoted in Lesueur's book. Joseph Smith actually lifted a sword during a dramatic speech after the raid in Davis County, Missouri. Joseph Smith proclaimed, I have drawn my sword from its sheath, and I swear by the living God that it shall never return again till I can go and come and be treated by others as they wish to be treated by me. So Joseph Smith had a sword, and he lifted it up, holding it up during a speech, kind of like the pictures that we have of Joseph in Nauvoo. But apparently he also did this in Davis County, Missouri. I have drawn my sword from its sheath, and it shall never return again. And I believe we have one of the swords of Joseph. It might be this one. Some collectors actually have this sword, and they were displayed at some Mormon function, I think, by Rodney Meldrum. All right, and here's a close-up of that picture. One of Joseph Smith's swords. It looks like there's more than one in there. I can't quite tell what that is. I don't think this is owned by the church, so I think it's a private collector. And here is a picture of Joseph holding his sword. This is a painting done from when he was in Nauvoo. So D. Michael Quinn makes a statement here. What the Danites did militarily during the summer and fall of 1838 was by the general oversight and command of Joseph Smith. And back to a statement from LeSueur. Joseph Smith now, and now means after the Saints were kicked out of DeWitt, Missouri. After that, Joseph Smith assumed leadership of the Mormon military operations. We've gone over some statements in testimony saying that Joseph Smith, for a time, assumed leadership of the Mormon military, or of the Danites. All right, LeSueur continues here. You can actually read this entire book on Internet Archive. You can see a picture of the title page here. The 1838 Mormon War in Missouri, 1987. You can download it in a number of formats, or just read it right on there. So LeSueur says previously Joseph had accepted a lesser role in military matters, often stepping into the ranks and allowing Colonel Lyman White and Colonel George Hinkle, both commissioned officers in the state militia, to direct Mormon troops. But we did have that statement from George Hinkle saying that at one time Joseph got mad at him and took over his troops, took over Hinkle's troops and commanded them. So, okay, back to Quinn. In the skirmishes that both sides called battles, Mormons used deadly force without reluctance. Okay, let's go to a little pamphlet here, edited by Dean R. Zimmerman. I Knew the Prophets. Benjamin F. Johnson wrote that Danite leader and future apostle Lyman White told his men to pray concerning their Missouri enemies, that God would damn them and give us power to kill them. Okay, let's go to a Nathan Tanner reminiscence in a book called John Tanner and His Family, 1974, written by George S. Tanner. Probably it's kind of like a book on their family, I guess. But Nathan Tanner says, likewise, at the beginning of the Battle of Crooked River on October 25th, 1838, Apostle David W. Patton, Danite captain with the code name Fear Not, told his men, "Go ahead, boys, rake them down." And John D. Lee also had a reminiscence about the Crooked River battle in his Mormonism Unveiled, The Life and Confession of John D. Lee. Came out in 1877. Captain Patton's men at Crooked River were nearly all, if not every one of them, Danites. The Gentiles said afterwards that Captain Patton told his men to charge in the name of Lazarus. Or in the name of Lazarus. Charge, Danites, charge. Okay, Dan Vogel makes a comment about the Battle of Crooked River and Joseph Smith's involvement. He says, it is unlikely that Joseph Smith was unaware of or was excluded from the decision to send Patton and his men to confront the mob at the southern border of Caldwell County, a.k.a. the Crooked River Battle. This in his book, again, Charisma Under Pressure. Okay, let's go to the indictment of Parley P. Pratt for the murder of Moses Rowland, filed on April 2nd, 1839, Boone County Circuit Court Records. And you can read the rest of the source here. I think this was pointed out by Quinn. The highest-ranking Mormon charged with murder for obeying this order was Apostle Parley P. Pratt, who allegedly took the careful aim. He allegedly took the careful aim of a sniper in killing one Missourian and then severely wounding militiaman Samuel Tarwater. Tarwater pictured above. Okay, John D. Lee talks about this incident in his book, Mormonism Unveiled. After the Gentiles retreated, the Mormons started for Far West, taking Tarwater along as a prisoner. All right, John D. Lee continues. After traveling several miles, they halted in a grove of timber and released Tarwater, telling him that he was free to go. But was he really free to go? Okay, John D. Lee continues. Tarwater started off, and when he was some 40 yards from the Mormons, Parley P. Pratt, then one of the 12 apostles, stepped up to a tree, laid his gun up by the side of the tree, took deliberate aim, and shot Tarwater. Imagine if the 12 apostles did that now. We're killing their enemies with a sniper gun or with a rifle. Of course, pictured above, Parley P. Pratt. Okay, we continue the story. Tarwater fell and lay still. The Mormons, believing he was dead, went on and left him lying where he fell. Tarwater came to and reached home, where he was taken care of and soon recovered from his wounds. And he was able to tattle on Parley, right? Okay, the story continues. Tarwater afterwards testified in court against the Mormons what he knew, and upon his evidence, Parley P. Pratt was imprisoned in the Richmond jail in 1839. Okay, Reed Peck talks about this incident as well in his manuscript. Tarwater was taken by the Mormons, was released on their march back with instructions to follow a certain path, which was pointed out to him, but being suspicious of treachery, he traveled in it but a short distance and left it for a safer way in the woods. Okay, Reed Peck continues. Certain movements convinced Tarwater that an ambush had been placed to cut off his return, and he no sooner left the path than he discovered a man, Apostle Parley P. Pratt, in the act of shooting. Okay, Peck continues the story. To save himself, Tarwater, bent forward, ran crooked, and dodged behind trees. But the cold-hearted villain Pratt, this is Parley P. Pratt, I know him well, deliberately sent a ball through his hip and left him, thinking perhaps that he had given him his death wound. You can see a pistol up here and a ball. This is like they had these like balls of lead, I think, that I guess Parley P. Pratt shot this ball through his hip. Okay, some more information from Quinn. This is more cover-up info. Neither Joseph Smith's History of the Church, Volume 3, which we've been reading from around page 170 to 171, neither the History of the Church nor the autobiography of Parley P. Pratt, see above, edited by Parley P. Pratt, Jr. in 1874, neither of these sources explains the reason for Pratt's murder indictment or imprisonment. They kind of want this story to be forgotten, that Parley P. Pratt shot Tarwater. Okay, James H. Hunt talked about this incident in his book, Mormonism Embracing the Origin, Rise, and Progress of the Sect, with an examination of the Book of Mormon, also their troubles in Missouri, and final expulsion from the state. Came out in 1844. In their fury at the sight of their fallen leader, this was the Apostle David W. Patton, Danite captain. I guess he had fallen, was shot, I guess, I'm not sure. In their fury at the sight of their fallen leader, some of the Danites mutilated the unconscious Tarwater with their swords, striking him lengthwise in the mouth, cutting off his underteeth, and breaking his lower jaw, cutting off his cheeks, and leaving him for dead. So that's pretty bad. They're basically mutilating him. All right, let's go to the church historian Andrew Jensen. In the Historical Record 8, January 1888, Jensen did not acknowledge that Tarwater sustained these injuries after he was shot and lying unconscious on the ground, but Jensen gave a more gruesome description of his injuries, including a terrible gash in the skull, through which his brain was plainly visible. Okay, and a comment by Quinn. Tarwater survived to press charges against Pratt for attempted murder. Okay, another statement from D. Michael Quinn in the Origins of Power book. Nevertheless, Mormon marauding against non-Mormon Missourians in 1838 was mild by comparison with the brutality of the anti-Mormon militias. Not sure if this is really true. One exception might be Hans Mill, which we'll talk about. Okay, Quinn continues. 3 days after Governor Lilburn W. Boggs issued a military order that the Mormons must be exterminated or driven from the state, a Missouri militia unit attacked the LDS settlement at Hans Mill on October 30, 1838. So we'll talk about Hans Mill. We're not going to talk too much about this extermination order by Boggs. All right, so Quinn continues here describing what happened at Hans Mill, and it was pretty dramatic. So this Missouri militia shot at and wounded 13 fleeing women and children, then methodically killed 18 males, including 2 boys, ages 9 and 10. So this was pretty bad. Kind of reminds you of Mountain Meadows Massacre, right? That was committed by the Mormons. Okay, so Quinn continues here with the Hans Mill massacre. When one of the Missouri militiamen found 10-year-old Sardius Smith's hiding place, he put his rifle near the boy's head and literally blowed off the upper part of it, testified survivor and general authority Joseph Young shortly thereafter. Other Missourians used a corn cutter to mutilate the still living Thomas McBride. So this is pretty bad. Sardius was a nephew of former 70s President Sylvester M. Smith, whose brother also died in the massacre. Apostle Willard Richards lost a nephew in the massacre as well. When the survivors found the elderly man, his corpse was literally mangled from head to foot. Okay, so what caused this Hans Mill massacre? Why were these Missourians so pissed off? Well, of course, it was actions committed by Mormons. So Quinn continues, a generally unacknowledged dimension of both the extermination order and the Hans Mill massacre, however, is that they resulted from Mormon actions in the Battle of Crooked River. So generally, people don't do some kind of a massacre like this unless they have a reason. Knowingly or not, Mormons had attacked state troops, and this had a cascade effect. All right, so it was this Crooked River battle that the Missourians were pissed off that caused them to do Hans Mill. Leland Gentry and Todd Compton talk about this Crooked River battle a little bit in their book Fire and Sword, which came out in 2010. When charismatic Danite commander Apostle David Patton led his forces over the Caldwell County line, this was the Crooked River battle, his forces were no longer legally acting state militia. The Mormons had illegally engaged in a violent confrontation with the authorized state militia in a non-Mormon county. So this was a no-no. And of course, church historian B.H. Roberts has a different interpretation, and he does some apologetics here in the History of the Church, which he was an editor of, in a footnote on page 177 of Volume 3. The expedition to Crooked River was ordered by Judge Higbee, Roberts says, the first judge in Caldwell County and the highest civil authority in Far West, and was undertaken for the purpose of dispersing a mob, so that in their operations the acts of the saints had been strictly within the law and only in self-defense. So this is not what other scholars say. All right, and Quinn talks about the aftermath of the Crooked River battle. Local residents feared annihilation. We know not the hour or minute that we will be laid in ashes, a local minister and county clerk wrote the day after the battle. Okay, Quinn continues. There's going to be a new book called A Chosen Path, a Memoir. D. Michael Quinn. I think it has his personal writings or journal writings in this new book, which I'll definitely be getting, and I'm sure it'll provide some new information for videos. So Quinn continues, for God's sakes, give us assistance as quick as possible. Correspondingly, the attack on state troops weakened the position of the Mormon Friends in Missouri's militia and government. All right, and this battle at Crooked River that the Mormons perpetuated, I guess, was the reason for Boggs's extermination order. So Stephen C. LeSueur talks about this. Finally, upon receiving news of the injuries and death of state troops at Crooked River, Governor Boggs immediately drafted his extermination order on October 27, 1838, because the Mormons have made war upon the people of this state of Missouri. Okay, another statement by Quinn. Worse, the killing of one Missourian and mutilation of another one while he was defenseless at Crooked River led to the Mad Dog revenge by the Missourians in the slaughter at Hans Mill. So violence breeds violence. Mormons are attacking people at Crooked River. Hans Mill is the revenge. All right, let's talk a little bit about the charge of treason for Joseph Smith and a little bit about Liberty Jail. So this is also from Quinn. Charged with capital crimes of treason, Joseph Smith and several other church leaders, most that were over 6 feet tall, languished in the low-ceiling basement of Liberty Jail for 6 months. Liberty Jail pictured above. Pretty rough conditions. Okay, a statement from Austin A. King, Judge, 5th Circuit, etc. minutes. This is also at the Richmond hearings, and Austin King was the judge there. I believe he's pictured above here. So King says, there is probable cause to believe that Joseph Smith Jr., Lyman White, Hiram Smith, Alexander McRae, and Caleb Baldwin are guilty of overt acts of treason. Joseph Smith, Hiram Smith, and the others are guilty of overt acts of treason in Davis County, and for want of a jail in Davis County, the said prisoners are committed to the jail in Clay County, which was the Liberty Jail. Okay, the judge, Austin A. King, continues on. He talks about Sidney Rigdon now. It further appearing that overt acts of treason have been committed in Caldwell County, and there being probable cause to believe that Sidney Rigdon was guilty thereof, the said Sidney Rigdon, for want of a sufficient jail in Caldwell, is committed to the jail in Clay County, or aka the Liberty Jail. And here's kind of a small mock-up of it, I think, in a museum. Okay, some more information from Dan Vogel in Charisma Under Pressure. The Judge King ruled that there was probable cause to believe that Apostle Parley P. Pratt, Morris Phelps, Luman Gibbs, Darwin Chase, and Norman Shearer were guilty of the murder of Moses Rowland in the Crooked River skirmish, and because murder was also non-bailable, Judge King committed Pratt and the others to the Ray County Jail to await trial. So, interesting, an apostle of the church, Parley P. Pratt, very, very prominent in the church, guilty of the murder of Moses Rowland. Okay, an opinion here from Mormon legal analyst Gordon A. Madsen. Did an article in BYU Studies in 2004 entitled Joseph Smith and the Missouri Court of Inquiry, Austin A. King's Quest for Hostages, which is kind of funny. But Madsen has argued, considering the testimony presented, his knowledge of state law regarding treason, and the purpose of a preliminary hearing, that Judge King had little choice but to rule as he did, basically guilty. And this according to a Mormon, Madsen. Okay, Judge Austin A. King continues. This is in a letter to Governor Boggs, October 24th, 1838, Missouri State Archives. I thought that the Mormons were disposed to act only on the defensive, but their recent conduct shows that they are the aggressors and that they intend to take the law into their own hands. All right, Judge King continues in this letter to Governor Boggs. Joseph Smith made known his views to the people and declared the time had come when they would avenge their own wrongs, and that all who were not for them and take up arms with them should be considered as against them, as it says in Matthew 12:30. All right, Judge King continues. He talks about this band of 12 whose duty it is to watch the movements of men and of communities, and to avenge themselves for supposed wrongful movements against them by privately burning houses, property, and even laying in ashes towns, all of which we've talked about. All right, statement here from Joseph Smith in a letter to the church from Liberty Jail that shows up in the History of the Church, Volume 3, page 226 to 233. Joseph Smith says, those who do bear false witness against us, and he's talking about the dissenters at the Richmond hearing, a lot of which we've read from here. He says they bear false witness, but do they really? And who do seem to have a great triumph over us for the present, and then we'll continue this. But pictured above, we have an old picture of Richmond, Missouri, so not sure if this is 1838, however. Okay, the prophet Joseph Smith continues in his apologetic here, letter to the church from Liberty Jail. The dissenters willfully and maliciously delivered us into the hands of murderers. Not really what happened. Joseph Smith's own actions and own aggressions and violence is what got him into trouble. He says the dissenters desired us to be put to death. I'm not sure about that. Whereby having us dragged about in chains and cast into prison, and for what cause? It is because we were honest men. No, you were participating in this secret, oath-bound group called the Danites that you were in charge of, Joseph, and were determined to defend the lives of the saints at the expense of our own. So trying to make himself be the good guy, right? We're just trying to defend the saints at the expense of our own lives. This is Liberty Jail again. I believe. Pretty rough circumstances there, eh? All right, so all these battles that had repercussions and revenge from the Missourians didn't work out the way Joseph wanted. They were kicked out of Far West and eventually kicked out of the entire state of Missouri. Joseph needed a scapegoat, right, for what happened, because he had to surrender and give up Far West. So he found a scapegoat. The main one was Hinkle. But he also mentioned some other people here. So Joseph Smith continues here in this letter. Look at the dissenters again. If you were of the world would love its own. Look at Mr. Hinkle, a wolf in sheep's clothing. So there's his scapegoat. Look at his brother John Corrill. Look at the beloved brother Reed Peck, who aided him in leading us as the Savior was led into the camp of his enemies, as a lamb prepared for the slaughter, as a sheep dumb before his shearers, so we open not our mouths. So Hinkle's his main scapegoat. Corrill, and then he mentions Corrill and Peck, all of whom we've read quite a few statements from. Joseph has to throw them under the bus, because he's certainly not going to throw himself under the bus. Okay, Joseph Smith continues here. But these men, what was it, Hinkle, Corrill, and Peck, like Balaam, being greedy for reward, sold us into the hands of those who love them, for the world loves his own. So somehow these three men were paid off, right? This is the story Joseph Smith is spinning. making them the scapegoats, and what, the Missourians or the state of Missouri paid them off. This is not true, however. Okay, let's go to Stephen C. LeSueur to see if Joseph Smith is telling us the truth, that they were paid off. One of the most persistent myths about the dissenters is that they somehow reaped financial gains at the expense of their fellow saints. This is a persistent myth. It's not true. Joseph Smith is making up stories, throwing them under the bus, doing apologetics. They actually risked their lives. Joseph Smith had threatened to kill a lot of these dissenters. Many of them were kicked out of the Mormon community. All right, Joseph Smith continues in his letter to the church from Liberty Jail. We have learned also, since we have been prisoners, that many false and pernicious things which were calculated to lead the saints far astray and to do great injury have been taught by Dr. Avard as coming from the presidency. Well, we have plenty of evidence in this video that these teachings and the people behind the Danites, these things did come from the presidency. So. All right, Joseph Smith continues, and here is a direct lie. And we have reason to fear that many other designing and corrupt characters like unto himself, like unto Avard, I guess, have been teaching many things which the presidency never knew were being taught in the church by anybody until after they were made prisoners. This is just a bold-faced lie. We have all the evidence in this video to back me up. All right, Joseph Smith continues with his apologetic here. Thus we find that there have been frauds and secret abominations and evil works of darkness going on. What were these groups meeting in secret? They were the Danites, right? Who is the leader of the Danites? Joseph Smith. He was the Secretary of War. Says so in the Constitution of the Danites. And we have plenty of sources showing that he was behind it. He's the one doing secret abominations. But he says these scapegoats of his lead the minds of the weak and unwary into confusion and distraction, and all the time palming it off upon the presidency. But of course the presidency didn't do anything wrong, right? Well, we also have the very militant speeches of Joseph Smith and Sidney Rigdon as well. All right, Joseph continues, while the presidency were ignorant as well as innocent of those things which those persons were practicing in the church in their name. They just didn't know what was going on, right? They were leading the church. They didn't know about all these warlike activities going on by the Danites. Just completely ignorant, as well as innocent. No, you weren't, Joseph. Okay, Joseph continues. Is not all manner of evil of every description spoken of us falsely? Yea, we say unto you falsely. We have been misrepresented and misunderstood and belied, and the purity and integrity and uprightness of our hearts have not been known. They're pure and have all kinds of integrity. All right, Joseph Smith continues to throw the dissenters under the bus. Lying, gaslighting. We had waded through an ocean of tribulation and mean abuse, practiced upon us by the ill-bred, ill-breeding, ill-bred, practiced upon us by the ill-bred and the ignorant, such as Hinkle, Corll, Phelps, Avard, Reed Peck, Clemenson, and various others, all of which we've given statements from. A lot of people. Why did you have so many dissenters going against you, Joseph? He says they are so very ignorant that they cannot appear respectable in any decent and civilized society, and whose eyes are full of adultery and cannot cease from sin. So not only did they take money for doing what they did, now they've all committed adultery, right? And they cannot cease from sin. All right, let's continue with the history of the church here. Statement from Joseph Smith, October 1st, 1841. This is volume 4, page 423. George M. Hinkle, who robbed my house in Far West while I, Joseph, was in prison, was passing down the river with a flatboat. I commenced suit against him before the district court, now sitting in Burlington, Iowa. The first things I had read about this that I thought that maybe this was a lie, that Hinkle really didn't rob his house. Then I'm reading Dan Vogel's new book, Charisma Under Pressure, and he gives a source, Lee County, Iowa Territory District Court, April 22, 1842, Joseph Smith versus George M. Hinkle. And he gives some pretty good evidence in there that Hinkle probably did rob Joseph's house. Okay, Joseph Smith continues here, same source. I, Joseph Smith, sent Elias Higbee and George W. Gee to attend to the suit, but Hinkle gave security and got it put off until spring. All right, the other dissenters, the apostles Marsh and Hyde, Thomas B. Marsh, Orson Hyde. Joseph's going to throw them under the bus too, because they came out against him, right? And the affidavits that we've read in this video. Apostle Marsh and another, and of course it's Joseph is referring to Orson Hyde, but he doesn't mention his name, whose hearts are full of corruption, whose cloak of hypocrisy was not sufficient to shield them or to hold them up in the hour of trouble. Marsh and Hyde are corrupt. Well, you picked them to be apostles. Marsh was the president of the 12. They have a cloak of hypocrisy. Hyde is pictured above. All right, Joseph Smith continues with his letter from Liberty Jail, March 20, 1839. There's also some information in history, which you can see here in the josephsmithpapers.org website. Joseph says, whereas we have been taken prisoners and charged falsely with every kind of evil and thrown into prison, we are held in bonds without cause. Neither is it needful that you say unto us, we are driven from our homes and smitten without cause. Not telling the truth. All right, let's go to another source. Joseph Smith Jr.'s petition to Judge Tompkins, signed by a number of other members of the church. This can be found in the Apostle Parley P. Pratt's pamphlet or book, Late Persecution of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, 1840, also on the Joseph Smith Papers Project. So this petition says, Joseph Smith has never acted at any time only in his own defense. The prisoner has never commanded any military company, nor held any military authority. Not true, and we've read the sources against that. All right, we continue with Joseph Smith Jr.'s petition to Judge Tompkins. This whole petition is also in the Joseph Smith Papers. Petition to George O. Tompkins between 9 and 15 of March 1839. In this petition it says, Joseph Smith never has bore arms in the military rank. The prisoner has had nothing to do in Davis County, only on his own business as an individual. No, not true. Okay, this petition continues. Dr. Avard also swore false concerning a Danite constitution, as he said was introduced among the Danites, that the prisoner had nothing to do with burning in Davis County. We know that there is a constitution. It's on the Joseph Smith Papers Project, which we've shown. And he says Joseph Smith had nothing to do with the burning in Davis County. Well, I think he ordered it. Okay, this petition to Judge Tompkins continues, signed by Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith opposed Dr. Avard and George M. Hinkle against vile measures with the mob. So he didn't approve of them, he opposed them, right? But Joseph was threatened by Hinkle and Avard if he did not let them alone. He is held in confinement without cause. All right, and I agree with Stephen C. LeSueur. He says, the claims by Mormon leaders that the testimony against them was false and their alternative explanations of these events are contradicted by evidence from the reminiscences and journals of loyal Mormon participants. So we have all the dissidents, dissenters, but we have a lot of information in the journals and other documents of loyal Mormon participants, which we've read as well. All right, Stephen C. LeSueur continues. Coral, Peck, and others had opposed the militant policies of Joseph Smith and other Mormon leaders because they believed those policies would ultimately lead to conflict and ruin, which they did. Ironically, the prophet now blamed these men for bringing that destruction upon the saints. This according to LeSueur. All right, LeSueur continues by linking Samson Avard with John Corrill, Reed Peck, and John Clemenson, all of whom had bitterly opposed Avard and the Danite movement. Smith was able to discredit both Avard and these dissenters. Okay, LeSueur continues. In addition, because Joseph never specified which false and pernicious teachings originated with Avard, the Mormon prophet skillfully disassociated himself from the Danites without offending his many loyal supporters in that organization. So Joseph, he's not bad at apologetics. Okay, LeSueur continues. The Mormons who belonged to the Danites and knew of the prophet's former support did not feel condemned because he had not criticized the Danites, but only certain teachings of Avard. All right, Joseph making Avard the scapegoat. LeSueur continues. But the Mormons who opposed the Danite teachings and activities, even those teachings previously approved by Smith, came to believe that Avard had been responsible for the group. All right, let's go back to Quinn. Although the prophet had encouraged, approved, and directed the Danites during the summer and fall of 1838, Joseph Smith publicly repudiated them after Danite General Samson Avard testified against him in open court. All right, let's go to Fawn Brody, pictured above in her younger days. No Man Knows My History, 1945 book. There is no doubt that Avard had his sanction. That is, Avard had Joseph Smith's sanction, for he formally addressed the Danites at least once, that's Joseph, and pronounced a blessing upon Avard's head, and I think others. All right, let's go to David Whitmer, Kansas City Daily Journal, June 5th, 1881, a late account. They issued a decree organizing what was termed the Danites, or the Destroying Angels, who were bound by the most fearful oaths to obey the commandments of the leaders of the church. All right, David Whitmer continues. He's pictured above in his top hat, Kansas City Daily Journal. The Danites consisted only of those selected by Joseph Smith and Rigdon. That's an important point. The Danites consisted only of those selected by Smith and Rigdon. They threatened myself, David Whitmer, and John Whitmer, and Oliver Cowdery, and Lyman Johnson. They threatened all of them with vengeance, with the vengeance of the Danites. All right, let's go to a quote from Harold Schindler in his book, Orrin Porter Rockwell, Man of God, Son of Thunder, 1966, and Harold is pictured above. The prophet Joseph Smith's absolute grip on the church precludes the possibility that Avard could have carried out an undertaking of such magnitude and secrecy. Absolutely right. All right, we're going to go to some more apologetics by Richard L. Bushman, the Mormon historian. And then we're going to counter a lot of these arguments. I'll kind of counter some as we go, too, but this is from his book, Rough Stone Rolling, 2005. Does a terrible job on this Missouri period and the Danites. Bushman says, when it came to violence, Joseph was a man of words. In other words, he didn't order anybody to do anything. Not a man of actions. Wasn't responsible for any of the violence, I guess. In 1834, he had mobilized an army to march on Jackson County, but stopped short of an attack. Okay, that's Jackson County. We're not talking about that. All right, Bushman continues. 4 years later, Joseph Smith urged the defense of Davis. It wasn't just a defense. It was an attack. But Joseph did not carry a gun in the Mormon raids. Who cares? He has his troops. He has his soldiers. Who cares if Joseph didn't carry a gun? All right, Bushman continues here with his apologetic. How aggressively Joseph wanted his troops to act at Gallatin and Millport is unclear. Well, Gallatin was burned, right? And we've gone over a lot of evidence showing how aggressive Joseph wanted to be. Okay, Bushman continues. Joseph certainly wanted Mormon enemies removed, but would he have fought to remove them or burn their houses? Yes, he would. All right, Bushman continues. Joseph believed that his people could rightfully confiscate property in compensation for their own losses to the Missourians, but no more. This is not true. It wasn't just tit for tat. They went into cities and plundered, man. All right, Bushman continues. Joseph is not known to have ordered any greater violence. Well, that's wrong too. One thing I do agree with Bushman, who says, for the church to remain strong, it has to reconstruct its narrative. The dominant narrative is not true. It cannot be sustained. This is what he tells doubting Mormons in private. He won't say this in public. All right, Bushman continues. As the December letter said, Joseph believed the Missourians burned their own houses and blamed it on the Mormons. Joseph believed it? That's what Joseph said in his apologetics. I don't think Joseph ever believed that, and I think Joseph Smith knew the truth. All right, Bushman continues. Painful to read this crap. This is probably the weakest part of Rough Stone Rolling. Joseph's military instincts were defensive. When it was time to attack, he pulled back. No. All right, Bushman continues. As the militia approached far west on October 30th, Joseph talked militantly, but recommended surrender. Yeah, why did he surrender at this point? Because he was far outnumbered and outgunned. Okay, Bushman continues. Any Mormon aggression beyond these limits probably occurred without his authorization. Nope, we have good historians proving this statement to be wrong. All right, let's go over John J. Hammond's counter-arguments to Bushman, who's the one that pointed these out to me, Bushman's apologetics. Again, from Hammond's book, The Mormon Expulsion from Missouri, Danite Repression and Militarism. Great book. There are so many problems with these ridiculous claims of Bushman and innuendos that it is hard to know where to start. Joseph Jr. ordered the attack on Bogart's company. Was not this greater violence? We didn't go too much into Bogart's company, but yeah, that's one example. There was others. All right, Hammond continues. Response to Bushman. Joseph was the acknowledged autocratic leader of the Mormons in Missouri, backed up by the Danites. All right, Hammond continues. Joseph would not have had to personally carry weapons, engage in violent actions, assist in expelling dissenters and enemy Missourians from their homes. He had people to do this. He didn't have to do it. And assist in the burning of their homes. In order to be morally and criminally responsible for these actions, all he has to do is order them, right? Okay, Hammond continues. It is puzzling why Bushman thinks that it is crucial that Joseph Jr. supposedly did not carry weapons. Joseph certainly did carry weapons during the 1834 Zion's Camp fiasco and go out on the raids in Davis with his troops. Yep, went out on the raids in Davis. Okay, Hammond continues. In fact, there was testimony that Joseph was present during the raid on Millport, and it always has been well understood that those who have ultimate authority over the armies and conspiracies are, if anything, more responsible for the actions carried out under their direction than the subordinates and ordinary foot soldiers who follow the orders and do the dirty work. Yep. Okay, Hammond continues. Does Bushman expect us to believe that Joseph Jr. did not, in fact, order his troops to loot and burn in Davis County and did not approve of what they did after the fact? All right, John J. Hammond. That Joseph's troops would have done what they did if they did not firmly believe they were acting under Joseph's orders. Bushman's attempt to distance Joseph Jr. from responsibility for these actions is ridiculous. All right, Hammond continues. It is disgusting for Bushman to claim without comment that Joseph Jr. believed the Missourians burned their own houses and blamed it on the Mormons. It's disgusting. Okay, Hammond continues. Actually, two claims are implied. Number one, that Joseph Jr. actually believed this claim that he was making and was not just lying. And number two, that the Missourians did in fact burn their own houses. Okay, Bushman admits that the Mormon troops burned at least 50 homes in Davis County. So he's kind of contradicting himself, right? And thus it would seem obvious that both number one and number two are false. Okay, let's get back to some really bad apologetics by Bushman. Rough stone rolling. Joseph Smith had enough power to be a target for an ambitious character like Avard, who recognized that loyalty to the prophet was an asset. He's this ambitious character. Okay, Bushman continues. Joseph Smith's hold on the saints could be turned to advantage by making that loyalty the basis of a private militia under Avard's control. All right, Avard won support by purporting to represent the prophet and making submission to Joseph the heart of the Danite pledge. He only purported to represent the prophet, but didn't really. Pictured above, I think, might be a picture of Avard. All right, Bushman continues. I guess he believes Joseph Smith's story that Avard is the scapegoat. After Avard was cut off from the church the following March, he gave no signs of ever having sincerely believed. I don't know how Bushman knows that. I doubt that. Avard probably did believe. Avard was astute enough to recognize Joseph's influence and to use it for his own ends. So he's making it sound like Joseph really wasn't aware of the Danites and didn't approve of them. All right, Bushman continues with his really bad apologetics. Apparently, the church commissioned him to write this book, Rough Stone Rolling, to be a little bit more honest, but also to kind of represent the church in a faith-promoting way. He's kind of walking that middle way. So Bushman says, we cannot tell how clearly Joseph understood that power had slipped from his hands in that year. This is just preposterous. Power slipped from the prophet's hands and the First Presidency's hands? Not bloody likely. All right, Bushman continues here. In retrospect, it seems possible that White and other militants, that's Lyman White, and other militants took the prophet's call for self-defense to extremes that Joseph would not have approved. Anything's possible, right? He says it seems possible. Anything is possible. And he makes Lyman White the scapegoat, and other militants took the prophet's call for self-defense. Only self-defense, right? Joseph Smith never went on the aggression. Never burned any houses, right? Well, in other places, Bushman does say that they burned houses. But it's just these militants that took the prophet's call for self-defense to extremes that Joseph would not have approved of. Well, we've read the counter to this, all the dissenters' statements, that a lot of this stuff was approved by Joseph. All right, Bushman continues. With only partial backing from Joseph, Avard organized the Danite band in a form that Joseph later denounced as a combination of frauds and secret abominations. Yeah, Joseph was doing apologetics. We've read those statements. Joseph was lying and trying to get out of a tight spot. And denouncing Avard, blaming Avard, coming up with scapegoats. But Bushman has to walk this middle way, right? Joseph only partially backed it. Bushman can't get away with saying that Joseph didn't back it at all. So he walks this middle way, but yeah. Okay, Joseph may not have understood his error in 1838, giving up power to Avard, I guess. But later in Nauvoo, he kept control of the key institutions. So Bushman wants us to believe that in Missouri, Joseph didn't have control of the key institutions. The First Presidency didn't have control. Not buying it, Bushman. All right, Bushman continues. Joseph served as mayor and took command of the Nauvoo Legion. Under his direction, the Legion restricted itself to parades, ceremonies, maneuvers, and speeches. I bet they were ready to attack if needed, all right? Okay, Bushman continues. No engagements ever occurred with the Nauvoo Legion, I guess. No Lyman White was permitted to take the Saints into battle. So Lyman White is a scapegoat. He's the one that took the Saints into battle, not Joseph, right? According to Bushman. Well, we know better. All right, so John J. Hammond is going to tear apart Bushman's apologetics here. Counter them, set Bushman straight. The twists and turns of Bushman's effort to shield Joseph Smith from responsibility for the Missouri debacle are beyond belief. Okay, having seemingly admitted the obvious, he, Bushman, just cannot resist making one last desperate effort to blame Joseph Jr.'s indefensible policies and actions on others, principally Avard and White. Yep, scapegoats. All right, Hammond continues with his arguments against Bushman. The suggestion that power had slipped from Joseph's hands in Missouri is laughable. It is true that in Nauvoo he latched on to absolutely every possible position of power: mayor, commanding general of the military, chief judge of the municipal court, president of the church, recorder of deeds, and chief real estate officer. So Joseph Smith likes to have power and control. Joseph wanted to control all the institutions in this very large city. Okay, John J. Hammond continues. Joseph Jr. did order the huge Nauvoo Legion into battle twice, both times to save his own skin. In the early summer of 1843, he called out the Legion to rescue him after he had been arrested by two sheriffs, one from Missouri and one from Illinois, 200 miles north of Nauvoo, near Dixon, Illinois. So he did order them out twice. All right. Several heavily armed contingents of the Legion raced northward through non-Mormon country, prepared to forcefully rescue their prophet, although he managed to seize control of the situation before the Nauvoo Legion had to undertake violent action. Okay, John J. Hammond, his counter to Bushman. Furthermore, shortly before Joseph's death at the hands of an Illinois mob in June of 1844, he sent word from the Carthage jail for the Legion to rescue him, which would have been an extremely bloody affair, since a large number of anti-Mormon Illinois militiamen were in and around Carthage. Fortunately, Legion officers in Nauvoo refused to obey his order. All right, even Todd Compton says that these apologetics in Bushman's book are not very good. That's from Gentry and Compton's book, Fire and Sword. Bushman and Roughstone Rolling's treatment of Joseph Smith in Missouri is, in my opinion, one of the less convincing aspects of the book. He's being very nice and lenient here. They're both Mormons, right? Compton's a Mormon and Bushman's a Mormon. I think Gentry's a Mormon too. But Compton found his treatment of the Missouri period and of the Danites one of the less convincing aspects of the book. And Compton pictured above. All right, Compton continues. I think this is Compton. Bushman portrays Smith as uncustomarily passive in 1838 Missouri, leaving a power vacuum for Sidney Rigdon, Sampson Avard, and Lyman White to fill. Yep, scapegoats. All right, Compton continues, talking about Bushman. When war broke out in the fall, Joseph remained in the background, more buffeted by events than directing their course. That's what Bushman was basically saying. Okay, comment from Quinn again. After Joseph Smith's escape from the Missouri prison in April 1839, I guess that's Liberty Jail, he inaugurated in Illinois the theocracy, which had existed in revelatory embryo for a decade. Okay, Quinn continues. Joseph had not succeeded at Kirtland, Ohio, where non-Mormons were economically and politically more powerful. All right, Quinn continues. Nor had the Mormon gathering worked politically at Far West Missouri, where the framework of county government was too weak to protect the embattled Mormons against hostile neighboring counties and against the state itself, even though there was at times when Joseph said that they would conquer and win. They didn't. The angels didn't come to help. All right, some information in History of the Church, Volume 6, page 57 and 95. See also J. Keith Melville's article here in BYU Studies in 1988. Joseph Smith preached in the 1840s that the U.S. Constitution is not broad enough to cover the whole ground to punish those mobs and states or communities who interfere with the rights of the people on account of their religion. All right, Quinn continues. In Illinois, Joseph Smith reorganized his bodyguards as the first extension of Danite influence outside of Missouri. Orrin Porter Rockwell is one of them, right? Reorganized his bodyguards as the first extension of Danite influence outside of Missouri, but they really weren't called Danites, I don't think, in Illinois. All right, Quinn continues here. Former Danite Albert P. Rockwood became commander of my lifeguards, and the prophet's bodyguards included such well-known Missouri Danites as John L. Butler, Reynolds Cahoon, I think he's pictured above, Elias Higbee, Vincent Knight, Orrin Porter Rockwell, and Samuel H. Smith, also pictured above. All these were his bodyguards. Many of them former Danites. Okay, Quinn continues. The Danite organization ceased to exist at the end of 1838, but former Danites were the backbone of Mormon security forces for decades to come. All right, Quinn continues. Looking back decades later on his initiation as a Danite in 1838, Oliver B. Huntington said that he entered as an apprentice in the divine brotherly union. Huntington pictured above. Also see Oliver B. Huntington's manuscript autobiography. Okay, Quinn continues. The Masonic phrasing was no accident, and he seemed enthusiastic about the similarity between his Danite initiation and his later Masonic initiation in a Mormon lodge. Both could be called secret combinations, right? Both are these oath-bound groups with penalties. Also see Huntington's autobiography again. Pictured above, we have some Masons. Not sure what group this is, but they have some pretty elaborate costumes. All right, so how many Danites were there? John N. Sapp gave an affidavit on September 4th, 1838, giving his opinion. This is at the Richmond hearings. Although less than 300 Missouri Danites have been identified by name, I think that's Quinn speaking, less than 300, John N. Sapp prepared an affidavit on September 4th, 1838, that I was a member of the said body of Danites, and that Danites numbered betwixt 8 and 1,000 men. The number of Danites were between 8 and 1,000 men, so maybe up to 1,000, well-armed and equipped. All right, Quinn continues. That September estimate is conservative because it did not include the verified Danites like Anson Call in the Kirtland camp, which arrived in Far West on October 4th. So Quinn, I guess, believes that there was more than 1,000, maybe up to 2,000, not sure. Okay, Quinn continues. Initiated shortly after his arrival, Anson Call confided to a Mormon church historian, B.H. Roberts, and a general authority, John M. Whittaker, That call belonged to this Danite organization, and so did the whole of the military force at Far West. So that could definitely be more than 1,000, maybe up to 2,000, I'm not sure. Yeah, this is an Anson Call statement. Typescript in 1885. Pictured above, I believe, is Anson Call. Okay, back to a statement from Reed Peck in his manuscript, 1839. Samson Avard, the instrument in the hands of the presidency. You take that, Bushman. Avard was the instrument in the hands of the presidency for carrying into effect every measure of oppression in the church. They also fled Far West Missouri, leaving the people to extricate themselves from the difficulties into which they had plunged by following pernicious counsel from Joseph Smith and his examples of obedience to the will of the presidency. Okay, let's do a little bit of more apologetics from Joseph Smith himself in History of the Church, Volume 3, pages 192, 193. About this time, November 2nd, 1838, Samson Avard was found by the mob, secreted in the hazel brush some miles from Far West Missouri, and brought into camp, where he and they were hail fellows well met. Remember, this is a statement from Joseph Smith. For Avard told them that Danitism was an order of the church, and by his lying tried to make the church a scapegoat for his sins. Well, Joseph Smith's the one lying here. The Danitism was an order of the church, and it's Joseph Smith lying and making Avard the scapegoat. All right, more apologetics from the prophet Joseph Smith. This morning, General Lucas ordered the Caldwell militia at Far West Missouri to give up their arms. Hinkle, having made a treaty with the mob on his own responsibility to carry out his treachery, marched the troops out of the city, and the brethren gave up their arms, their own property, which no government on earth had a right to require. So again, making Hinkle the scapegoat. Hinkle made this treaty with the mob on his own. It's preposterous, right? Joseph Smith had nothing to do with giving up Far West. Joseph Smith didn't tell Hinkle to make a treaty. The First Presidency didn't tell him. Yeah, so they had to march out of the city. Brethren gave up their arms and their property, and then Far West fell. So yeah, what Joseph Smith is saying here is not what happened. Read in Hammond's book, chapters 41 and 42. Okay, here's what Dan Vogel says in his book, Charisma Under Pressure. He says, the narrative of Hinkle's deceitfulness functioned as a cover story for why Joseph Smith did not stay and fight to the death, a theme of many speeches and sermons, beginning with Rigdon's Salt Sermon. So, yeah, the story that Joseph Smith made up, that it was Hinkle's fault, and Hinkle turned them in, this was a cover story. Okay, Dan Vogel continues here in this brand new book, just came out, Charisma Under Pressure, Joseph Smith, American Prophet, 1831 to 1839. I'm reading all the parts about Missouri, 1838, 1839. So Vogel says, when faced with extermination, Joseph Smith's bravado quickly dissipated, surrounded by, 2,500 Missouri militiamen. Significantly, the betrayal narrative is missing from Smith's communications with government officials because it was incompatible with the claim that the Mormons immediately complied with the governor's orders. All right, we have a letter from Hinkle to Phelps, the Ensign newspaper, August 14th, 1844. Hinkle says, were we not advised the next day by word sent expressly from Joseph Smith to us to surrender. So that's the true story, not Joseph Smith's cover story. Joseph Smith was well aware of the terms, and he decided to surrender. He was outgunned. All right, Stephen C. LeSueur agrees with me here and agrees with Hammond. It wasn't just Hinkle, right? The militant spirit and lawless activities of the saints can be traced directly to Joseph Smith. All right, Lesua continues. Nearly all Mormon accounts, both contemporary journals and reminiscences, place Joseph Smith at the head of Mormon activities. Okay, he continues here. Joseph Smith knew and approved of the Danites. He directed the plundering and burning of non-Mormon homes in Davis County. All right, the Community of Christ historian Mark A. Scherer also agrees with me, LeSueur and Hammond, in his book, The Journey of a People, the Era of Restoration, 1820 to 1844, 2013. This is a 3-volume set. Community of Christ does much more honest history than the mainstream church. So Mark says, a careful review of documentary evidence links the prophet Joseph Smith to the secret society of the Danites from its origins to its demise. That he had full knowledge of its activities is undeniable. Okay, Mark A. Scherer continues. Because Danite tactics included probable violations of the law, Joseph Smith chose not to join the band officially, thus providing him plausible deniability if confronted in a court of law. I would change the word officially to publicly. So we do have some evidence that he was ordained into the Danites, a couple different sources. He chose not to join the band officially. I would say he chose not to join it publicly, which I guess is similar. So that Joseph would have plausible deniability. Nixon said something like that. The important thing is that we maintain plausible deniability, I guess, with all the troubles that he went through. Okay, Stephen C. LeSueur has another statement. In addition, the Mormons destroyed a considerable amount of property in Davis County, much more than was destroyed by the anti-Mormon vigilantes. All right, LeSueur continues. The Mormon dissenters John Corrill, Thomas Marsh, George Hinkle, and others were not cowards, nor were they simply bitter apostates trying to incite violence against the saints. Kind of what Joseph Smith was saying. All right, Stephen C. LeSueur continues. All the people that he mentioned, their disaffection from the church stemmed from a sincere opposition to the militant and criminal acts of the Mormon people. All right, Stephen C. LeSueur continues, doing honest history, and at this time I believe he was a member of the church. Most important, their statements of the dissenters and claims regarding the militant and unlawful nature of the Mormons' activities are generally supported by the evidence from both Mormon and Missouri sources. And we've gone over a lot of that. All right, let's go to an affidavit from Hiram Smith on the Missouri War in the Times and Seasons, Volume 4 in 1843. Hiram was an apostle, presiding patriarch, and assistant president of the church at the time. So had some very high callings here, but in this affidavit he's going to lie. Or maybe he just doesn't know the information and he just made it up. I don't know. Hiram says, Missouri officials did exile and expel at the point of the bayonet some 12,000 or 14,000 inhabitants from the state of Missouri, and did murder some 300 or 400 of men, women, and children in cold blood, and in the most horrid and cruel manner possible. These numbers are highly inflated. This 300 and 400 souls murdered by Missouri officials or Missouri militia, it wasn't nearly that high. All right, Stephen C. LeSueur gives his estimates of the number killed by Missouri militia, number of Mormons killed. LeSueur's calculation is that the Mormons suffered 20 killed and about the same number, 20, wounded in military engagements. One Mormon was killed and perhaps another 10 were injured in beatings by the Missourians. All right, LeSueur continues. He says a number of saints also died as a result of the suffering and exposure brought on by their expulsion, right? Cold winter, I guess. The Missourians suffered 1 killed and about a dozen wounded in the conflict. All right, Quinn has another statement here. The Danites forecast a path that the LDS Church would increasingly take in Illinois and later in Utah, creating its own alternative civil and political institutions as the basis of a theocracy, right? Combining religion with the state, and that never works out well. Okay, another statement from Dan Vogel in his book, Charisma Under Pressure. Joseph Smith failed to recognize that his need to gather and build economic and political power disrupted the existing social order and attracted opposition. All right, Vogel continues. Nor could Joseph acknowledge that his responses to persecution were extreme and dangerous. Instead, he blamed others. Okay, a few more passages here from Dan Vogel in his book, his new book, Charisma Under Pressure 2023. Joseph Smith gave no indication that he was willing to accept responsibility for running the church into the ditch. It was the dissenters' fault. Okay, Vogel continues. Joseph Smith was following God's will. The dissenters were traitors. But in truth, according to Dan Vogel, the dissenters tried to warn Joseph Smith and other church leaders that their increasing fascination with worldly power and militancy risked leading the church to destruction. And there were great risks. We know they were kicked out of Missouri. We know they were kicked out of Illinois. A lot of this goes back to Joseph Smith's strategies. All right, some more information by Dan Vogel. He talks about this psychologist named Len Oakes, who put out a book called Prophetic Charisma, Syracuse University Press, 1997. Interesting passage here. It says, in his discussion of charismatic religious leaders, psychologist Len Oakes noted the need to control others and to define reality in his terms, so as to always be right, and his refusal to compromise or accept criticisms or appear vulnerable. So you can put Joseph's name in there, right? He tried to control others. Joseph tried to define reality in his own terms. He always had to be right. He couldn't compromise, couldn't accept criticisms, and couldn't appear vulnerable. All right, another kind of a summary statement here from Dan Vogel. He says, Joseph Smith and the Mormons were not heroic victims. They lost the moral high ground when they chose to respond to the Missourians in kind, engaged in armed confrontation, raid several communities, and maraud the countryside, burning, plundering, and terrorizing non-Mormon citizenry. Okay, William Law was interviewed by Wilhelm Ritter von Wymetal in Shullsburg, Wisconsin, March 30, 1887. William Law used to be in the First Presidency before becoming a dissenter against Joseph Smith. So he was on the inside and knew a lot of what was going on. Wymetal asks Law, what do you know about the Danites? And Law says, Joseph Smith tried very hard to get them to kill me. One day my detective told me that 2 Danites had gone to Joseph and told him that they wanted to put me out of the way. In other words, kill him. Joseph said, don't. He, William Law, is too influential, being a member of the First Presidency. His death would bring the country down upon us. So let's wait. Maybe kill him later. Okay, William Law continues. He's pictured above. Later, when I was thoroughly aware of my danger, they tried in all manners to use me up, to kill him, and had Danites all day and night after me. But I looked out and kept myself safe. Not fun, right? Always looking over your shoulder, maybe sleeping with a gun under your pillow. All right, let's go to a story from John C. Bennett in his book, The History of the Saints. Came out in 1842. He was assistant president of the church for a little bit over a year before becoming a dissenter. And Bennett, here pictured above, tells this story about the Danites in this book. He's talking about destroying angels or from the elite of the Danites. He says their duty is to act as spies and watch the movements of all persons, both saints and Gentiles, and to report all that they hear and observe to the First Presidency. So they were spies reporting back everything they hear and observed to Joseph Smith in the First Presidency because they want to know what's going on, right? All right, John C. Bennett continues here. The Danites are bound by the following oath. In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, I do covenant and agree to support the First Presidency in all things, right or wrong. All right, so he continues with this oath that the Danites made. I will cause all who speak evil of the presidency or heads of the church to die the death of dissenters and apostates, unless they speedily confess and repent, for pestilence, persecution, and death shall follow the enemies of Zion. Okay, Bennett continues. The Danites are bound to consecrate the riches of the Gentiles to the house of Israel. And we read a scripture on that, right? Which in plain English means to rob and plunder the people who are not Mormons and appropriate the spoils to the use of the church. And we have a lot of other documentation for that. Okay, Bennett continues. The Danites also pledge themselves to poison the wells and the food and drink of dissenters, apostates, and all enemies of Zion. And we have other sources for that too, that they thought about and maybe did poison some people. And to murder those who refuse to tithe or contribute the 10th part of their property to the use of the church. That's a lot worse than nowadays, right? You don't pay your tithing now, you just can't go to the temple. In the old days, Bennett says they would murder you. Not sure if that's true. And in short, to destroy by fire and sword all the enemies of Mormonism. We have some evidence of that. And to assist in all things in building up the kingdom spoken of by the prophet Daniel. All right, Bennett continues. These destructives, he calls them, these Danites, or destructives, in their capacity of spies and informers, are of great service to the prophet and assist materially in extending and confirming his influence over the Mormons. These Danites generally call upon Joseph every morning and make a detailed report of the sayings and doings of various persons in Nauvoo or elsewhere as the prophet may direct them. All right, the story continues. On the 17th day of May, A.D. 1842, Joe Smith requested to see me alone in the preparation room of the Nauvoo Lodge on some important business. Nauvoo Lodge, pictured above. Okay, we entered, and he, Joseph, locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and drew a pistol on me. Okay, Bennett continues. Joseph Smith said, the peace of my family requires that you should sign an affidavit and make a statement before the next city council on the 19th, exonerating me from all participation whatever, either directly or indirectly, in word or deed, in the spiritual wife doctrine. Wanted to be exonerated from that. The spiritual wife doctrine, or polygamy, or private intercourse with females in general. Although what Bennett was saying was true, right, about Joseph Smith practicing polygamy in secret. All right, Joseph says, and if you do not do it with apparent cheerfulness, I will make catfish bait of you, or deliver you over to the Danites for execution tonight. Cut him up in pieces, I guess, and let the catfish eat him. All right, Joseph continues, for my dignity and purity must and shall be maintained before the public, even at the expense of life. Wanted to look good before the public, but also practicing polygamy in private. Okay, Joseph asks Bennett, will you do it or die? Bennett replied that he had better procure some other person or persons to do it, or to do so, as there was plenty who could do it in truth. All right. No, said he, Joseph, that will not do, for it is known that you are well acquainted with me in all my private acts, better than any other man. Okay, Joseph continues, and it is in your power to save me or damn me, and as you have now withdrawn from the church in an honorable manner over my own signature, a privilege never granted to any other person, you must and shall place it out of your power to injure me or the church. All right, Joseph continues, do it, or the Mississippi is your portion. Throw you into the catfish. Will you do it? I remarked that it was a hard case, and that I would leave peaceably and without any public exposition, if he would excuse me. All right, Joseph replied, I tell you, as I was once told, your die is cast, your fate is fixed, your doom is sealed if you refuse. All right, Joseph Smith says, will you do it or die? Bennett remarked that I would, under the circumstances, but that it was hard to take the advantage of an unarmed man. If you tell that publicly, said he, Joseph, death is your portion. Remember the Danites. That he was held up with a gun, I guess, is what he's saying. All right, Bennett continues. He, Joseph Smith, then unlocked the door. We went into the room below, and I gave the affidavit as subscribed before General Daniel H. Wells, an alderman of the city, and made the statement required before the city council on the 19th. I probably felt like his life was in danger. Pictured above, General Daniel H. Wells. All right, John Corrill gets the final statement here in this video. In his Brief History of the Church, 1839, when I retrace our track and view the doings of the church for 6 years, I can see nothing that convinces me that God has been our leader. Calculation after calculation has failed, and plan after plan has been overthrown, and our prophets seem not to know the event until too late. Trying to set up Zion in all these different places, getting kicked out and not being able to set up Zion, getting kicked out of Far West, getting kicked out of Missouri, eventually even leaving Illinois and having to go to Utah. This was never the plan, right? To keep moving and moving and moving. They're always trying to set up Zion. So it seemed like God was not leading the church, and I'd have to agree with Corrill here. All right, and that's going to do it for this video. We went over a little over 5 hours, so pretty long. That's about it. What do you think of the Danites? Do you think Joseph Smith was behind it? Do you think they really did these acts of violence? But anyway, that's going to do it for this video, and I thank you for watching the Mormon Violence, the Danites in 1838 video.